Chapter 71, Innate Divine Ability, 1. Chen Daoxuan did not know that he was being watched by Luoli. He was now fully immersed in the comprehension of the wind and rain sword technique, without any distractions. On the surface of the sea, the rain was sometimes fast and sometimes slow. The white marks in the rain were very obvious at the beginning, but in the end, they actually fused into the rain, and the two were no longer distinguishable. At this moment, not far away, Luoli suddenly felt that the trembling feeling that made her hair stand on end had disappeared. However, Luoli knew very well that Chen Daoxuan's flying sword was not weakened at all. Instead, it was even more dangerous. This was because the flying sword he controlled could actually deceive the cultivator's divine sense, making outsiders automatically ignore the sense of danger. Luoli, who had participated in many battles, knew very well how terrifying the effect of such a move would be in battle. If you only sensed the danger when the enemy's flying sword was right in front of you, you would be at a disadvantage in both defense and offense. In fact, Luoli did not know. Since she was not within the range of the rain, her reaction would have been even worse. Even though her cultivation was one realm higher than Chen Daoxuan, equivalent to a human foundation establishment cultivator. This meant that Chen Daoxuan's current level of swordsmanship was enough to pose a certain threat to foundation establishment cultivators. However, not far away, the rain that enveloped Chen Daoxuan suddenly dissipated. Chen Daoxuan's face was pale, and the genuine qi in his dantian was completely exhausted. Oh no! Chen Daoxuan's eyes immediately regained clarity, waking up from his state of enlightenment. However, without genuine qi, he could not even continue to use the wind manipulation technique. He staggered and fell into the sea. Less than 3 breaths after he fell into the sea, a soft touch came from behind him. Chen Daoxuan scanned the area with his divine sense and knew who was holding him up in the water. Crash! 2 figures emerged from the sea. They were Chen Daoxuan and Luoli. However, the two of them were in a rather ambiguous position. Chen Daoxuan was hugged by Luoli from behind, and her soft arms were tightly hugging Chen Daoxuan. Half a cup of tea later, Luoli helped Chen Daoxuan to the sea viewing pavilion and sat down. She asked with concern, "Are you all right?" Hearing this, a smile appeared on Chen Daoxuan's pale face. He cupped his hands and said, "It's fine. Thank you for your help, Miss Luo. Otherwise, I would be in a sorry state." Hearing Chen Daoxuan's self-mockery, Luoli covered her mouth and chuckled. Seeing the other party smiling so happily, Chen Daoxuan lowered his head and realized that he was drenched from head to toe. His clothes stuck tightly to his body, making him look very sorry. Seeing him like this, Luoli flew forward and stretched out her small white hand, pressing it in front of Chen Daoxuan. Instantly, steam rose from Chen Daoxuan's body. In the pavilion, the two of them were enveloped by a wave of water vapor, and even the atmosphere became somewhat charming. After a while, seeing that Chen Daoxuan's entire body had returned to its original state, Luoli retracted her palm and said with a smile, "It's done. Thank you. I'm sorry for making a fool of myself in front of Miss Luo." Chen Daoxuan cupped his hands in thanks again. "We're friends now. There's no need to thank me for such a small matter." After saying that, he winked at Chen Daoxuan. Seeing her like this, Chen Daoxuan smiled and nodded. No one knew what he was thinking. For a moment, both of them fell silent. "You. I." The two of them spoke in unison. Seeing this, Luoli chuckled and waved her little hand. "You go first." "Okay." Chen Daoxuan nodded awkwardly. "I haven't found a suitable channel to purchase the spiritual rice that I mentioned to Miss Luo last time, so this matter will have to be put on hold for the time being." Upon hearing this, Luoli nodded to show that she understood. Then, she said, "What about weapons?" "I did bring my weapon." As he spoke, Chen Daoxuan untied a storage bag from his waist and handed it over. "The flying swords that I refined over the past few months are all here." Luoli took the storage bag and scanned it with her supernatural awareness. She frowned slightly. "Why do I feel that the number of flying swords you refined this time isn't as many as the last time?" "You're right." Chen Daoxuan nodded. He paused. "If I remember correctly, Miss Luo has tens of thousands of clansmen, right?" Upon hearing this, Luoli was silent for a moment before she said, "We now have a total of 67,000 clansmen." Chen Daoxuan nodded. I've been thinking about a problem since I went back last time. With the speed at which my Chen family is making magic tools, it seems that it will take a long time to satisfy all the merfolk. Moreover, the lifespan of magic tools in the deep sea is shorter than on land. In this case, it will be even more difficult for my Chen family to meet your needs for magic tools. Upon hearing this, Luo Li did not say anything. She knew that Chen Daoxuan was telling the truth. With the Chen clan's production speed of flying swords, it was indeed a little difficult to satisfy the entire merfolk clan. Seeing her like this, Chen Daoxuan continued, so after I went back last time, I started to do one thing, and that was to train a large number of blacksmiths in the clan. However, Miss Luo, you know that it is very difficult to train a refiner. Not only does it require a lot of resources, but it also requires the guidance of experienced refiners from our Chen family. That's why the production of the flying swords has been delayed. But don't worry, Miss Luo. When our Chen family has trained this batch of armament masters, we will be able to refine a large number of magic weapons for your merfolk clan. At that time, I think your merfolk clan will no longer lack weapons. Upon hearing this, Luo Li's face flushed with excitement. She stepped forward and grabbed Chen Daoxuan's sleeve, saying excitedly, "Is what you said true?" Ahem. Chen Daoxuan pulled open his sleeves without batting an eyelid and smiled, "It's absolutely true. Speaking of which, we have to thank your merfolk clan for this. It's precisely because of our transactions with you that we have earned a large number of spirit stones that our Chen family has enough resources to nurture artifact masters." Yes, yes, yes. Luo Li didn't mind Chen Daoxuan's action of pulling his hand away. She nodded her little head non-stop and said in agreement, "This is what you meant by a win-win situation, right?" Yes. Chen Daoxuan smiled. After chatting for a while, the two of them completed the transaction. This was already the third transaction between the two sides. Everyone had already established enough trust, so they were very confident in each other when it came to trading. The transaction was completed. Luo Li looked at Chen Daoxuan. "You've exhausted your genuine qi. How are you going to go back?" she asked. Chen Daoxuan ignored this and replied, "It's fine. I'll just recover here for a night." Luo Li looked around and shook her head. "There are few people here, and it is inevitable that there will be demon beasts. In order to avoid danger, let me send you on your way." After saying that, she looked at Chen Daoxuan. After thinking for a while, Chen Daoxuan smiled and nodded. "Then I'll have to trouble Miss Luo." Luo Li smiled and shook her head. She stepped forward and grabbed Chen Daoxuan's right hand. In the next second, Chen Daoxuan only felt the world spinning. When he came back to his senses, he had already plunged into the sea with Luo Li. This was Chen Daoxuan's second time entering the sea. He had fallen into the sea too quickly just now. He had not had the time to feel it properly before he was rescued by Luo Li. At this moment, he finally felt what it was like to travel through the sea. In the sea, about 100 meters deep, the faint moonlight from the sky shone into the sea, emitting only a hazy moonlight. It was very dim. Fortunately, Chen Daoxuan had divine sense. Facing this dim scene, he did not panic. He scanned with his divine senses and found that Luo Li and the merfolk behind her were covered with a thin layer of membrane. This membrane isolated them from the seawater. "This is..." Chen Daoxuan looked at Luo Li, who was holding his right hand, in confusion, because he realized that there was a thin film on the surface of his body. Clearly, this was a water escape technique unique to the merfolk race. Seemingly knowing what Chen Daoxuan wanted to ask, Luo Li smiled and said telepathically, "This is the innate divine ability of our merman race." Chapter 72, Expanding the Factory, 1. Spring passed and autumn came. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Shuanghu Island. About a dozen miles away from the industrial zone, a huge mansion with green bricks and tiles that occupied hundreds of acres was located on the main spiritual eye of the spiritual vein. The owner of this mansion was the young clan leader of the Chen clan, Chen Daoxuan. Normally, other than Chen Daoxuan, there were only a few young girls from the Chen family who worked as maids in the spiritual residence, cleaning up and maintaining the flowers and plants in the spiritual residence. Fortunately, this place was located on the Chen family's spirit vein. As the spirit qi became more abundant, the environment here also became more beautiful. Compared to the wilderness outside the spirit gathering array, it was a world of difference. In the spiritual residence, in a fresh and elegant courtyard, a figure sat cross-legged in front of the spirit pond. Above the spirit pool, a water spirit pearl was floating quietly. Wisps of mist gathered from the spirit pool towards the water spirit pearl. After being purified by the water spirit pearl, it spat out a purer spiritual qi, which was absorbed and refined by the figure in front of the spirit pool. It was converted into genuine qi and finally stored in the Danshan qi sea. Phew! Chen Daoxuan opened his eyes and a hint of joy flashed in them. Compared to the spiritual well in the cave dwelling in the Red Copper Mountain range, the spiritual energy in this spiritual pond was many times more abundant. Not to mention in front of this spirit pool, even in the spirit gathering array within a radius of 10 miles, the spiritual qi floating in the air was not much less than the spiritual qi in the spirit eye back then. Compared to the past, the current cultivation environment was like heaven. I didn't expect the difference between the late and middle stage of the refinement realm to be so great. It took me nearly a year to break through from the 6th level of the refinement realm to the 7th level. Chen Daoxuan sighed. Even though he knew that it would be more difficult to cultivate as he progressed. However, he did not expect that a mere mid-stage to late-stage qi refinement realm barrier would take him nearly a year. Chen Daoxuan was almost 18 years old this year. Compared to a year and a half ago, his tender face had become more mature. Especially since he had been in charge of the family affairs during this period of time, his temperament had undergone earth-shattering changes. He was no longer an immature young cultivator, but the clan leader of the Chen clan who held the power of the clan. While he was deep in thought, a figure flew over from afar. Chen Daoxuan looked up and saw that it was the only female cultivator of the Chen clan, Chen Daolan. Over the past year, with the help of the water spirit pearl, qi gathering pill, and level 1 spirit meridians, Chen Daolan's cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, reaching the 3rd qi layer. It was 5 times faster than when Chen Daoxuan took 5 years to break through from the 1st qi layer to the 3rd qi layer. It wasn't just Chen Daolan. Chen Daoku was also at the 3rd qi layer like her. As for the other 3 who had broken through to the 1st qi layer together, other than Chen Daoquan who had broken through to the 2nd qi layer, the other 2 were still at the 1st qi layer like the other 4. This was something that could not be helped. Even with the help of various resources, under the same circumstances, cultivators with good spiritual roots would cultivate faster than cultivators with poor spiritual roots. In fact, it was only these few cultivators with low spiritual roots who were lucky enough to be born in the Chen family. If they were in a large family, cultivators with poor spiritual roots like them would not get many resources at all. Not to mention that they would receive the same treatment as cultivators with superior spiritual roots. The Chen family did not lack cultivation resources, but they lacked people. That was why they threw resources into it without considering the cost. It could be predicted that as the newborn children of the Chen family grew up, the distribution of cultivation resources in the Chen family would definitely be closer to that of the big families. Similarly, those with good aptitude would be given priority. After all, this was the only way to maximize the use of resources and increase the strength of the family. Young clan leader. Lowering his body, Chen Daolan took 2 steps forward and bowed respectfully to Chen Daoxuan. Compared to a year ago, Chen Daolan's timidity had disappeared, and she became more confident from the inside out. What's the matter? Chen Daoxuan nodded. The old chief is back. He's at the Rainbow Sonar Flying Sword Factory. Really? Hearing that 13th uncle had returned, Chen Daoxuan hurriedly stood up from the futon. His serious face was replaced by a look of surprise. Seeing the young clan leader's expression, Chen Daolan looked like she wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. Her little face was red from holding it in. Chen Daoxuan glanced at her and laughed, "Let's go, follow me to take a look." With that, he waved his sleeves and used the wind manipulation technique to wrap the 2 of them up and fly toward the Flying Sword Factory 10 miles away. In less than 5 minutes, the 2 of them landed at the Flying Sword Factory. With a sweep of his divine sense, Chen Daoxuan found Chen Xianhe's location. 13th uncle. Chen Daoxuan's voice rang in Chen Xianhe's ears before he arrived. Chen Xianhe turned around and saw his nephew, who he had raised since he was a child. A smile appeared on his old face. "You came at the right time. I'm testing these kids on their refining skills. Chen Daoxuan looked at Chen Daoku and the others he was pointing at and said with a smile, 13th uncle, I guarantee that you'll be surprised this time. Oh! Chen Xianhe's eyes lit up. It had to be said. In the past year, the Chen family had invested too much resources into Chen Daoku and the other three. Compared to the resources that Chen Daoxuan used to learn refining, the resources that Chen Daoku and the others used were at least 10 times more than his. If it wasn't for Chen Daoxuan's constant reminders, if it wasn't for the merfolk clan controlling a red copper mine and not lacking in spirit or resources, it was impossible for Chen Daoku and the others to become armament masters. In reality, the current Chen Daoku and Chen Daolan were not considered refiners. According to the evaluation of artifact masters in the cultivation world, even the lowest level of a low-grade first-tier artifact master had to be familiar with the refining methods of at least 3 low-grade first-tier artifacts. As for Chen Daoku and the others, apart from the Scarlet Shadow Flying Sword, they didn't know anything else. Not only that, even though they said that they knew how to refine the Scarlet Shadow Flying Sword, they didn't know how to refine it. This was because this step was completely done by the ordinary workers controlling the harmonious spirit stoves. In the end, Chen Daoku and the others were only half a pot of water. However, half a pot of water was half a pot of water. It was an indisputable fact that Chen Daoku and the others could perfectly produce the Scarlet Shadow Flying Sword with the assistance of the harmonious spirit stove. This was also the only thing Chen Daoxuan felt gratified about. He didn't need Chen Daoku and the others to reach the level of refiners required by the outside world, as long as they could meet the requirements of the assembly line of the Flying Sword Factory. Because this meant that the Flying Sword Factory would welcome a new round of production capacity explosion. Under Chen Xianhe's gaze, one by one, Chen Daoku and the others refined the Scarlet Shadow Flying Sword perfectly. Chen Xianhe took the flying swords they had refined and injected a stream of Genkai into them. He praised them repeatedly, not bad, not much worse than your young clan leader. Chen Daoku and the others were delighted when they heard the old chief's praise. This proved that their hard work over the past year had not been in vain. After saying that, Chen Xianhe looked at Chen Daoxuan and said, since Dao Chu and the others can already refine the Scarlet Shadow Flying Sword, shouldn't we put the expansion of the Flying Sword Factory on the agenda? Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan frowned. Chapter 73, Peeping, 1. He looked at Chen Xianhe and hesitated. Then, he waved at Chen Daoku and the others and said, alright, that's all for today. You guys can go back first. Upon hearing this, Chen Daoku and the others looked at each other. Their little faces revealed a relieved expression, but they did not dare to laugh out loud. They could only lower their heads and hold back their laughter. Patriarch, young patriarch, we will take our leave first. After saying that, Chen Daoku and his group disappeared. He watched everyone leave. Daoxuan, is there a problem? Chen Xianhe asked. Yes. Chen Daoxuan nodded. 13th uncle, didn't you tell me to slow down the expansion of the flying sword market in the wandering cultivator market? Chen Daoxuan looked at Chen Xianhe in confusion. It was not that the Chen family did not have the opportunity to sell goods wantonly. In fact, in this year, other than the transactions with the merfolk clan, the Chen family had also accumulated a large number of flying swords. Over the past year, Chen Xianhe sold 1 flying sword a day at the wandering cultivator market in Guang'an Prefecture. In total, he sold more than 300 flying swords. This speed, compared to the other magic tool shops in the wandering cultivator market, it wasn't outstanding and didn't attract much attention. However, this matter had changed recently. After hearing Chen Xianhe's narration, Chen Daoxuan was shocked and hurriedly said, you mean to say that our Rainbow Sonar flying sword shop has recently been spied on by others? That's right. Chen Xianhe's face darkened. According to my observation over the past year, there are a total of 43 magic tool shops in the wandering cultivator market. Most of them are run by wandering cultivators, and only 7 are run by small clans like ours. The profit of the magic tool shops in the wandering cultivator market was not high. First of all, their source of supply, which was those second-hand magic tools, were all purchased from the disciples of large families at a high price. In addition, their selling price was not high, only a mere 50 spirit stones, so the profit was very limited. In reality, If the Chen family hadn't adopted the method of industrial assembly line production, even if Chen Daoxuan had used a cheat to refine spiritual artifacts, he wouldn't have been able to earn many spiritual stones in a year. Not to mention those magic tool shops in the wandering cultivator market, there were no artifact masters supporting them at all. Chen Daoxuan paused for a moment before continuing, the only good news is that none of the 43 magical equipment stores have a foundation building cultivator backing them. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan seemed rather surprised. In Guang'an Prefecture, foundation establishment cultivators were not uncommon. He did not expect that there were no foundation establishment cultivators behind the 43 magic tool shops in the wandering cultivator market. This surprised Chen Daoxuan. However, Chen Daoxuan's next explanation made him understand the reason. The reason was that opening a magic tool shop in the wandering cultivator market was not a profitable business. The supply of goods, the rent of the shops, the labor costs, and the taxes of Guang'an City. After deducting these costs, each shop could earn a few hundred spirit stones a year. It was already considered a fortune. There were even many small shops in remote locations that could not sell a few magic tools all year round. They would even lose money in a year. This was also the reason why many shops in the wandering cultivator market were empty. In the end, the wandering cultivators were not willing to buy the second-hand magic tools sold in the magic tool shops in the wandering cultivator market. Who would want to use the price of a first-hand magic tool to buy a second-hand magic tool? However, the itinerant cultivators were not like the disciples of the big families, who had special channels to buy low-grade magic tools. They could only grit their teeth and buy these second-hand magic tools. This was also the reason why the Rainbow Sonar Flying Sword shop was so popular. Logically speaking, our shop sells more than 300 flying swords a year, so it shouldn't affect the huge magical equipment market in the wandering cultivator market at all. However, the current situation seems to be a little unexpected. Chen Daoxuan smiled wryly. After knowing that our shop has brand new flying swords, those itinerant cultivators who went to other shops to buy second-hand magic tools would rather try their luck in our shop than go to other shops to buy second-hand magic tools. Thinking about it carefully, this was normal. Who would be willing to buy a second-hand magic tool at the same price when they had the chance to buy a brand new one? But in this way, the Rainbow Sonar Flying Sword shop had become a thorn in the eyes of its peers. The Chen family had two choices now. One was to raise the price of the flying sword. However, if he did that, he would definitely offend all the wandering cultivators in the market. The Chen family would definitely not be willing to do this, because doing so would not only offend the wandering cultivators but also lose the market. The price of 50 spiritual stones for a flying sword was basically the limit that small rogue cultivators could afford. If the price was raised again, most of the small rogue cultivators at the first or second chi layer would not be able to afford it. That was equivalent to shutting out the biggest market in the wandering cultivator market. Naturally, the Chen family would not do so. If the Chen family did not have an industrial assembly line, they might sell it at a high price. However, they had an industrial assembly line. What they needed most was a huge market that could digest their production capacity. And the large number of wandering cultivators in the wandering cultivator market was just right for their Chen family. Since he couldn't raise the price, there was only one way out. He had to fight to the death with his peers. When Chen Daoxuan heard that there were no foundation building cultivators behind the magic tool shops in the wandering cultivator market, he was relieved. He was afraid that the magic tool shops in the wandering cultivator market had foundation establishment clans backing them. This was because the Chen family was still too weak compared to any of the foundation establishment families in Guang'an Prefecture. Whether it was the number of cultivators or the quality of cultivators, there was a huge difference. To be honest, Chen Daoxuan didn't really care about the itinerant cultivator shopkeepers of those magic tool shops. A rogue cultivator meant that the other party was weak. At most, there was only one person supporting them. For this kind of magic tool shop, they would be grateful if the Chen family did not find trouble with them. How could they dare to provoke the Chen family? The only thing he had to be wary of were the 7 small families that Chen Daoxuan had mentioned. Although these small clans were all Qi condensation clans, one of them was called the Mo clan. In addition to possessing a level 1 spirit meridian, the clan also had dozens of Qi condensation cultivators. They were much stronger than the current Chen family. If the two sides fought, the Chen family would not have any advantage. This was even considering that Chen Daoxuan's strength was at the top of the Lianqi cultivators. Otherwise, the Chen family would have no chance at all. That was because Chen Daoxuan was probably the only one in the Chen family who had real combat power. Chen Xianhe was only at the 6th level of the aura refining realm, and he was getting on in years. It was hard to say if he could defeat a 5th level aura refining cultivator in a fight. Chen Daoku and the others were even more so. Although they had broken through to the 3rd Qi layer in just a year, they had spent almost all their time on refining artifacts. As for the wind-chasing sword technique and overflow rain sword technique, which had strengthened their strength, they had only just reached the beginner level. Other than that, he had also mastered a wind manipulation technique that allowed him to fly. This kind of strength was probably only enough to defeat itinerant cultivators of the same level. It would probably be difficult to deal with family disciples. In other words, Chen Daoxuan was the only person in charge of the Chen family's combat power. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but frown. 13th uncle, do you have any ideas? He asked Chen Xianhe. After all, Chen Xianhe, who had been in the wandering cultivator market for more than a year, definitely knew more than him. Seeing Chen Daoxuan humbly asking for advice, Chen Xianhe smiled and stroked his beard. I do have a good idea. Chapter 74, Borrowing Power, 1. In the southwest sea area of the Infinite Star Sea. On a spiritual island tens of thousands of miles away from Shuanghu Island. This spiritual island was none other than the Mo clan's land. Similar to the Chen family of Shuanghu Island, the Mo family also had a Grade 1 spirit meridian. However, unlike the Chen family, the Mo family's spirit meridian was not cultivated. The ancestor of the Mo clan had discovered it by chance on this spiritual island a few hundred years ago. It had to be said. The Mo clan members were very lucky. Over the past few hundred years, the number of Mo clan cultivators had never fallen below double digits. 200 years ago, the Mo clan had even produced a foundation-building cultivator. However, this foundation-building cultivator had passed away decades ago, and the Mo family had fallen into a low point because of this. But even so, compared to the Chen clan, the Mo clan's foundation was still much deeper. On the horizon, a figure approached from afar and flew towards a cave abode on the Mo clan's spirit mountain. The Daoist descended. Judging from his appearance, he was in his 30s. He had a pale face and no beard. He was wearing a light purple Daoist robe and looked exceptionally graceful and noble. The cultivation of this Mo clan cultivator had reached the 9th level of the aura refining realm. It was obvious that he was in the stage of refining and purifying his Genkai. Once he refined his Genkai to the limit and entered the perfection realm, he could attempt to build his foundation. He stepped into the cave abode. An old man in his 50s was sitting cross-legged on a lotus-shaped magic tool, cultivating with his eyes closed. Patriarch. Seeing the old man, the white-bearded middle-aged cultivator cupped his hands and bowed respectfully. Yes. The old man from the Mo clan, who was addressed as clan leader, opened his eyes. When he saw the middle-aged cultivator, he asked solemnly, Yu Qing, why are you back? Did something happen to Mo clan's precious tool pavilion? Hearing this, the middle-aged cultivator called Mo Yuking said with a serious expression, exactly. Hearing that the family business was in trouble, the old man hurriedly stood up and took 2 steps forward. Hurry up and tell me. Yes. Mo Yuking told the clan leader everything. The Mo clan leader's cultivation base was a notch higher than Mo Yuking's. He had reached the peak of the Qi refinement realm. He only needed a foundation-building elixir and the support of a second-grade spirit meridian to immediately attempt to build his foundation. It could be said that the Mo clan's magic tool shop was not only the lifeline of the Mo clan's business, but also the hope of the Mo clan's clan leader to build his foundation. It was precisely because of the Mo clan Precious Tool Pavilion's annual profit of nearly 1,000 spirit stones that gave the old man hope to buy the foundation establishment pill. Otherwise, the few acres of spirit fields and a small spirit herb garden planted by the clan's first-grade spirit vein would not even be enough to satisfy the cultivation of the clan's cultivators, let alone support him, the clan leader, to build his foundation. Therefore, to Mo Changsheng, the clan leader of the Mo clan, the Mo clan's precious tool pavilion was his hope of attaining Dao, and he could not afford to lose it. You're saying that the Chen family of Twin Lake Island has a group of blacksmiths and has encroached on the business of our Mo clan's precious tool pavilion? Yes. Mo Yuking nodded. Because of the Rainbow Sonar Flying Sword Shop, our Mo Clan Precious Tool Pavilion's profits have dropped by 50% this year. It's only less than 500 spirit stones. What? Hearing this, Mo Changsheng panicked. He was already 53 years old this year. According to the consensus of the cultivation world, if a cultivator could not successfully build a foundation before the age of 60, as their blood and qi declined, the possibility of successfully building a foundation would decrease as they went on. In other words, Mo Changsheng could not wait for a few more years. Originally, the Mo clan had already accumulated over 30,000 spirit stones to support him, the clan leader, in his foundation establishment. However, Mo Changsheng knew that it was not safe to bid for the foundation building elixir at the Zhou auction house with 30,000 spiritual stones. According to the average auction price of the Zhou auction house, the Mo clan would need to prepare at least 40,000 spirit stones. This was not even counting the price Mo Changsheng had to pay to borrow the second-grade spirit meridians of a foundation building clan for help after obtaining the foundation building elixir. He calculated. Mo Changsheng wouldn't even be able to earn 1,000 spiritual stones a year, let alone 500. Thinking of this, he paced anxiously in the cave abode. After a long time, he looked up at Mo Yuking and said, "Have you talked to the Chen family? As long as they are willing to sell their magic tools to us, our Mo clan Precious Tool Pavilion is willing to buy them for 50 spirit stones." Mo Yuking shook his head. "We have. But the old man from the Chen family is not going to agree. No matter what we talk about, he won't agree. You're courting death." Mo Changsheng waved his hand in anger. With a surge of genuine qi, the furniture in the cave abode was instantly reduced to dust. Mo Yuking lowered his head in the face of the clan leader's rage. After a while, Mo Yuking raised her head and saw Mo Changsheng's terrifying gaze. Her heart trembled slightly and she said, "Clan leader, Yu Qing believes that we should consider this matter carefully. How do we plan this out?" Mo Changsheng berated, "Without the profits from the Mo clan Precious Tool Pavilion, my chances of reaching the foundation establishment stage are slim. My Mo clan must have a foundation establishment cultivator." Mo Changsheng added this sentence, as if to hide his desire to build his foundation and to convince Mo Yuking that he had no selfish motives. Upon hearing this, Mo Changsheng remained silent. No one knew what he was thinking. Shuanghu Island. Rainbow Sound Flying Sword Factory. Is this method really feasible? Chen Daoxuan's eyes lit up when he heard Chen Xianhe's idea, but his heart was still beating fast. He felt that he had always misunderstood 13th Uncle and thought that he was conservative and old-fashioned. He did not expect 13th Uncle to be so bold as to play this trick. If the Mo clan and the other 6 small clans can't give up on the market for magical equipment, they will definitely take the bait. Chen Xianhe smiled confidently and said, "In short, this method can be summed up in one word." As he spoke, Chen Xianhe raised 2 fingers, borrowing momentum. "Borrowing momentum, what a good move." Chen Daoxuan muttered. "However, if this method is to be effective, there must be a prerequisite. That is to force the Mo clan and the other magic tool shops in the wandering cultivator market into a dead end." Forced to a dead end? Yes. Chen Xianhe's eyes flashed with a dangerous light. If we don't force them into a corner, how could they dare to ignore the laws of the Qianyuan sword sect and take risks? Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan instantly refreshed his understanding of 13th Uncle. As expected, this 13th Uncle who dared to step into the Yun nation's battlefield with a cultivation of the 3rd Qi layer was definitely not as harmless as he looked on the surface. Perhaps, if it wasn't for the burden of the family, 13th Uncle might have gone even further if he chose to be a rogue cultivator. Looking at 13th Uncle's pale sideburns, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but sigh. Since we want to force them into a dead end, we have to change our previous strategy of slowly shipping out goods and choose to ship in large quantities. This way, expanding the flying sword factory is imperative. Fortunately, Dao Chu and the others are already proficient in refining the Scarlet Shadow flying sword. They're not afraid that no one will be able to refine flying swords after the factory is expanded. Chen Xianhe's face flushed with excitement. He knew that once this matter was completed, the Chen family would step onto a new level. They would no longer be a small, unknown family, but a well-known refining family in the entire Guang'an prefecture. Chapter 75, Production Increase, 1. In the next month, with the help of Chen Zianhe and Chen Daoxuan, the Rainbow Sonar Flying Sword Factory continued to expand. The production rooms expanded from 5 to 30, a total of 6 times. Rainbow Sound Flying Sword Factory. Chen Daoxuan looked at the neat and orderly production room in front of him and turned to look at Chen Lianjiao beside him. Manager Chen, how are the apprentices in your factory? Will they delay the production of flying swords? Hearing this, Chen Lianjiao immediately patted his chest and promised, Clan leader, young clan leader, please rest assured. Over the past year, I have trained at least 100 skilled furnace operators for the factory according to the apprentice training system that young clan leader mentioned. They are completely capable of satisfying the expansion of the factory. At this point, Chen Lianjiao's face was full of regret. It's just that there aren't many clansmen between the ages of 16 and 18 in our Chen family. Otherwise, our factory would have more furnace operators. As for the reason why there weren't many clansmen above the age of 16, Chen Daoxuan, who was of the same age, naturally knew. Actually, it wasn't just that there weren't many clansmen above the age of 16. To be precise, the demon beast disaster in Changping County more than 10 years ago had almost caused the Chen clan to break apart. However, Chen Zianhe was the only cultivator guarding Shuanghu Island back then, so it was inevitable that he didn't take good care of it. The atmosphere was a little sad. Chen Daoxuan patted Chen Lianjiao's shoulder and comforted him, all of this is in the past. I guarantee that the Chen family will never have the same situation as back then. Yes. Chen Lianjiao nodded heavily. The Flying Sword Factory added 25 new production rooms. According to the system, each production room was equipped with a stuffing worker, a furnace operator, and a furnace operator apprentice. A total of 75 new workers were needed. Now, all the workers were in place. With Chen Daoku and the others, the complete production line was completed. In the past month, the busiest person was none other than Chen Daoxuan. This was because he had refined a total of 25 huge spirit furnaces without rest or sleep in the past month, in addition to the original 5 spirit furnaces in the Flying Sword Factory. Currently, the Rainbow Sound Flying Sword Factory had a total of 30 harmonious spirit stoves, one for each production room. Fortunately, he had the assistance of the melting spirit stove to refine the silver moonstone. Otherwise, this bit of time wouldn't be enough for him to refine so many melting spirit stoves. Fortunately, all of this ended perfectly with everyone working together. Today was the first day of testing production after the expansion of the Rainbow Sonar Flying Sword Factory. As the factory manager of the Rainbow Sonar Flying Sword Factory, Chen Lianjiao had a heavy responsibility on his shoulders. This was because he had to arrange the working hours of the workers according to the time when Chen Daoku and the others refined the magic tools. Fortunately, Chen Daoxuan was an example. The subsequent production work only needed to copy Chen Daoxuan's production model. The only thing that needed to be done was the management of the workers. This was because the factory was not like before, where there were only a dozen workers. The Flying Sword Factory now had a total of 90 people, not including the cultivators who refined the flying swords. If the apprentices were included, the number would increase to more than 100. With so many people, it was not easy to manage the factory well and maximize its production efficiency. After all, this wasn't Earth, and it was Chen Lianjiao's first time being a factory manager. Everything was going on while he was fumbling around. If Chen Daoxuan hadn't put forward so many constructive management suggestions, Chen Lianjiao would probably still be confused and not know how to manage it. Very quickly, the day's production work was over. Chen Daoxuan finished refining the last flying sword in his hand. Chen Lianjiao's workers walked into Chen Lianjiao's office as they watched the factory clock out. 13th Uncle. Seeing Chen Zianhe in Chen Lianjiao's office, Chen Daoxuan greeted him with a smile. Yes. Chen Zianhe beamed with joy. Come over and take a look at today's production. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan took the production record from Chen Lianjiao. Chen Daoxuan copied the production records from his previous life. Chen Daoxuan took the form. On it was written that the number of Scarlet Shadow flying swords produced today had reached 27. Seeing Chen Daoxuan frown slightly, Chen Lianjiao explained, because today was the first day of production for many workers, they didn't do it properly. 2 furnaces of materials were destroyed during the refinement. There was also a flying sword that was refined incorrectly by Chen Daoxuan, causing the refinement of the flying sword to fail. Chen Daoxuan knew that the Chen Daoxuan Chen Lianjiu spoke of was the youngest of the Chen clan cultivators, only 8 years old. If this was in his previous life, Chen Daoxuan would definitely be sent to jail for using child labor illegally. But in this life, no one felt that there was anything wrong with what he was doing. Even Chen Daoxuan himself felt that there was nothing wrong with what he did. Compared to the ancestors of the Chen family who had died in meditation, Chen Daoku and the others had grown up in a much better environment. He did not need to risk his life on the Yun Nation battlefield. He only needed to focus on producing flying swords in the flying sword factory and he would have ample resources to cultivate. This kind of treatment, let alone compared to the Chen family's ancestors, if many descendants of the big families knew about it, they would break their heads to come here to work. This was because the Chen family treated their cultivators too well. There was never a shortage of medicinal pills to assist in cultivation. There was an endless supply of water spirit pearls, and there was ample spiritual energy. Only the elite disciples of the big families could enjoy this kind of training. Chen Daoxuan even planned to buy spiritual rice for the Chen clan's descendants and the merfolk clan in Guang'an Prefecture. Buying spiritual rice for the Chen family cultivators was still easy since the quantity was limited. Buying spiritual rice for the merfolk clan was a huge scale. The Chen clan had to have a certain strength or background to prevent outsiders from spying on them. It was just like how the Rainbow Sonar flying sword shop had been spied on by other small clans. What if the one who opened the Rainbow Sonar flying sword shop was a member of the Zhou clan? Those small clans in the wandering cultivator market would probably be so scared that they would close their shops overnight, let alone spy on them. This was the embodiment of a clan's might. And the best way to show the might of a clan was to use the clan's strength. However, the Chen family lacked the strength of the family. If it wasn't for the fact that the Rainbow Sonar flying sword shop had been spied on, Chen Xianhe wouldn't have thought of this method to make an example out of the rest and establish the Chen family's prestige. In fact, Chen Daoxuan also knew that in the infinite star sea, no force could become powerful by relying on vulgar development. Because as long as you develop, you will inevitably touch the interests of other forces. Even if they did not touch the interests of other forces, they would still attract the envy of other forces. In the face of such a situation, the Chen family could only fight back fiercely, kill and cripple the covetous person, and publicize it wantonly to ensure that they would not be spied on by more people. Next. A whole month passed. The flying sword factory went all out and entered a frenzied pace of production. Every day, 27 to 28 flying swords were produced. Half a month later, when everyone was more or less used to it, the rate of flying swords being rejected suddenly dropped to 0. In other words, 30 flying swords were produced every day. Within a month, the Rainbow Sonar flying sword factory produced a total of nearly 900 flying swords, and its production capacity soared. Chapter 76, Chen Xianhe's Acting Skills, 1. Shuanghu Island Port. Do you remember what I told you? Chen Daoxuan looked at Chen Daoku and the others who came to send him and Chen Xianhe off and reminded them. I'll remember. Chen Daoku and the others hurriedly nodded. After making arrangements for the family cultivators, Chen Daoxuan looked at Chen Lianjiu and Chen Buwang. I will leave the factory production and school construction in Changping County to you. Chen Lianjiu and Chen Buwang looked at each other and cupped their fists. Please rest assured, Patriarch and young Patriarch. We will not fail our mission. Yes. Chen Daoxuan nodded and waved his hand. Go back. After the time for an incense stick to burn. Standing on the deck of Grey Cloud, Chen Daoxuan looked at the gradually blurring figures of the people on the dock and couldn't help but feel a sense of reluctance. After more than a year, he was going to set foot in Guang'an Prefecture again. However, this trip to Guang'an Prefecture wasn't just for purchasing supplies or transporting goods. Instead, it was to remove the obstacles on his Chen family's path forward. As if he thought Chen Daoxuan was worried, Chen Xianhe, who was standing beside him, patted his shoulder and comforted him, "Don't worry. Although there is a certain risk, it isn't big. If we do it well, not only will our Chen family be able to survive this crisis, but our future development will also be smooth sailing. I'm not worried." Chen Daoxuan shook his head. I think the ones who should be worried are the Mo family. As he spoke, he gently rubbed the storage bag at his waist. In the storage pouch, the two flying swords, Flying Snow and Cheng Ying, were lying quietly. They seemed to have sensed their master's thoughts and let out a soft hum. Ha ha! Seeing Chen Daoxuan's confident look, Chen Zianhe laughed out loud. Well said. Why should we be worried? We should ask him if the Mo family is afraid of us. After saying that, Chen Zianhe's eyes flashed coldly. Guang'an City, Immortal City. After a month, the two of them stepped onto the vast spiritual shell island again. The two of them were already familiar with their journey to Guang'an Prefecture. Returning to the shop, Chen Zianhe and Chen Daoxuan were carrying a huge number of flying swords. They were waiting for a big fight. However, before that, they still had one more thing to do. This was also a crucial step in Chen Zianhe's plan. Otherwise, even if the Chen clan repelled the Mo clan, there would still be other small clans coveting the magical equipment market in the wandering cultivator market. Therefore, compared to the few small families that had intimidated the wandering cultivator magical equipment market, what the Chen family wanted to do this time was to pull the tiger's skin. At least in the eyes of outsiders, they had to pull the tiger's skin. The next day, Green Jade Tower, Guang'an Prefecture's core business district. The Kuya restaurant was the most upscale restaurant in the core business district. The ingredients here were all the best in Guang'an Prefecture. Even an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator would feel pain for a long time after eating a meal here. However, today, Chen Zianhe had invited two or one important guests. At the entrance of the Emerald Restaurant, Chen Daoxuan and Chen Zianhe stood side by side, waiting for the arrival of a certain big shot. 13th Uncle, how do you know this deacon of the Zhou family's patrol team? I don't know him. Chen Zianhe paused. To be precise, I don't know him. I know his son. His son? Chen Daoxuan frowned. Yes. Chen Zianhe rubbed his hands with a smile. In Guang'an Prefecture, sometimes money is more useful than strength. I still can't believe it. Chen Daoxuan shook his head. How could a foundation building cultivator accept our invitation? Chen Zianhe smiled but didn't say anything. He couldn't possibly say that his family had a first-tier upper-grade armament master who admired this senior very much, right? The foundation building seniors naturally didn't care about ordinary ore refining cultivators, but a weapon refiner was different. Even if he didn't need a first-tier armament master, who didn't have a few juniors? Who knows, there might be a time in the future when he would be of use. Besides, Chen Zianhe was here to give him a gift and suck up to him. How could the foundation building cultivator not accept it? After waiting for the time for an incense stick to burn, just as the two of them were getting anxious, the guest that Chen Zianhe had been waiting for finally arrived. On the cloud-treading beast carriage, the two cultivators got off the carriage one after the other. The older one was wearing the casual clothes of the Zhou family's patrol team. He looked rather carefree. This cultivator looked to be about 40 years old. He had a resolute face and walked with a dragon-like and tiger-like gait. When he looked around, cold light shot out in all directions, and his killing intent was terrifying. Chen Zianhe could tell at a glance that this person had definitely been to the battlefields of the Yun nation. Chen Zianhe was very familiar with the auras of soldiers on the battlefield. This was the foundation establishment cultivator of the Zhou clan that Chen Zianhe had invited, Zhou Muchen. In terms of seniority, he was of the same generation as the Zhou clan's chosen, Zhou Mubai. The young man behind Zhou Muchen was his son, Zhou Siliang. It was also because of the constant bribery and befriending of this person over the past year that Chen Zianhe was able to invite this big shot behind him today. Fellow Daoist Zhou. Chen Zianhe quickly stepped forward and greeted Zhou Siliang with cupped fists. He then looked at Zhou Muchen and looked at Zhou Siliang expectantly. Seeing this, "This is my father," Zhou Siliang proudly introduced. "Where's the upper-grade first-tier craftsman you mentioned earlier?" Hearing this, Chen Zianhe quickly called out to Chen Daoxuan, "Daoxuan, come pay your respects to Senior Zhou." Chen Daoxuan didn't dare to be negligent. He took 2 or 3 steps forward and cupped his hands at Zhou Muchen. "Junior Chen Daoxuan greets Senior Zhou. You're the Chen clan's first-tier upper craftsman." Zhou Muchen's voice was a little harsh, like metal colliding, making one feel uncomfortable. "That's me." Zhou Muchen was rather surprised to hear this reply. He originally thought that even if the Chen clan had a first-tier weapon craftsman, he would be an old qi condensation cultivator. He didn't expect the other party to be so young. This immediately piqued his interest in the Chen family. "Fellow Daoist Zhou, Senior Zhou, let's go inside and eat while we chat. I've already prepared a banquet for the two of you. I hope the two of you can join us." Zhou Muchen nodded calmly. Chen Xianhe quickly led the way. When everyone was seated in the private room of the Emerald Restaurant, a few rounds of spirit wine and good dishes were eaten. Everyone finally became familiar with each other. "Chen Xianhe Jr. is here." Chen Xianhe bowed and replied respectfully. "I heard that your Chen family has been selling low-grade level 1 magic tools in the wandering cultivator market for the past year. Do you have that many craftsmen in your family?" Hearing this question, Chen Xianhe's hand trembled as he held the wine glass. His eyes turned red and he couldn't help but cover his face and cry. Seeing this scene, Chen Daoxuan could not help but be dumbstruck. He had never expected 13th uncle to have such an ability. His acting skills were too good. "Senior, you don't know." Chen Xianhe wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and said with reddened eyes, "Cultivators of the Chen clan with poor aptitude will automatically give up on cultivation after reaching the third layer of the aura refining realm and forge flying swords for the clan. Because they only focus on learning the method to forge one type of magic tool, they will be able to nurture such a weapon craftsman in a few years." Zhou Muchen's expression changed when he heard this explanation. "You mean to say that the cultivators of the Chen clan should give up on cultivation and focus on refining artifacts to earn spirit stones for the clan?" "Exactly." As he spoke, tears began to flow from Chen Xianhe's eyes again. "It's a pity that the Chen family's disciples have sacrificed so much for the family. Our family's shop is still coveted by evil people in the wandering cultivator market. Preposterous. This is Guang'an Prefecture. How can such a wicked person be allowed to be so impudent?" Before Zhou Muchen could say anything, his son, Zhou Siliang, was already filled with righteous indignation. Zhou Muchen glanced at his son. Zhou Siliang immediately shrunk his neck and drank a cup of spirit wine awkwardly. He did not dare to say anything else. Chen Daoxuan was completely stunned. Chen Xianhe's acting skills were too good. If he didn't know the truth, he would have doubted that all the Chen family cultivators were in such a miserable state. For the sake of the clan, they all gave up on cultivation and focused on earning spirit stones for the clan. According to Chen Xianhe, every spirit stone the Chen family earned was exchanged for the Dao path of the cultivators in the clan. It was indeed tragic. Zhou Muchen nodded. The actions of the Chen clan's cultivators are indeed admirable. As for the evil person you mentioned, as long as fellow Daoist is in Guang'an Prefecture, my Zhou clan will guarantee that your Chen clan's shop will be safe. Hearing this, Chen Xianhe panicked. He did not want this guarantee. No matter how crazy the Mo family was, they would never make a move in Guang'an Prefecture. What he wanted was for Zhou Muchen to be able to help on the route from Shuanghu Island to Guang'an Prefecture. As the deacon of the Zhou clan's patrol team, Zhou Muchen had a lot of power because he controlled a spirit void battleship. As long as Zhou Muchen could cooperate with the Chen family, Chen Xianhe could set up a trap to trap all the people from the Mo family. Not only that. After this matter, he only needed to spread this matter and he would be able to pull the Zhou family's tiger skin. At the very least, before outsiders figured out the relationship between the Chen family and the Zhou family, they would not dare to make a move on the Chen family. And this period of time was precisely the time that the Chen family needed the most to develop. The Chen family had just given birth to nearly 10,000 newborns. When this batch of children grew up, the Chen family would produce another foundation-building cultivator. Then, the Chen family would have a firm foothold in Guang'an Prefecture. In order to do all this, the Chen family needed to have enough spirit stones and even connections. This was because buying a foundation establishment pill required spirit stones, and using a second-grade spirit meridian to break through to the foundation establishment stage required a human meridian. No matter what. During this period of time, the Chen family needed to find a backer, even if this backer was not real. This was what Chen Xianhe meant by borrowing power. Chapter 77, Setting Up, 1. Hearing Zhou Muchen's high-sounding words, Chen Xianhe kept praising how stable and prosperous Guang'an Prefecture was under the Zhou family's rule. Then, Chen Xianhe's face fell again. Sigh, what a pity. Fellow deist Chen, what are you regretting? Zhou Muchen drank a cup of spirit wine and said calmly. It's a pity that 50 years ago, in the Battle of the Southern Mountain, 12 cultivators of my Chen family died in battle. As a result, the number of cultivators in the clan has dwindled. Before Chen Xianhe could finish his sentence, Zhou Muchen slammed his wine glass on the table and stared at Chen Xianhe. Your Chen family is the remnant of the battle at the Southern Mountain City. Could it be that Senior? Chen Xianhe raised his head and looked at the man in surprise. Zhou Muchen nodded and his tone softened. He said in a low voice, I was a sergeant in the Southern Mountain City. Hearing this, Chen Xianhe suddenly stood up and punched his chest with his right fist. He saluted and said solemnly, I am Chen Xianhe, a soldier of the Southern Mountains Chenese Pass. Greetings, Commander. Zhou Muchen could not come back to his senses for a long time when he heard this familiar address. That battle back then was too tragic. As the largest clan in Guang'an Prefecture, the Zhou clan had suffered great losses in this battle. According to what Zhou Muchen knew, the younger brother of Zhou Mubai, the young clan leader of the Zhou clan, had died in this battle. One could imagine. How much did the Zhou family hate the Ye family? Now that he heard that Chen Xianhe was also a soldier who had survived the Battle of the Southern Mountain City, Zhou Mu felt closer to him. Chen Daoxuan could clearly feel that the estrangement between Zhou Muchen and his uncle and nephew had gradually disappeared. When he spoke to Chen Xianhe, he no longer put on airs. Occasionally, they would talk about some interesting things about the two of them serving in the Southern Mountain City, and they would even laugh out loud. Chen Daoxuan was a little confused. He didn't know if his 13th uncle was showing his true feelings or if he was acting. If this was an act, then Chen Xianhe's acting skills were terrifying. Brother Chen. Zhou Muchen waved his hand and said with a red face, I didn't expect the two of us to have such fate. Since you and I were once soldiers of the Southern Mountain City, there's no need to beat around the bush. If you have something to say, please speak frankly. Hearing this, Chen Xianhe was ecstatic. He cupped his hands and said, Brother Zhou, to be honest, I do have something to ask of you. Then, Chen Xianhe explained the predicament that the Chen family was facing to the other party in detail. Unexpectedly, Zhou Muchen's face turned red with anger after hearing Chen Xianhe's words. These cowards don't dare to go to the Yun nation's battlefield to fight, but they dare to rob your Chen family's cargo ship. Zhou Muchen was obviously a little drunk. Brother Chen, don't worry. If the Mo family doesn't come, it's fine. If they really dare to kill you halfway, I will report it to the Qianyuan sword sect and exterminate the Mo family. Zhou Muchen's words were filled with killing intent. Even Chen Daoxuan felt a chill. Chen Xianhe was overjoyed to hear this promise. He quickly cupped his hands and said, I'll leave this matter to Brother Zhou. That's easy. Come, cheers. All right, cheers. The two of them downed the wine. After drinking the wine, Chen Xianhe gave Chen Daoxuan a look. Chen Daoxuan understood and quietly took out a jade box from his storage bag. He smiled at Zhou Siliang and said, Brother Zhou, you and I hit it off at first sight. I bought a little something not long ago. Please accept it. All. Zhou Siliang was just listening to his father and Chen Xianhe, who often bribed him, calling each other brothers. The next second, he was being presented with gifts in public. He couldn't help but feel at a loss. Brother Chen, what do you mean? Zhou Muchen put down his wine glass and put on a displeased expression. Brother Zhou, it's a good thing that our children are willing to get close, isn't it? Zhou Siliang looked at his father eagerly. When his father nodded, he couldn't wait to take the jade box. Zhou Muchen was slightly dissatisfied when he saw his son's useless appearance. Fortunately, Zhou Sichen did not open the jade box in front of everyone, giving him some face. The banquet lasted for more than 4 hours before it ended. During the meal, Zhou Muchen and Chen Xianhe talked about the past of the Southern Mountain City. They regretted not meeting each other earlier. After leaving, Zhou Muchen and his son sat on the cloud-treading beast carriage and walked on the streets of the core business district. Zhou Siliang couldn't help but feel curious as he looked at the starry night sky outside the car. He quickly took out the jade box that Chen Daoxuan had given him from his storage bag and removed the restriction on it. As the jade box was opened, spiritual light flashed in the carriage. Whoa! What a big deal! Zhou Siliang exclaimed when he saw the treasure in the jade box. Zhou Muchen looked over when he heard the voice. His pupils could not help but shrink slightly. What was in the jade box was not a small gift for Zhou Siliang. It was clearly a big gift for him, Zhou Muchen. Inside the jade box, 10 water spirit pearls lay quietly inside, 5 level 2 water spirit pearls and 5 level 1 water spirit pearls. The 5 grade 1 water spirit pearls were probably a gift for Zhou Siliang. To Zhou Muchen, they were not worth much. However, the value of 5 tier 2 water spirit beads was shocking. The last time Chen Daoxuan went to the Zhou auction house, the starting price of a grade 2 water spirit pearl was 1000 spirit stones. If these 5 water spirit pearls were to be auctioned off, they could be sold for more than 6000 spirit stones. Even if Zhou Muchen could buy it at the family's internal price, he would still have to spend 5000 spirit stones. Even for a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator like him, this gift could not be considered cheap. He thought about it for a moment. Zhou Muchen knew that the Chen family might have dug out all their secrets to give this gift. One had to know that the profits of a low-grade level 1 magic tool were extremely low. It was unknown how long it would take for those special craftsmen of the Chen family to earn so much profit. Thinking of this, his impression of Chen Xianhe became even better. The clan members were united, the clan leader had courage, and there was also an outstanding junior like Chen Daoxuan. Zhou Muchen had a premonition that if the Chen family could survive this calamity, they would definitely have a place in Guang'an Prefecture in the future. Thinking of this, he took out 5 grade 2 water spirit beads from the jade box and placed them in his storage bag. These 5 water spirit pearls belong to me. Hearing this, Zhou Sichen's young face instantly fell. Seeing him like this, Zhou Muchen shook his head and threw a storage bag over. He laughed and said, "All right, there are 1000 spirit stones in here. Treat it as me buying you, all right." Then, she reminded him, "You have to save your money, understand? Don't just run around the hook every day." After saying that, she rubbed her son's head dotingly. "All right, I understand. Thank you, father." Zhou Sichen happily accepted the 1000 spirit stones. Although he said that, he was thinking that he should find his good brothers and have a good time tomorrow. Chen Xianhe and Chen Daoxuan returned to the Rainbow Sonar Flying Sword shop. The two of them looked at each other and heaved a sigh of relief. Then, the two of them laughed loudly. This matter has succeeded. Chen Xianhe did not expect to be so lucky to meet his colleague from the southern mountains city 50 years ago. Chen Daoxuan nodded heavily, and the huge stone that was pressing down on his heart was completely put down. With Zhou Muchen's help, it was fine if the Mo family did not come. If they dared to come, they would definitely die without a burial place. He laughed for a while. Chen Xianhe stopped laughing and said coldly, "Next, we'll let the Mo family get into our trap." 13th Uncle, what do you plan to do? Listen to me. Chapter 78, Too Exaggerated, 1. On the second day after Chen Xianhe and Zhou Muchen made their deal, the Rainbow Sonar Flying Sword shop in the Wandering Cultivator Market suddenly increased the number of flying swords it sold. In the past year or so, the Rainbow Sonar Flying Sword shop only selected one lucky buyer each day to purchase the flying sword of the shop. Hunger marketing had been going on for more than a year. However, those wandering cultivators who couldn't buy a flying sword in the Wandering Cultivator Market were extremely greedy. But today, the Rainbow Sonar Flying Sword shop changed its usual state. They were wantonly selling goods in the Wandering Cultivator Market, and the magic tools they sold were all low-grade first-tier flying swords of the same style. Compared to the other magic tool shops in the Wandering Cultivator Market, the Rainbow Sonar Flying Sword shop's only advantage was that their flying swords were all new and not second-hand. This was simply too tempting for rogue cultivators who did not have any channels to purchase low-grade magic tools. Every day, when the shop opened, the Rainbow Sonar Flying Sword shop was always surrounded by itinerant cultivators. It was even more exaggerated than the lottery draw. When the Chen family uncle and nephew saw this scene, they had no choice but to urgently adjust their sales strategy. Even though they had brought more than 1,500 flying swords with them on this trip. But at this rate, they would probably be sold out in 3 days. The reason why they were wantonly selling their goods was to force the Mo clan and other small clans, not purely to sell their flying swords. Both of them were very clear about this. After Chen Xianhe changed the supply of flying swords to 50 a day, the fanatical mood of the itinerant cultivators did not ease. Instead, it became even crazier as time passed. However, what the Chen family wanted was the fanaticism of the freelance martial artists. The more fanatical they were, the more bleak the business of the other magic tool shops in the wandering cultivator market would be. As a result, the small families led by the Mo family could not help but attack the Chen family. As expected. On the 10th day after the Rainbow Sonar Flying Sword shop began to sell its goods, the Mo family finally couldn't take it anymore and took the initiative to come to their door. Rainbow Sound Flying Sword Shop. After a day of business, Chen Daoxuan and Chen Daoxuan were about to close the shop. 3 luxuriously dressed cultivators took the initiative to come to the door. The person in the lead was a cultivator in his early 50s. He looked energetic and his entire body revealed a harmonious charm. One of the 2 behind him was in his early 30s. He had a pale face and was wearing a purple Daoist robe. His cultivation had also reached the 9th level of the aura refining realm. The other seemed to be a rogue cultivator. He was wrapped in a black robe and his face could not be seen clearly. The 3 of them were Mo Changsheng, the clan leader of the Mo clan, and Mo Yuking, a cultivator of the Mo clan. They were also the itinerant cultivator they had found. Chen Daoxuan didn't know Mo Changsheng, but he had a strong impression of Mo Yuking, who had once said that he wanted to buy the flying swords from their shop. "It's you." Chen Daoxuan recognized him immediately and asked warily, "What do you want?" "Fellow Daoist Chen, right?" Without waiting for Mo Yuking to speak, the leader of the Mo clan, the clan leader, took the lead and said, "Let me introduce myself first. I am the clan leader of the Mo clan, Mo Changsheng. Fellow Daoist Chen of the Mo clan's precious tool pavilion should have heard of me, right? It is my Mo family's property." Chen Daoxuan nodded slowly. "I've heard of it. May I know why you're here? If it's still the same thing as last time, I advise you not to waste your time. My Chen family will never give up our sales channels to others." Upon hearing this, Mo Changshen's expression changed at first, but then he eased up and said with a smile, "Fellow Daoist Chen, both of our families are Qi refinement families in Guang'an Prefecture. We should watch over each other and help each other. Why are you so aggressive?" "I'm aggressive." Chen Daoxuan was so angry that he laughed. "I wonder who was the one who wanted to forcefully buy my Chen family's flying sword shop last time. May I ask, is it your Mo family who is being aggressive or my Chen family?" Hearing this, Mo Changsheng put on a fake smile and said, "It's all my Mo family's fault for being insensible. I apologize to fellow Daoist Chen on his behalf." As he spoke, Mo Changsheng bowed deeply to Chen Daoxuan. "Humph." Chen Daoxuan turned his head. "Since the misunderstanding between us has been eliminated, why don't we talk about a new cooperation? What do you think, fellow Daoist Chen? What do you want to talk about?" Chen Daoxuan asked. "Fellow Daoist Chen, can we talk in private?" "Good." Chen Daoxuan thought for a moment, then gave Chen Daoxuan a look and nodded in agreement. Both parties walked into the shop and sat opposite each other. After serving tea to Mo Changsheng, "May I know what Dao friend Mo is referring to?" Chen Daoxuan asked. "Well." Mo Changsheng smiled and said, "What do you think of the low-end magical equipment market in Guang'an Prefecture's Rogue Cultivators Market? Very vast." Chen Daoxuan said after some thought. "That's right." Mo Changsheng clapped his hands and agreed. "My Mo family thinks so too. However, why do the fellow cultivators in the wandering cultivator market not buy many magic tools from our magic tool shops every year?" Before Chen Daoxuan could answer, Mo Changsheng took the initiative and said, "The reason is that the freelance martial artists in the freelance martial arts market don't like the second-hand magic tools in our hands. But fellow Daoist Chen is different. You have a blacksmith who can refine magic tools, but my Mo clan has been rooted in the wandering cultivator market for more than 100 years. We have a lot of sales experience and complicated interpersonal relationships. How can we not become bigger and stronger when our 2 families join forces?" Chen Daoxuan seemed to be moved by her words. On the other hand, Chen Daoxuan angrily rebuked, "From what you're saying, what's the difference between this and purchasing my Chen clan's flying sword shop? Are the people of my Chen family all idiots? Don't they know how to sell magic tools?" "That's right." Chen Daoxuan looked enlightened. His expression seemed to be saying that he had almost fallen for his trick. After he was done, he even gave Chen Daoxuan a reassuring look. Seeing that Chen Zianhe was about to agree, but Chen Daoxuan ruined the good thing halfway, Mo Changshen's face turned red with anger. The anger that he had been suppressing since entering the shop could no longer be concealed. His face gradually turned cold. He glanced at Chen Daoxuan and said coldly, "If I remember correctly, your Chen family's shop has only had fellow Daoist Chen, right? Why is there another junior here today?" Hearing this, Chen Zianhe immediately put on a fierce expression and said, "What do you mean? I'm warning you, this is Guang'an Prefecture. Don't mess around." As he spoke, his right hand reached for his storage pouch. It was as if he was going to attack at any moment. Mo Changsheng was relieved when he saw his bluffing expression. He smiled. "Fellow Daoist Chen, you're worrying too much. This is Guang'an Prefecture. How could I mess around?" Before Chen Zianhe could heave a sigh of relief, Mo Changsheng continued, "But, the journey from Guang'an Prefecture to your Chen family's Shuanghu Island is long. It's hard to say if any accidents will happen on the way." Hearing this threat, Chen Daoxuan was so angry that his face turned red. He scolded loudly, "Old man, you dare to threaten me!" However, Mo Changsheng did not even care about Chen Daoxuan, who was only at the 7th level of the aura refining realm. In his eyes, although Chen Zianhe's cultivation was one level lower, he was still the leader of the Chen family. As for Chen Daoxuan, he was a junior of the Chen family. Moreover, his expression was one of joy and anger. It could be seen that his temperament was extremely bad and it was difficult for him to become great. Mo Changsheng did not even bother to answer him. Hearing Mo Changshen's threat, Chen Zianhe's expression changed. After a long time, "I believe that with the Zhou family's patrol team around, your Mo family won't have the guts to attack us." He raised his head and said confidently. Mo Changsheng stared at Chen Zianhe intently. Chen Zianhe stared at him without backing down. After a long time, Mo Changsheng laughed and stood up. "I was just joking. There's no need to take it to heart, fellow Daoist Chen." With that, he turned around and left with the two cultivators behind him. After the Mo family had left, Chen Daoguan opened the door and set up a soundproof array. He smiled and said, "13th uncle, how was my performance just now?" "Too exaggerated." Chen Zianhe commented with a smile. Chapter 79, Killing the Chicken to Make an Instance, 1. The two of them chatted and laughed for a while. "I was still wondering why the Mo family made the first move," Chen Zianhe said seriously. "At first, I thought it was the Mo clan precious tool pavilion that was most affected by our shop, but now it seems that this is not the only reason." 13th uncle, what do you mean?" "Yes." Chen Zianhe nodded. "Mo Changsheng, the clan leader of the Mo clan, has already reached the peak of the Qi refinement realm. It's obvious that he's about to reach the foundation establishment realm. Moreover, he has already reached the age where he has no choice but to build his foundation. Otherwise, the Mo clan would not be in such a hurry to attack us." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan thought carefully. The Mo clan was indeed a little too hasty in making trouble for the Chen clan this time. Logically speaking, a family with hundreds of years of inheritance, even if it was a Qi refinement family, should not be so reckless. After all, the Chen clan was also a Qi refinement clan. The Mo clan had acted hastily before they had fully understood the strength of the Chen clan. It seemed a little rash. In that case, there was only one reason, and that was that the Mo clan could not wait any longer. They couldn't wait to find out if the Chen family had any background or how strong they were. In other words, they believed that they were not afraid of the Chen family's revenge after destroying the business of the Chen family's magical equipment shop. The only thing that gave them such confidence was that Mo Changsheng, the clan leader of the Mo clan, was about to reach the foundation establishment realm. The Mo clan had a foundation building cultivator as their leader. As a newly advanced foundation building clan, they naturally wouldn't fear the revenge of a Qi refining clan like the Chen clan of Twin Lakes Island. At that time, the weak Chen family had no choice but to swallow their defeat. At this point, Chen Zianhe smiled again. "If I was only 50% sure that the Mo clan would kill us on our way back, I am at least 90% sure now. Mo Changsheng will definitely take the bait." Chen Zian, he said firmly. He left the rainbow sonar flying sword shop. Mo Changshen's face was livid and he remained silent throughout the journey. Mo Yuking and the black-robed cultivator did not dare to disturb him. The atmosphere in the team was a little gloomy. When everyone returned to the Mo clan precious tool pavilion. After Mo Changsheng instructed Mo Yuking to close the door, everyone went upstairs to have a chat. Fellow Daoist Jia. Mo Changsheng cupped his hands at the black-robed cultivator. I wonder if your spiritual beast can remember the auras of the two of them just now? Hearing this, the black-robed cultivator took out a furry little beast with a sharp nose and short tail from his spirit beast pouch. It made short and strange sounds from its mouth, as if it was communicating with it. After a long time, the black-robed rogue cultivator raised his head. Clan leader Mo, my little darling told me that he has already memorized the auras of those two people. Within a radius of 5,000 miles, they can forget about escaping the pursuit of the 1,000-mile tracking beast. That's good. Mo Changsheng nodded. Don't worry, fellow Daoist Jia. After this matter is settled, I will pay you the 1,000 spiritual stones I promised. Hehe, of course I trust clan leader Mo. Hearing the promise of 1,000 spirit stones, a hint of greed appeared in the black-robed cultivator's eyes. The black-robed cultivator left. Mo Yuking took 2 steps forward and said hesitantly, Patriarch, are we really going to give him 1,000 spirit stones as a reward? Upon hearing this, Mo Changsheng glanced at him and looked out the window. Killing a fellow cultivator is a great crime. 1,000 spirit stones as a reward? Hehe, in this world, only the dead can keep secrets. Hearing this, Mo Yuking was shocked. Mo Changshen's expression softened after he said that. Have you brought all the people I asked you to bring? Patriarch, there are 17 cultivators in the clan who are at the late stage of the aura refining realm and above. All of them are here. Very good. Mo Changshen's eyes revealed a hint of killing intent. After the Chen family sells their magical equipment wantonly, they will definitely purchase a large amount of spirit ores and return to Shuanghu Island to refine flying swords. As long as they intercepted their cargo ship halfway, the Chen family would definitely not be able to recover without this batch of spirit ores. After we go to the black market and sell this batch of spirit ores, we will have enough resources for me to build my foundation. At that time, how can my Mo family be afraid of the revenge of a mere chi refinement family? Mo Changsheng murmured, as if he was comforting Mo Yuking and himself. Kill fellow cultivators. Once discovered, it would be a great crime in the Infinite Star Sea. This was especially true for the Mo clan's act of killing their fellow cultivators. If the Qianyuan sword sect didn't care about such evil deeds, everyone would have followed suit, and the Infinite Star Sea would have been in chaos. Of course. Even with the control of the Qianyuan sword sect, there were still many itinerant cultivators who chose to take the risk. However, it was rare for a clan cultivator to kill someone halfway. This was because the cultivation resources of the clan cultivators were much better than those of the rogue cultivators, so there was no need for them to take the risk. Rogue cultivators were different. They lacked cultivation resources and were alone without any worries. If they were not careful, they might do something to kill their fellow cultivators. As for if they were discovered, they could just run away. Anyway, they didn't have any spirit veins, and they didn't have any ordinary clansmen to burden them with. With their storage bags, the 4 seas were their home. Back then, the Sun brothers who had set up the trap of the God Extinction Immortal Mansion to kill Chen Daoxuan were the typical representatives of this kind of rogue cultivators. Of course. With the high-pressure policy of the Qianyuan sword sect and the battlefield opened by the Yun nation, which could be used by itinerant cultivators to obtain cultivation resources, there were fewer and fewer itinerant cultivators who killed their fellow cultivators in the Infinite Star Sea. Because they realized the risks and benefits of killing a fellow cultivator were not proportional. It was easy to intercept and kill itinerant cultivators, but itinerant cultivators were usually cleaner than their faces. There was not much gain from intercepting and killing them, and they would instead attract trouble. And killing a clan disciple was much riskier. Who knew what kind of trump cards the clan's disciples had? It was not certain who would kill who. These wandering cultivators only killed their fellow cultivators for money, not for death. After weighing the pros and cons, he might as well go to the Yun nation battlefield and fight for a future. This was also an important reason why the Sun brothers gave up on killing Chen Daoxuan and chose to go to the battlefield of the Yun nation. In the next few dozen days, a strange scene appeared in the magic tool market of the wandering cultivator market. The rainbow sonar flying sword store's supply of magic tools was in short supply, while the magic tool stores opened by other itinerant cultivators or small clans were deserted. Throughout the day, there was practically no business at all. However, no one expressed their stance. It was as if they were waiting for someone to break the deadlock. However, no one was willing to be the one to stand out. Perhaps they knew that someone was already standing out. In a short month, the Rainbow Sonar Flying Sword Shop sold flying swords like crazy. Finally, within a month, they sold 1,500 flying swords. This time, the Rainbow Sonar Flying Sword Shop was completely popular among the wandering cultivators at the bottom level of the wandering cultivator market. It could be said that it had reached the point where everyone knew about it. The big clans turned a blind eye to this scene, while the small clans of Guang'an Prefecture and some foundation-building clans with shallow foundations began to inquire about the origin of the Chen family of Shuanghu Island. Towards this scene, Chen Xianhe and Chen Daoxuan had expected this. Since selling the flying swords in a low-profile manner was still coveted by others, he would completely become high-profile. However, at the same time, the Chen family had to kill the chicken to warn the monkeys and establish a reputation. And the Mo clan that had taken the initiative to jump out was the chicken chosen by the Chen clan. Chapter 80, Fellow Daoist, how have you been? Guang'an Prefecture Port. Looking at the carts of spirit ores being transported onto the cargo ship, Chen Daoxuan frowned and said, 13th uncle, do you think the Mo family will fall for it? When things came to a head, Chen Daoxuan could not help but worry about his gains and losses. If the Mo clan did not come, the Chen clan's painstaking arrangements would be for naught. Chen Xianhe was much more confident. He patted Chen Daoxuan's shoulder and smiled. Don't worry, they will definitely come. You're still young and don't understand the desire of a qi condensation cultivator who's almost 60 years old to reach the foundation establishment stage. Chen Xianhe still had something to say. Back then, he had also been so desperate. Chen Daoxuan's aptitude was astonishing, and the Chen family did not lack resources. To him, building his foundation in the future was a sure thing. Of course, he couldn't understand how desperate and crazy those who couldn't build their foundation or were only one step away from building their foundation would be. In the southwest sea area of the Infinite Star Sea, a fleet of ships was sailing on the rippling sea. The leading ship, Grey Cloud, not only carried the supplies purchased by the Chen family, but also a new batch of female slaves from the Yun nation. However, the number of female slaves he bought this time was far less than the number he bought the first time. The reason for this? It wasn't that the Chen family couldn't afford it, but that the young female slaves in Guang'an Prefecture were almost sold out. In addition, the resource transport ship from the front line did not come. The price of young female slaves in Guang'an Prefecture had been extremely high recently. In fact, the price had almost reached the terrifying price of 2 spirit stones per slave. With such an expensive price, the Chen family was naturally unwilling to be a sucker. In addition, the young and beautiful female slaves had basically been selected by others. Chen Daoxuan only bought more than 1,000 female slaves from the Yun nation. It had to be said. Over the past year, the ordinary male clansmen of the Chen family of Shuanghu Island had always been in happiness and pain. In the beginning, they felt happy, but later on, they felt a little miserable. Chen Daoxuan had noticed more than once that many of the adult men in the clan would cover their waists with their hands when they walked. The two of them stood on the deck of Grey Cloud. Chen Xianhe looked at the cabin behind him and said hesitantly, Daoxuan, should we postpone the purchase of the Yun nation's female slaves? If this goes on, I'm afraid the clansmen's bodies won't be able to hold on. Chen Xianhe stroked his beard as he tried to persuade her. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan glanced at the cabin and said coldly, it's okay. I bought a large number of supplements for my clansmen this time. They'll be fine. Hearing this, Chen Xianhe almost pulled his beard off. He was glad that he was a cultivator and not an ordinary member of the Chen clan. Just as the two of them were chatting, in front of them, there was a giant ship sailing towards them. The speed of this huge ship was extremely fast. In less than half a cup of tea's time, it had closed in on the Chen family's fleet. The uncle and nephew of the Chen family ordered the fleet to dodge. Who knew that the other party seemed to have identified the Chen family's fleet and was determined to force their way over. Seeing this scene, Chen Daoxuan and Chen Zianhe had some guesses. The two of them scanned the area with their divine senses. As expected, he found that there were 20 qi condensation cultivators on the ship. Besides, other than the black-robed cultivator, the rest of them were all in the advanced stage of the aura refining realm. In other words, even the weakest of the Mo clan cultivators had reached the 7th layer of the aura refining realm. Why is the Mo family ahead of us? Chen Daoxuan looked at Chen Zianhe in confusion. Chen Zianhe shook his head and said solemnly, there are all kinds of tracking techniques in the cultivation world. It's not strange that they can wait for us halfway. Obviously. Chen Zianhe had seen some amazing tracking techniques. Be careful later. Don't let the Mo clan's cultivators hurt you. Chen Daoxuan pursed his lips. He wasn't worried that the other party would hurt him. To be honest, Chen Daoxuan himself was a little unclear about how strong his current strength was. However, there was one thing he was sure of, and that was that his strength was almost invincible among qi condensation cultivators. He had cultivated until now. Chen Daoxuan had only learned 2 sword scriptures, wind-chasing sword scripture and overflow rain sword scripture. Generally speaking, the outer sect disciples of the Qianyuan sword sect had to practice one of the first-order sword techniques, such as the wind-chasing sword technique and the overflow rain sword technique, to the great completion realm in the qi refining stage before they were qualified. As for inner sect disciples, other than the spirit root requirement, they had to cultivate at least 2 Tier 1 sword scriptures to the great success realm. In other words, even the Qianyuan sword sect would not force the inner disciples to cultivate the first-order sword technique to the perfection realm, because this requirement was too difficult for qi condensation disciples. If any inner sect disciple could cultivate the first-order sword technique to perfection when he was in the qi refining realm, he would instantly become a candidate for the direct disciple of the Heaven Essence sword sect. As long as he advanced to foundation establishment and comprehended sword essence, he would be able to become a personal disciple. If Zhou Mubai from Guang'an Prefecture was from the Qianyuan sword sect, he would have been able to become a direct disciple. Chen Daoxuan, on the other hand, cultivated the wind-chasing sword technique to perfection in 3 months. Then, he spent another 3 months to cultivate the overflow rain sword technique to perfection. For the next 4 months, he was stuck at the fusion of wind-chasing sword technique and overflow rain sword technique. Until 1 year ago, he comprehended the Dao at the Sea Viewing Pavilion. After comprehending the profoundness of the wind and rain sword technique, his sword Dao level had entered a new world. From then on, a whole year, Chen Daoxuan cultivated in seclusion on Shuanghu Island every day. He had an epiphany every 10 days, and with each epiphany, his sword Dao level improved. After a year of enlightenment, Chen Daoxuan did not know what level his current sword Dao realm had reached. He only knew that if the current him were to face the him from a year ago, he would be able to kill him in one strike. He could vaguely sense that his sword Dao realm was at a new threshold. If he crossed it, it would be a whole new world. However, in this aspect, the Chen family did not have any predecessors who left behind a single word to guide him. He didn't even know how to divide the realms of sword Dao. He only knew that Zhou Mubai had comprehended sword essence when he was in the foundation establishment stage and became a sword cultivator. Sword intent should be a description of the realm of the Tao of the sword. Chen Daoxuan didn't know if he had comprehended sword intent or not, and if he could be considered a sword cultivator. However, according to the rumors, he should not have comprehended sword essence yet. It was said that after a cultivator comprehended sword intent, they would thoroughly temper their true essence and transform it into invincible sword essence. This was also the reason why sword cultivators were the strongest in terms of offense among their peers and could even fight those of a higher level. While he was deep in thought, the other party's ship had already stopped not far from the Chen family's fleet. Seeing this, the Chen family had no choice but to stop their fleet and wait quietly. In the next moment, 20 cultivators soared into the sky and flew toward the Chen family's fleet. The leader of the group was none other than Mo Changsheng, the clan leader of the Mo clan whom they had met 20 days ago. At this moment, Mo Changsheng was looking down at the Chen family's uncle and nephew. He sneered and said, "I haven't seen you for a few days. How have you been?" Chapter 81, killing the brains, 1. Seeing this scene, Chen Xianhe and Chen Daoxuan looked at each other and smiled faintly. Chen Xianhe stepped forward and reasoned with Mo Changsheng, Dao friend Mo, why did you stop my uncle and nephew? Behind him, Chen Daoxuan secretly held a light purple photo stone in his hand to record the evidence. Ha ha ha. Mo Changsheng laughed wildly. Chen Xianhe, cut the crap. Today, I'll ask you one last time. Are you going to hand over the Chen clan's magical equipment store or not? Hearing this direct threat, Chen Xianhe's face turned pale. He said nervously, Dao friend Mo, don't make any mistakes. I'm warning you, I've already informed the Zhou clan's patrol fleet. You have to think carefully. Killing a fellow cultivator is a great crime. Do you want your Mo clan to be raided and exterminated? When he heard the words extermination, a hint of fear appeared in Mo Changshen's eyes. Obviously, he had to bear a lot of mental pressure to kill Chen Xianhe and his nephew. After all, for every cultivator living in the Infinite Star Sea, the reputation of the Qian Yuan sword sect was too great. Stubborn, you're courting death. Mo Changsheng felt a little uneasy. He immediately ordered the Mo clan cultivators behind him, attack. Hearing this, the Mo clan cultivators immediately spread out and surrounded Chen Xianhe and his nephew's grey cloud. This time, Chen Xianhe and his nephew really had no way to escape. Seeing that Chen Xianhe still wanted to speak, Chen Daoxuan stepped forward and smiled, 13th uncle, I've already recorded the evidence. As he spoke, he raised the photo stone in his hand. Hearing this, Chen Xianhe, who was about to perform again, suddenly shut up and instructed, be careful. The Zhou family should be nearby. You just need to stall them for a moment. 13th uncle, don't worry. As Chen Daoxuan spoke, he took out the flying snow and shadow-bearing swords from his storage pouch. High in the sky, a spirit void battleship was hidden in the clouds. Inside the spirit void battleship, Zhou Muchen cast the round mirror technique. Inside the round mirror, at this moment, the scene of the Mo family cultivators killing the Chen family's uncle and nephew was being played. Zhou Muchen's expression turned cold as he ordered, let's go down. Yes, sir. Lord Deacon. On the surface of the sea, after the Mo clan members surrounded the Chen clan's uncle and nephew, they took out their magic tools from their storage bags. Looking at the style of their magic tools, most of them used flying swords. Less than 3 of them were using magic tools of other styles. Kill them! Mo Changsheng shouted and charged at Chen Daoxuan. But in the next second, within a radius of 1,000 feet, the surface of the sea suddenly began to rain. The rain connected with the surface of the sea and formed a curtain of rain. Mo Changsheng could not help but be stunned. Just as he was in a daze, a miserable cry entered his ears. All! My hand! Mo Changshen looked over and saw a Qi refinement realm cultivator of the Mo clan clutching his broken right hand and screaming in pain. His entire body was on the verge of collapsing. The intense pain even made it very difficult for him to maintain the wind manipulation technique. This rain! Mo Changshen's pupils constricted slightly. Not good. It's sword qi. Seeing this, he immediately shouted, this rain is sword qi. Everyone, quickly use your defensive spiritual talismans. After a loud shout, Mo Changsheng was the first to take out a golden shield talisman and activate it. Instantly, a golden light enveloped Mo Changsheng, making him feel safe. The golden shield talisman was a first-tier superior grade spirit talisman. It contained a defensive spell called the Golden Shield spell. The Golden Shield spell was one of the best defensive spells among all the Tier 1 spells. Compared to the ice enchantment in Chen Daoxuan's hand, its defensive power was nearly twice as strong. Generally speaking, when a cultivator used the Golden Barrier technique, even a 9th Qi layer cultivator would be helpless against it for a while. However, Mo Changsheng was horrified to find out. The spherical golden barrier constructed by the Golden Barrier technique became precarious under the corrosion of the rain sword qi, as if it would be torn apart by the other party in the next second. Chen Daoxuan saw that they had discovered the secret of the rainwater sword qi, so he decided not to sneak attack anymore. Instead, he went all out to display the wind and rain sword technique. In an instant, The 7 late-stage refinement realm cultivators of the Mo family were killed on the spot. Their bodies were torn into pieces by the sword chi. Blood mixed with broken limbs fell on the surface of the infinite star sea. The seawater was dyed red. However, at this moment, Mo Changsheng was not in the mood to care about anything else. At this moment, he could not even protect himself. Looking at the golden shield technique that was on the verge of collapsing, Mo Changsheng steeled his heart and summoned his flying sword, charging towards Chen Daoxuan. He knew that the only way to break out of this situation was to kill Chen Daoxuan before the golden shield technique's defense was broken. He could only hope that Chen Daoxuan's swordsmanship was unparalleled, but his defense was lacking. Otherwise, the 19 cultivators of the Mo clan would all be buried here today. Of course, Mo Changsheng would never have thought that he would actually guess Chen Daoxuan's weakness. Compared to his offensive power, Chen Daoxuan's defensive methods were indeed his greatest shortcoming. In terms of defensive means, Chen Daoxuan was not much better than ordinary late-stage aura refining cultivators. However, sometimes, offense was the best defense. Mo Changshen's sword radiance tore through the rain and charged toward Chen Daoxuan. However, before his sword radiance could get close to Chen Daoxuan, an even more terrifying white mark flashed and disappeared. The white mark instantly pierced through Mo Changshen's sword radiance. His flying sword instantly flew back with a wail. This. Mo Changsheng looked at the scene before him in horror. Immediately, a sense of horror that he had never felt before assaulted him. Fellow deist, forgive. Before he could finish, the terrifying white mark tore through the spherical barrier formed by the golden shield technique like a bubble. Then, the white mark turned. Mo Changshen's head fell to the surface of the sea along with his broken body. The clan leader was dead. The patriarch is dead. Someone shouted. Instantly, the courage of the Mo clan cultivators to resist was shattered. The two sides had been fighting very slowly. Other than Mo Changsheng, the other Mo clan cultivators could not even tear through the rain curtain sword chi, but their defensive spiritual talismans were all torn apart. If Chen Daoxuan hadn't intentionally held back at the end, the dozen or so cultivators of the Mo clan would probably have all died on the spot. Even so, when Chen Daoxuan put away the wind and rain sword technique, Mo Yuking was the only one left standing in the air. As for the others, they either had broken arms or lost a leg. Those with broken arms and legs were lucky. At least they were still alive. The 11 Mo clan cultivators who had fallen into the sea were even more miserable. They were all minced into meat and died in an extremely miserable manner. Mo Yuking, who was already pale, was so frightened by this scene that his face turned pale. He raised his finger and pointed at Chen Daoxuan, trembling and unable to speak for a long time. The black-robed rogue cultivator who had led them here was trembling in fear. Chen Daoxuan could even smell urine. This black-robed rogue cultivator, a dignified cultivator, was actually scared to the point of peeing his pants at this moment. It was also a rare sight. Chen Daoxuan had deliberately left these two behind. Otherwise, even with the black-robed cultivator's cultivation of the 5th layer of the aura refining realm, he probably wouldn't be able to withstand a single sword chi from Chen Daoxuan, let alone Mo Yuking. Not to mention that he was standing here in one piece. This battle, no, it should be said that this massacre, from beginning to end, only lasted for less than 3 breaths. After a battle, the head of the Mo clan had been beheaded, and 11 Mo clan cultivators had been shattered into pieces and scattered across the sea. The remaining 7 Mo clan cultivators were all seriously injured, except for Mo Yuking. Even though Mo Yuking wasn't injured, he was scared out of his wits. The only thought in his mind was to live on. Only when he faced death did he know that the most precious thing in the world was not money, but life. At this moment, a loud rumble came from the sky. A spirit void battleship cut through the sky and landed. Who knows? When Mo Yuking saw the spirit void battleship, he was like a drowning man grabbing onto the last straw. He pointed at Chen Daoxuan and said in a hoarse and sharp voice, "Murder! He killed someone! Help! Senior, save me!" Chen Daoxuan was speechless. Chapter 82, Where did your Mo family get the spirit stones? Senior, save me! Mo Yuking wailed as he flew towards the spirit void battleship, as if there was a deadly ghost behind him. The huge spirit void battleship hovered above everyone's heads. Immediately after, streams of light flew down from the spirit void battleship. It was the light of a Foundation establishment cultivator. When the Chen family saw this scene, they looked at Mo Yuking's performance calmly. Mo Yuking saw that Chen Daoxuan actually didn't stop him, and suddenly a surge of ecstasy surged in his heart. Just as his face was filled with ecstasy, a streak of light flashed past his side. Then, an extremely cold face entered his sight. "Senior, I'm noisy." Zhou Muchen glanced coldly at Mo Yuking. He grabbed Mo Yuking's neck with one hand and held him in his hand like he was holding a chick. As Zhou Muchen and the others descended on the grey cloud, the uncle and nephew of the Chen family hurriedly went forward to greet him. "Brother Zhou! Uncle Zhou!" Chen Xianhe and Chen Daoxuan quickly stepped forward and cupped their hands in greeting. Zhou Muchen's eyes lit up when he saw Chen Xianhe and Chen Daoxuan. He had seen Chen Daoxuan's performance against the Mo clan cultivators just now. Zhou Muchen was surprised to find that in terms of the realm of swordsmanship, this young junior was actually above him. This was somewhat frightening. One had to know that he was a 7th stage Foundation establishment cultivator, and his cultivation was a whole realm higher than Chen Daoxuan's. Even if Chen Daoxuan had started practicing the sword in his mother's womb, his level of swordsmanship would not be above his. The only explanation was that Chen Daoxuan was like Zhou Mubai, the pride of the Zhou family. They were both geniuses of the sword. If this kind of sword genius did not fall in the future, he was destined to become a famous figure. Thinking of this, Zhou Muchen's heart was filled with the desire to befriend the Chen family's uncle and nephew. Especially when Chen Daoxuan was still so young. Although Zhou Muchen looked like he was only in his 40s, he had been cultivating for more than 150 years. Even if a Foundation establishment cultivator had 200 years of lifespan, Zhou Muchen did not have much left. Moreover, Zhou Muchen knew very well that if he did not have too much luck, the possibility of him breaking through to the Zifu disciple realm in this lifetime was extremely low. If Zhou Muchen was alone, it would be fine. Unfortunately, he had a son in his old age, a qi condensation son, Zhou Siliang. This made him have to think more about his son's future. Even though the Zhou clan was the overlord of Guang'an Prefecture, they also had hundreds of thousands of cultivators. There were so many cultivators, and his son Zhou Siliang's aptitude and temperament were not good. Zhou Muchen was actually very worried about his son's future. His son might not have any worries now that he was still alive, but when he died in the future, his son's situation would definitely be much more difficult than now. As a descendant of the Zhou family, Zhou Muchen knew very well that the Zhou family would never use a large amount of resources to raise a good-for-nothing. However, Zhou Muchen could not tell these worries to outsiders. In the eyes of outsiders, he, Zhou Muchen, had a high position and authority. He was a patrol deacon who controlled one of the Zhou family's spirit void battleships. However, who could understand the pain in his heart? Originally, he had only helped Chen Xianhe and Chen Daoxuan because Chen Xianhe had bribed him with a second-grade water spirit pearl and because they were once colleagues of the southern mountain city. However, after witnessing Chen Daoxuan's terrifying talent in the Tao of the Sword, Zhou Muchen had completely changed his mind. He wanted to befriend the Chen clan, especially Chen Daoxuan. He didn't know why, but he could vaguely see the shadow of the Zhou clan's prodigy, Guang'an sword immortal Zhou Mubai, who had once dominated the entire Guang'an prefecture. His thoughts spun. Zhou Muchen casually restrained Mo Yuking's Danshan and Sea of Qi and threw him onto the deck of grey cloud. He cupped his hands and said, "Brother Chen, nephew, I'm not late, am I?" "Not too late, not too late. You came just in time." Chen Xianhe cupped his hands and chuckled. On the deck of grey cloud, Mo Yuking's heart sank when he heard their conversation. At this moment, he knew that the Mo family had been tricked by Chen Xianhe. Thinking of this, he pointed at Chen Xianhe and cursed, "It's you. It's you, old bastard, who's scheming against my Mo family. Old man, you're so ruthless." Hearing this curse, Chen Daoxuan's face immediately darkened. He raised his hand and sent out a stream of genuine qi, knocking Mo Yuking to the ground. He said coldly, "Watch your mouth." Mo Yuking seemed to have been killed by Chen Daoxuan. After being slapped by him, not only did he not dare to talk back, but he also buried his head on the deck. Chen Xianhe was not angry at Mo Yuking's scolding. Instead, he smiled and said, "Don't blame me for not giving your Mo clan a chance. I've already informed the Zhou clan's patrol team. It's your Mo clan's own stubbornness that led to this bitter outcome. How can you blame me?" Mo Yuking was so angry that he couldn't say a word when he heard those words. But immediately after, he seemed to have thought of something and crawled over frantically. He grabbed the corner of Zhou Muchen's shirt and begged, "Senior Zhou, please be magnanimous and let my Mo family off." Mo Yuking paused, "That's right. My Mo clan has spiritual stones. We have more than 30,000 spiritual stones. They are for my clan leader to prepare for foundation establishment. I'll give them to you now. I'll give them all to you. I only beg you to spare my Mo clan." As he spoke, Mo Yuking kept kowtowing. Seeing him kneel and plead for his clansmen, Chen Daoxuan felt a little sorry, but he quickly hardened his heart and turned his head away from him. Chen Xianhe and Zhou Muchen were both smart people. They knew what Chen Daoxuan was thinking when they saw his expression. Zhou Muchen seemed to be reprimanding Mo Yuking, but he also seemed to be explaining to Chen Daoxuan. "Humph! If all the cultivators in Guang'an Prefecture learn from your Mo clan and bribe the cultivators of my Zhou clan to get away with it after they are exposed for killing their fellow cultivators, how can my Guang'an Prefecture be at peace?" As he spoke, he paused, and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. "Besides, where did your Mo clan get more than 30,000 spiritual stones? If you had so many spirit stones, why would you kill us?" Hearing this, Chen Xianhe quickly added, "Brother Zhou is right. The Mo clan must have gone crazy to kill us. How could they have more than 30,000 spirit stones? This kid must be lying to you." Ha ha ha. As they spoke, the two of them looked at each other and smiled. Everything was said without words. Chen Daoxuan looked at 13th uncle and then at Zhou Muchen. He found that the cultivators in the Infinite Star Sea were each more ruthless than the last. The Mo clan was completely finished this time. At the thought of this, he handed the photo stone to Zhou Muchen and said, "Uncle Zhou, this is the evidence of the Mo clan killing our uncle and nephew." "Yes." After taking Chen Daoxuan's video stone and showing it to everyone, Zhou Muchen sneered, "What else does your Mo family have to say now?" Hearing this, Mo Yuking looked at Chen Xianhe and Zhou Muchen. Her face was filled with despair as she collapsed to the ground. Chapter 83, Defensive Sword Art. "Sir Deacon, the remaining 6 cultivators of the Mo family and this sneaky rogue cultivator have been captured. Please give us your instructions." On the deck of Grey Cloud, an early-stage foundation building cultivator led a team of late-stage qi refining cultivators of the Zhou clan and captured all the remaining heavily injured cultivators of the Mo clan, including the unharmed black-robed itinerant cultivator. "Take them back to the battleship first." Zhou Muchen glanced at them. Then, he pointed at Mo Yuking and said, "Take him back with you." "Yes, Lord Deacon." After saying that, the foundation building cultivator picked up Mo Yuking, who was lying limply on the ground, and returned to the Spirit Void battleship. Seeing this, Zhou Muchen turned around and looked at Chen Daoxuan. "Nephew, would you like to come with me to the Mo clan as a witness?" Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan and Chen Xianhe looked at each other and cupped their hands. "Then I will have to trouble Uncle Zhou." "Haha, we won't disturb you. Brother Chen, well, leave first. Take care, old brother Zhou." "Daoxuan, remember to listen to your Uncle Zhou's instructions on this trip." "Yes, 13th uncle." Chen Daoxuan cupped his hands and flew up to the Spirit Void battleship with Zhou Muchen. This was Chen Daoxuan's second time seeing this behemoth. However, compared to the first time he saw it, this time Chen Daoxuan was invited to board this battleship as a guest, so the feeling was naturally very different. Chen Daoxuan and Zhou Muchen were as small as 2 mayflies in front of the Spirit Void battleship. They entered the Spirit Void battleship. Chen Daoxuan felt as if he had entered an immortal's grotto heaven and was greatly shocked. "This is spiritual energy." Chen Daoxuan looked at Zhou Muchen in surprise. "Yes." Zhou Muchen smiled and nodded. Every Spirit Void battleship has a spiritual pivot pond inside. This spiritual pivot pond can provide power for the Spirit Void battleship and also provide spiritual energy for the cultivators inside the Spirit Void battleship to cultivate. If you have to compare it, you can think of it as a moving spirit vein. A movable spirit vein. The Chen family had just cultivated a grade 1 spirit vein not long ago. In his knowledge, spirit veins were built according to the terrain. How could they be moved? However, the spirit void battleship in front of him had clearly broken his imagination of the spirit vein. Perhaps this so-called spiritual pivot pond was roughly equivalent to the nuclear engine on the aircraft carrier in his previous life. Chen Daoxuan, who didn't know the principle, could only make this analogy. Such large-scale war artifacts were the foundation of large forces. Ordinary small families and small forces could not even buy them, let alone refine and build them. Zhou Muchen continued to explain. The spirit void battleship of my Zhou clan can carry 21 foundation establishment cultivators and 126 qi condensation cultivators. When controlled together, it can unleash the full power of a late-stage Zifo disciple. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan's heart raced. Immediately after, as if he had thought of something, Chen Daoxuan cupped his hands and said, "Uncle Zhou, in that case, doesn't that mean that this spirit void battleship is comparable to a Zifo disciple?" Hearing this, Zhou Muchen could not help but laugh. He shook his head and said, "How can it be so simple? Although it can unleash the full power of a Zifo disciple, it doesn't have the agility of a Zifo disciple." Zhou Muchen paused. "Have you ever seen a puppet before?" "A puppet? Uncle Zhou, are you talking about the puppet monsters produced by the Thousand Engineering Palace of the Celestial Cloud Continent?" "Yes, that's it." Zhou Muchen nodded. In the war against the Infinite Star Sea, the Profound Pure Dao League used a large number of puppet beasts sold by the Thousand Revolution Palace. If these puppet beasts could be compared to cultivators, the Infinite Star Sea would have been conquered by the Profound Pure Dao League long ago. The principle of this spirit void battleship was the same as the puppet monsters. Most of the attacks it launched could only attack in one direction in advance. Moreover, the stronger the attack, the more difficult it would be for it to change directions midway. If the Void Spirit battleship were to attack at full power, then there would be absolutely no way it would be able to change its attack midway. Let alone a Zifo disciple, even a Foundation Establishment cultivator would be able to easily dodge such an attack. Hearing this explanation, Chen Daoxuan finally had a preliminary impression of this Spirit Void battleship. However, although the Spirit Void battleship can't be used against cultivators, it has a use. Zhou Muchen smiled mysteriously. "You'll see how it works later." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan fell silent. After a moment of silence, Zhou Muchen continued, "Nephew, when I saw you fighting against the Mo clan cultivators just now, I didn't think you had cultivated any defensive techniques. Daoxuan is ashamed. My Chen family's strength is small and weak. The clan doesn't have defensive dharmic formulation inheritances and defensive mystic artifacts refinement methods." Zhou Muchen nodded in understanding. Defensive spells and defensive magic tools are indeed much more precious than offensive methods. As he spoke, he took out a jade slip from his storage bag and handed it over. "This is a Tier 1 defensive sword art, monolith sword art, that I exchanged for with my battle merits in the Yun Nation's battlefield. I'll give it to you." "Uncle Zhou, how can this be done?" Chen Daoxuan was a little terrified. "What's wrong? Your uncle and nephew gave my son Zhou Siliang such a precious second-rank water spirit pearl, and I gave you a first-rank defensive sword art, yet you want to reject it. Could it be that you're looking down on your uncle Zhou?" Zhou Muchen chuckled. "Daoxuan doesn't dare." Having said that, Chen Daoxuan naturally could not refuse. However, he did not know why Zhou Muchen's attitude towards him had changed so much. It was as if he had become a completely different person. Unless Chen Daoxuan had a vague guess in his heart, but he was not sure. "What's wrong?" Zhou Muchen asked when he saw that he was silent. Chen Daoxuan shook his head. He cupped his hands and said, "Daoxuan received this great kindness without any merit. I'm excited and a little afraid." Upon hearing this, Zhou Muchen said meaningfully, "Since you and my son Zhou Siliang hit it off at first sight, I naturally treat you like my own nephew. It's reasonable for an elder to give a gift to a nephew. There's no need to be afraid." Chen Daoxuan exchanged glances with him and instantly understood what Zhou Muchen meant. He cupped his hands and said, "Uncle Zhou, I will definitely be closer to brother Zhou in the future." "Ha ha ha, good, good, good. Young people should be more intimate." Zhou Muchen received Chen Daoxuan's response and finally felt relieved. His painstaking efforts were nothing more than to find a good backer for his son Zhou Siliang in the future. And Chen Daoxuan was the backer he had his eyes on. As if to respond to Chen Daoxuan, Zhou Muchen returned the favor. From now on, the Guang'an Prefecture's itinerant cultivator magical equipment market will belong to your Chen family. Chen Daoxuan was overjoyed when he heard this powerful response. He said, "Thank you for your care, Uncle Zhou. Since you're already calling me Uncle Zhou, there's no need for us to be so distant." "Yes, yes, yes. Uncle Zhou is right." The two of them looked at each other and laughed. The two of them chatted. The Spirit Void battleship flew towards the Mo clan's Spirit Island. Compared to the turtle speed of the Chen family's Azure Dragon, the speed of the spiritual warship was even faster than the light beams of the building foundation stage cultivators. Moreover, according to Zhou Muchen, this was not the maximum speed of the Spirit Void battleship. If the Spirit Void battleship flew at full speed, its speed would be comparable to that of a Zifu disciple. It would take less than the time it takes an incense stick to burn to cover a distance of 10,000 kilometers. Its speed was simply even more ridiculous than the speed of the battle aircraft from his previous life. Chapter 84, Harvest, 1. In just a few hours. Under the high speed of the Spirit Void battleship, the Mo clan's Spirit Island was faintly visible. He stood on the deck of the Spirit Void battleship. Chen Daoxuan looked down. The Mo family's spiritual island was like a disk, floating on the blue sea. Rumble. The huge Spirit Void battleship headed straight for the Mo family's Spirit Island without any intention of slowing down. The air was torn apart by the Spirit Void battleship, making loud rumbling sounds. Suddenly, a light screen rose from the Mo family's spiritual mountain and protected the entire spiritual mountain. Mountain Protection Array. Chen Daoxuan recognized at a glance that this was a mountain protecting formation set up based on the spirit vein. Of course. The Mo clan's protective mountain array could only protect a radius of about 10 miles that was covered by the spirit vein. Outside this range, because there was no spirit vein to provide spiritual energy, the protective mountain array could not protect it. But even so, it was basically wishful thinking for ordinary foundation establishment cultivators to break through the mountain protecting array that was set up based on a first-grade spirit vein. The next moment, the Mo family set up the array. An old man at the 6th Chi layer flew out of the formation. When he saw the Zhou family's Spirit Void battleship, he even trembled when he spoke. "I don't know, why have all of you come to my Mo clan?" The old man swallowed his saliva. "My Mo family is a family conferred by the Qianyuan sword sect. Don't you dare!" Before he could finish his sentence, a loud voice rang out from the Spirit Void battleship, resounding throughout the entire Mo family island. The Mo family cultivators killed a fellow cultivator from Guang'an Prefecture. The evidence is conclusive. According to the laws of the Qianyuan sword sect, the Mo family will be exterminated. All. When the old man heard this, he was instantly scared out of his wits. He knew that the clan leader had taken away all the late-stage Qi refining cultivators in the clan, but he did not know why the clan leader had taken away the late-stage Qi refining cultivators in the clan. Now he knew, but he still couldn't believe it. "What evidence do you have?" In the face of such a heinous crime of extermination, his Mo clan naturally wouldn't simply admit it. "Humph. This is the evidence." After saying that, the image of Mo Changsheng leading the Mo clan cultivators to kill the Chen clan's uncle and nephew appeared in midair. "What else does your Mo clan have to say now?" "Impossible, impossible. You must have fabricated evidence to frame the Mo family. The Mo family will never compromise." In fact, after seeing the image in the image stone, the old man basically believed that it was indeed his Mo family cultivators who had intercepted and killed his fellow cultivators. However, they could not admit to this crime, even if they died. Otherwise, not only would the Mo clan cultivators lose their lives, but even the ordinary clansmen would be reduced to slaves. It would be extremely miserable. After saying that, the old man flew back into the mountain protection array and put on a stance of resisting to the death. An ant trying to shake a tree. Zhou Muchen sneered and waved his hand. In the next second, at the tip of the Spirit Void battleship, a ball made of lightning gathered faintly as if it was gathering energy. About 3 breaths. The Spirit Void battleship had finished gathering energy. A beam of light shot straight towards the Mo clan's mountain protecting array. Tisk. When the light barrier constructed by the mountain protecting formation met the lightning beam of the spirit void battleship, it melted instantly like ice under the scorching sun. The entire protective formation was torn apart by the pillar of light. Even the top of the Mo family's spiritual mountain was melted by the lightning pillar. That's right, it melted. With Chen Daoxuan's eyesight, he found that there was a red liquid similar to magma at the gap where the spirited mountain had melted. He knew that this was the product of the mountain rocks melting under the intense heat. Seeing Chen Daoxuan's stunned expression, Zhou Muchen smiled and said, "This is the biggest use of the spirit void battleship, to break through mountains and break down doors." Then, he ordered the Zhou clan cultivators on the battleship, "Go and capture all the cultivators of the Mo family. Kill those who resist." "Yes, Lord Deacon." The order was given. Rays of light flew down from the spirit void battleship. Chen Daoxuan knew that each of these streaks of light represented a foundation establishment cultivator of the Zhou clan. With so many foundation establishment cultivators and a group of late qi condensation cultivators from the Zhou clan, capturing a Mo clan cultivator whose highest cultivation was only at the 6th qi condensation level was like shooting a mosquito with a cannon. Not long after, out of the dozens of Mo clan cultivators, only 12 were captured. The rest were killed on the spot by the Zhou clan cultivators because of their stubborn resistance. "Lord Deacon, the Mo clan cultivators have all been captured. Let's go down and take a look." As he spoke, he looked at Chen Daoxuan. "Nephew, you come too." "Yes, Uncle Zhou." When the other Zhou clan cultivators heard this, they were all extremely excited. Chen Daoxuan knew what they were going to do and quickly followed behind them. "Boss, this is the Mo clan treasury." The early-stage foundation establishment cultivator who had been addressing Zhou Muchen as the deacon on the Spirit Void battleship did not address him by his title anymore. Instead, he addressed him differently. Zhou Muchen glanced at Chen Daoxuan and introduced, "My deputy. This is my nephew, Chen Daoxuan. He is Zhou Siyuan." He briefly introduced them. "Greetings, Senior Zhou." Chen Daoxuan immediately greeted respectfully. "Don't call me that." Zhou Siyuan waved his hand and smiled. "Since you're the eldest nephew, you can call me Brother Zhou if you don't mind." "Big Brother Zhou." Chen Daoxuan smiled and cupped his hands. Seeing this, Zhou Muchen smiled and said, "Let's go. I want to see what good things the Mo family has hidden." Hearing this, Zhou Siyuan became excited. This kind of extermination was not common in Guang'an Prefecture. After all, very few families would commit the crime of extermination. Even if they wanted to do it, they would basically clean up the mess. It was very difficult for others to catch them. There were very few people who were caught on the spot like the Mo family. However, every time the Zhou clan was raided and exterminated, it was a feast for the Zhou clan patrol team. Zhou Siyuan's heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat when he thought of the treasures in the Mo clan's treasury. Compared to the Chen family, there were many more buildings on the Mo family's spiritual mountain. On the spirit mountain, various spirit palaces and cave abodes could be seen everywhere. These were the cultivation residences of the Mo clan cultivators. However, at this moment, these spirit mountain cave abodes were all empty, leaving only patches of blood, proving that someone had once existed here. "Boss, we're here." Zhou Siyuan stopped and smiled. According to the Mo family, this is where their clan treasury is. Zhou Muchen looked at the door made of broken dragon rock and reached out his palm to caress the stone wall. In an instant, the entire stone wall collapsed like gravel and turned into a pile of white powder. "Boss, your pure yang raging flame technique is getting more and more profound. Alright, stop flattering me. Let's go in and take a look. Who knows?" Just as the three of them stepped into the Mo clan's treasury. Swoosh! A wind blade that was about 10 feet long and 3 feet wide attacked everyone. Although the wind blade spell was not the strongest among all the level 1 spells, in terms of speed, it was only slightly slower than the lightning spell. However, the reaction of a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator's divine sense was extremely fast. A spiritual shield rose in front of the three of them. When the wind blades struck the spiritual shield, they did not even cause a wave before they disappeared. "This is, puppet monster." Chen Daoxuan finally saw who had ambushed them. It wasn't a Mo clan cultivator, but an upper-grade leopard-shaped puppet monster. The wind blade just now was spat out from its mouth. Seeing this, Zhou Siyuan's face darkened. 2. No wonder that Mo clan cultivator was so straightforward just now and directly told us where the Mo clan treasury was. So he wanted to use this bastard to plot against us. After saying that, he swung his palm at the leopard puppet monster. It was sent flying more than 100 feet away and crashed into the wall of the Mo clan's treasury. Unexpectedly, the leopard puppet monster staggered to its feet after suffering such a heavy blow. Seeing that Zhou Siyuan wanted to attack again, Chen Daoxuan stepped forward and said, "Big brother Zhou, I'm quite interested in this puppet monster. Why don't you let me subdue it?" Hearing this, Zhou Siyuan naturally wouldn't argue with him. He made a hand gesture to him to leave. "Thank you, big brother Zhou." Chen Daoxuan cupped his hands and immediately released the Cheng Ying sword, displaying a set of wind-chasing sword technique. Under the control of the wind-chasing sword technique, the Cheng Ying sword's speed was much faster than the flying snow sword. For a moment, the Mo clan's treasury was filled with sword light. After a while, Chen Daoxuan removed the spirit stone from the leopard puppet monster's belly like a butcher cutting a cow. Without the spiritual stone as its power source, the puppet monster stood rooted to the ground. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan took a step forward and put the puppet monster into his storage bag. Then, he cupped his hands at the two of them and said, "Since I've taken the puppet monster, I won't be participating in the treasures in the Mo clan's treasury anymore." Hearing this, Zhou Siyuan, who was originally slightly dissatisfied with Chen Daoxuan, suddenly had a good impression of him. "Brother Chen, how can you return empty-handed after entering a treasure mountain?" Chen Daoxuan patted his storage bag and smiled. "I didn't come empty-handed. Didn't I already get something?" This. Zhou Siyuan looked at Zhou Muchen. Not greedy, know when to advance and retreat. Seeing this, Zhou Muchen looked at Chen Daoxuan with satisfaction. He felt that his investment in Chen Daoxuan was not wrong. "Since my nephew is unwilling to fight with you, then you can share the Mo clan's treasury with your brothers." "Thank you, boss." When Zhou Siyuan heard this, he immediately beamed. He didn't know much about other things, but he had heard clearly that there were more than 30,000 spiritual stones in the Mo clan's treasury. With his relationship with Zhou Muchen, he would be able to get at least 3,000 spirit stones. For an early foundation establishment cultivator, it was a considerable harvest. Thinking of this, he had a good impression of Chen Daoxuan. Chapter 85, Frontline Transport Ship, 1. He watched as the Zhou clan cultivators moved boxes of spirit stones out of the Mo clan's treasury. Chen Daoxuan's eyes were calm. Compared to the magical equipment market in the wandering cultivator market that his Chen family had obtained, the goods in front of him were not worth Chen Daoxuan's attention even though they were quite a lot. However, the foundation establishment cultivators and ore refining cultivators of the Zhou clan were different. Although they were disciples of the Zhou clan, they had many cultivators and strict clan rules. Generally speaking, other than the fixed annual salary they could get from working in the patrol team, they could only enjoy the various hidden benefits of the family. In terms of cultivation resources, ordinary Zhou clan disciples were not as generous as Chen clan cultivators. At the very least, ordinary cultivators of the Zhou clan couldn't provide a constant supply of pills and spiritual rice to aid their cultivation. According to Zhou Muchen, the qi condensation cultivators in the patrol team only received an annual salary of 500 spirit stones. This sum of money was naturally a huge sum in the eyes of the itinerant cultivators, but to the Zhou clan disciples, it was a drop in the bucket. It was not even enough to buy spirit pills that could assist in cultivation all year round. Zhou Muchen usually gave his son Zhou Siliang more pocket money than this. The annual salary of a foundation establishment cultivator was much higher, but it was only twice as much as that of a late-stage qi refinement disciple, which was only 1,000 spirit stones. Of course, the foundation establishment stage here referred to the early foundation establishment stage. For someone like Zhou Muchen, who was in the late foundation establishment stage and was in charge of a spirit void battleship, his annual salary was much higher, usually more than 5,000 spirit stones. In other words, the 5 grade 2 spiritual pearls that the Chen family had bribed Zhou Muchen previously were roughly equivalent to a year's worth of his salary. This was also the reason why Zhou Muchen said Chen Zianhe was generous. One could imagine. The Zhou clan cultivators were extremely excited when they saw the 30,000 spirit stones in the Mo clan treasury. According to the unspoken rules of the Infinite Star Sea, when a small clan like the Mo family was raided and exterminated, the higher UPS would usually only verify whether the Mo family had committed a crime or not after reporting it to the Qianyuan sword sect. The floating wealth obtained from the looting usually belonged to the Zhou family patrol team, and the Qianyuan sword sect generally did not confiscate it. This was also the reason why the Zhou clan cultivators were so excited. Based on their understanding of Zhou Muchen's temperament, each of them would be able to get a considerable amount of spirit stones. Even the lowest level of Qi condensation cultivators could get at least 100 spirit stones, which was equivalent to their monthly salary. How could they not be happy? He left behind a group of patrolling cultivators to deal with the Mo family's mortals. The rest, including Chen Daoxuan, returned to the Spirit Void battleship. Back to the Spirit Void battleship. Zhou Muchen looked at Chen Daoxuan and asked, "Nephew, are you going back to Shuanghu Island or Guang'an Prefecture?" He pondered for a moment. "Uncle Zhou, please send me to Guang'an Prefecture." Chen Daoxuan cupped his hands. "That's not troublesome. We just happen to be going back for a bath." Before Zhou Muchen could say anything, Zhou Siyuan smiled and said, "Brother Chen, let's have a good drink when we get back." Chen Daoxuan looked at the two of them and nodded with a smile. "Good. Let's get drunk then." "Ha ha ha. All right, let's get drunk." Amidst the laughter of the crowd, the Spirit Void battleship sped toward Guang'an Prefecture. The flying speed of the Spirit Void battleship was extremely shocking. It would take the Blue Dragon more than a month to cover the distance. The Spirit Void battleship only took a few hours to reach Guang'an Prefecture. Just as everyone arrived at Guang'an Prefecture, a voice came from the Spirit Void battleship. "Look, isn't that a frontline transport ship?" Hearing this, Zhou Muchen's expression changed. He was overjoyed and walked to the front of the deck to look in the direction pointed by the aura refining cultivator of the Zhou clan. Zhou Muchen was a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, so his eyesight was much better than a Qi condensation cultivator. He saw a tiny black dot flying toward Guang'an Prefecture. Looking at its speed, although it was not as fast as the Spirit Void battleship, it was not much slower. Zhou Muchen, who had served in the southern mountains city, recognized it at a glance. It was a transport ship that had returned from the front lines. Seeing this, Zhou Muchen said happily, "It's really a double blessing today. We just made a fortune, and then we encountered the return of the frontline carrier." "Oh!" Hearing this, everyone burst into cheers. Chen Daoxuan looked at Zhou Siyuan and asked, "Big brother Zhou, do these frontline transport ships refer to the ships that transport supplies on the Yun nation's battlefield?" "Yes." Zhou Siyuan nodded and said excitedly, "Every few years, the transport ships from the front line will come to the prefectures in Kangzhou to transport all kinds of materials seized from the front line." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan recalled that when he went to the slave market in Guang'an Prefecture to buy female slaves, the slave trader said that they would transport female slaves from the front line. Presumably, it was transported by this kind of transport ship. Zhou Muchen sighed when he heard their conversation. If the southern mountains city was still around, there would be no need to transport resources every few years. Back then, Guang'an Prefecture would send a frontline transport ship every year. Unfortunately, Zhou Muchen shook his head. Hearing this, everyone's excited mood gradually dimmed. The loss of the southern mountains city was not as simple as the death of 1,000,000 cultivators in the past. There were also incalculable losses. In the Yun nation, the Qianyuan sword sect had built 7 huge immortal cities. The southern mountains city was one of them. The Qianyuan sword sect had built a complete defense system around these 7 immortal cities. Each immortal city would radiate across several states of the Yun nation, and these territories were the base for the cultivators of the Infinite Star Sea to plunder the resources of the Yun nation. Kangzhou and the surrounding states in the Infinite Star Sea were supported by the resources of the states near the immortal city of the southern mountain. Usually, most of the resources would be transported to the rear of the Infinite Star Sea after they were selected by the cultivators in the front line. It was precisely because of the strategy of nurturing war with war that the cultivators of the Infinite Star Sea could continue to grow in just 4.00 years. Especially the itinerant cultivators in the Infinite Star Sea. 400 years ago, when perfected Shenji wreaked havoc in the Infinite Star Sea, there were almost no high-level cultivators among the itinerant cultivators. Golden core cultivators like Daoist Master Shenja were as rare as phoenix feathers and Kylan horns among itinerant cultivators. Almost all the high-level cultivators were from the big families and the Qianyuan sword sect. Thanks to the 400-year war between the Infinite Star Sea and the Yun Nation, a large number of famous high-level cultivators were born among the itinerant cultivators. Not to mention golden core cultivators, there were even many nascent soul cultivators. In terms of momentum, it could even gradually contend with the cultivators of the clan. Later on, the various immortal clans also realized that it was not a solution to continue like this. They all threw their disciples into the battlefield of the Yun Nation to gain experience and earn resources. Otherwise, when the Infinite Star Sea attacked the Yun Nation, the disciples of the big families were unwilling to go to the battlefield of the Yun Nation. This was because the big families did not lack cultivation resources. There was no need to send their clansmen to the battlefield to die. However, when they saw the rise of the rogue cultivators, they all panicked and couldn't wait to send their clansmen to the battlefield. The southern mountains city was lost. It was equivalent to Kang Prefecture and the surrounding provinces losing their foundation in the Yun Nation. In this way, if Kangzhou cultivators wanted to go to the Yun Nation battlefield, they would even have to serve in other states. Let's not talk about whether Kangzhou cultivators would be discriminated against and humiliated when they served in other provinces. Just the fact that it was impossible for other provinces to share the resources that supported their own provinces with Kang Prefecture was unacceptable to countless cultivators in Kang Prefecture. However, no matter how unacceptable it was an indisputable fact that Kang Prefecture had lost the southern mountains city. As a lost land state, Kangzhou had been reducing its resource supply for more than 50 years. The Guang'an Prefecture's frontline transport ships had also changed from once a year to once every few years. Chapter 86, Buying Spiritual Rice, 1. They got off the Spirit Void battleship. He returned to Guang'an Prefecture's rogue cultivator market. Along the way, all the cultivators Chen Daoxuan saw had expressions of joy on their faces. He opened the Rainbow Sonar Flying Sword shop's door. Chen Daoxuan finally heaved a sigh of relief. He had learned a lot from Zhou Muchen and the rest about the transport ships at the front line. In conclusion, if possible, the Chen family had better raise a large number of spirit stones this year. Because a year later, the Zhou auction house was going to hold a grand auction. At that time, not only would a large number of frontline resources appear in the auction house, but the Zhou family would also take out a large number of precious resources to auction. During this 1 year, it was for the powerful families in Guang'an Prefecture to raise spirit stones and for the Zhou auction house to promote themselves. A year was enough for almost every cultivator in Guang'an Prefecture to know about this grand auction. When she heard Zhou Muchen's words, Chen Daoxuan thought of the main venue he saw when he went to the Zhou auction house. However, the main venue was closed at that time. If the auction was to be held, it should be held in the main venue. Chen Daoxuan had some confidence in gathering spirit stones. Not to mention the transactions with the merfolk clan over the past year, the Chen family's treasury was filled with a large number of precious spirit ores and water spirit pearls. Taking down the magical equipment market in Guang'an Prefecture's rogue cultivators market had brought the Chen family a golden hen. Moreover, the market for magic tools in the wandering cultivator market was very vast. Small clans like the Mo clan and rogue cultivators had never fully developed it. Chen Daoxuan believed that as the production capacity of the Chen family's flying sword factory continued to improve, the market for wandering cultivators' magical treasures would bring more and more benefits to the Chen family. In the end, it was like the Yang family's boat. The Yang family's ship trading company had almost monopolized the Guang'an Prefecture's ship market. In terms of profits, it was much larger than a mere wandering cultivator market. Because in the Infinite Star Sea, a rogue cultivator could not live without a magic weapon, but he could not live without a ship. After all, magic tools were only things that could increase one's strength, while ships were tools for traveling. They were absolutely indispensable. Otherwise, it would be almost impossible for cultivators without ships to move in the Infinite Star Sea. After all, the genuine chi of the refinement stage cultivators was not enough to support them to travel freely in the vast sea area of the Infinite Star Sea. He walked around the shop. Chen Daoxuan thought of something else. Buying spiritual rice for the merfolk clan. Speaking of this matter, Chen Daoxuan had already dragged on for almost a year. It was just that the Chen family did not have the strength or background before, so they did not want to be too high profile. After all, the spirit rice that the merfolk needed was not a small amount. It was different now. With Zhou Muchen as their backer, the Chen family could do whatever they wanted in Guang'an Prefecture. Basically, no family dared to cause trouble for the Chen family. One had to know that Zhou Muchen was not only a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, but he also had a spirit void battleship in his hands. Even in the Zhou family, where there were many foundation establishment cultivators, Zhou Muchen was not an insignificant character. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan walked out of the Rainbow Sound flying sword shop and headed straight for the Yang Consortium's ship. Yang's boat store was located in the core business district. Chen Daoxuan rode on the cloud-treading beast carriage and rushed slowly. It took him more than 2 hours to reach the Yang Consortium's ship. Enter Yang's ship. The one who received him was still the same shopkeeper Yang who sold him the slave transporting boat last time. Fellow Daoist Yang, I haven't seen you for more than a year. Your business has been booming recently. After both parties sat down and served tea, Chen Daoxuan greeted them with a smile. It can't compare to your Chen family's magical equipment shop, which is doing very well. Yang Jiyi said politely, I've heard recently that your Chen family has stolen all the magical equipment business of the Mo family. Chen Daoxuan took a sip of tea without saying anything. The news of the Mo family being raided and exterminated had yet to spread. It was estimated that the next time Chen Daoxuan came to Guang'an Prefecture, this matter would be known by everyone. At that time, it was also the time when the Chen family's reputation rose. The two of them exchanged a few pleasantries. Chen Daoxuan put down the teacup in his hand and said, This time, I came to find fellow Daoist Yang to buy a cargo ship. Oh! Hearing that there was a business opportunity, Yang Jiyi's face became even redder. What kind of cargo ship do you need, fellow Daoist Chen? My Chen family needs a cargo ship specially used to transport spiritual rice. Spiritual rice? Yang Jiyi's expression changed slightly as he probed, Is your Chen family also going to get involved in the spiritual rice business? Do we need to ship it? Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan smiled without saying anything. Look at my mouth. I'm too rash and forgot the rules. Haha, don't mind me, fellow Daoist Chen. Yang Jiyi laughed and continued, Spiritual rice transport ships are very common in Guang'an Prefecture. Many small clans use these ships to transport spiritual rice when they grow spiritual fields and sell it to large clans. Compared to the cargo ships that transported ordinary grains and ores, the spiritual rice transport ship had a special cabin that ensured that the spiritual rice did not lose its spirituality. Therefore, the price was slightly higher. Of course, no matter how high the price is, it won't be higher than the slave transporting boats. Please rest assured, fellow Daoist. How much do you sell your spiritual rice carriers for? Different models have different prices. The lowest model costs 550 spirit stones each. Yang Jiyi said with a smile. Yes. Chen Daoxuan nodded. This price is much cheaper than the slave transporting boats. What are the specific models? Our Yang Consortium has 3 types of spiritual rice transport ships, 1,000 den, 10,000 den, and 100,000 den. The 1,000 stones of spiritual rice sounded like a lot, but it was actually not much. The spiritual rice was completely different from ordinary grains. Take the jade crystal rice, which was the most widely grown rice in Guang'an Prefecture, for example. The grains of this type of spiritual rice were large and full. Each grain was the size of half a baby's fist and weighed half a catty. Other than cultivators, ordinary people were not blessed enough to enjoy it. The 1,000 stones of jade crystal rice was equivalent to 120,000 jin. According to the market price in Guang'an Prefecture, 100 catties of jade crystal rice would cost around 5 spirit stones. 120,000 catties of jade crystal rice cost 6,000 spirit stones. In other words, even the smallest model of spiritual rice transport ship could carry goods worth 6,000 spiritual stones. The largest model could even transport 600,000 spirit stones worth of spiritual rice. However, that kind of cargo ship was only used by the big families. For example, the Zhou family had hundreds of thousands of cultivators. Even if each cultivator consumed 5 catties of spiritual rice a day, the amount of spiritual rice consumed every day was still a huge amount. In fact, the average consumption of the Zhou clan cultivators was more than 5 caddies of spiritual rice per person per day. It might not even be enough to multiply the actual data by several times. Chen Daoxuan, who cultivated the dragon python heaven-devouring technique, knew this very well. If they used the 1,000-stone cargo ship to transport the spiritual rice, it wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps between the teeth of the Zhou clan cultivators. The Yang family had fewer cultivators than the Zhou family, but they still had hundreds of thousands of cultivators. He also needed to consume a large amount of spiritual rice every day. Therefore, only a 100,000 dan cargo ship could barely satisfy the needs of these large clans. Chen Daoxuan looked at the other party's expectant expression and said with a smile, "Of course, it's not the 100,000 dan model. Our Chen family needs a 10,000 dan model spiritual rice transport ship. The 10,000 stone spirit rice transport ship could transport 60,000 spirit stones worth of spirit rice at a time. Although it was not enough for the merfolk to eat, it was enough to solve their urgent needs." As for the bigger 100,000 stone spirit rice transport ship, Chen Daoxuan was worried that it would attract attention, so he didn't buy it. After buying the spiritual rice transport ship and buying 5,000 stones of spiritual rice from the Zhou concubine, Chen Daoxuan took some time to meet up with Zhou Siyuan and the others before heading towards Shuanghu Island with half of the goods. Chapter 87, Family's Revenue, 1. A month later, Chen Daoxuan returned to Shuanghu Island with a cargo ship loaded with spiritual rice. When he saw 13th Uncle's expectant face, he cupped his hands at Chen Xianhe and smiled. 13th Uncle, Daoxuan didn't fail the mission. From now on, the wandering cultivator market will belong to my Chen family. Hearing this, she saw Chen Daoxuan's young but exhausted face. Chen Xianhe had mixed feelings. He opened his mouth but couldn't say anything for a long time. After a long time, he patted Chen Daoxuan's shoulder and sighed, "Child, you've worked hard." Chen Daoxuan grinned and shook his head. Compared to 13th Uncle supporting the family alone for so many years, what Daoxuan did today is nothing. Hearing this, Chen Xianhe patted his shoulder again and said nothing. Shuanghu Island's spirit vein. Chen Daoxuan's residence. The cultivators of the Chen clan who were above the qi refinement stage sat in the courtyard where Chen Daoxuan usually cultivated. However, according to Chen Daoxuan's judgment, among these cultivators, other than him and Chen Xianhe, everyone else was underage. Even the oldest, Chen Daoxuan, was not even 12 years old. Not to mention that the youngest cultivator was only 6 years old. Seeing this scene, Chen Daoxuan thought for a moment and said, "Chen Daoxuan, Chen Daolan and Chen Daosan, stay behind. The rest of you can go back and cultivate." As he spoke, he waved at everyone. Hearing this, the young Chen clan cultivators cheered and ran away. Chen Daoku's eyes were filled with envy as he watched the crowd fly away. "What? You want to go back too?" Chen Daoxuan glanced at him. "Too? No, no." Chen Daoku shook his head and sat up straight. Seeing him like this, Chen Daoxuan pursed his lips. Chen Xianhe smiled and said, "All right, don't blame your young clan leader for being harsh. You guys are a little older, so you should know that there are very few cultivators in our Chen clan. You have to take the initiative to shoulder the heavy responsibility of the family, not just play around all day." He reprimanded her neither lightly nor heavily. "Yes." Chen Daoku and the others nodded. "We will remember the teachings of the clan leader and young clan leader." Seeing that everyone was focused, Chen Daoxuan cleared his throat and said, "Today's meeting can be considered the first family meeting in the past 50 years that has been held by the Chen clan. Speaking of which, it can be considered a historic moment for our Chen family." Hearing this, Chen Daoku and the others didn't have a deep impression of it, but Chen Xianhe's eyes couldn't help but redden. Back then, he and his clan brothers gathered together like this to hold a clan meeting about the future development of the Chen family. Unfortunately, everything was like a fleeting cloud, and it was no longer the same as before. There are only 2 issues to be discussed in today's family meeting: the family's income and expenditure and the family's development in the next year. Chen Daoxuan paused. "Now, let's talk about our family's income from the magical equipment shop in Guang'an Prefecture over the past year." After saying that, Chen Daoxuan looked at Chen Xianhe and found that he was actually distracted. He couldn't help but remind him in a low voice, 13th uncle, 13th uncle. Ah! Chen Daoxuan came back to his senses. His weathered face was slightly embarrassed as he said, I'm fine. I'll just talk about the Rainbow Sonar Flying Sword Shop's income for the past year. In the past year, the Rainbow Sonar Flying Sword Shop sold a total of 2050 low-grade level 1 flying swords, earning 102,500 spirit stones. After deducting taxes, the total income is 92,250 spirit stones. Beside him, Chen Daoxuan added, other than the business in Guang'an Prefecture, the business between the family and the merfolk clan is the biggest source of income. In the past year, we have traded with the merfolk clan 5 times and sold a total of 1,020 flying swords. The profit from the spirit ores and water spirit pearls is close to 1 million. However, these things are not easy to sell for the time being. They can only be piled up in the clan treasury. Spirit ores were easy to sell. Whether the Chen family sold them or used them to refine magic tools for sale, it was a good way to make money. Only the water spirit beads could not be sold in large quantities. In Guang'an Prefecture, only the Zhou family had a large number of water spirit pearls for sale. Once the Chen family exposed that they had a large number of water spirit pearls, it would be admitting that they had dealings with the merfolk clan. Although the Qianyuan sword sect did not explicitly state that they could not trade with the alien races, if the matter of trading with the alien races was exposed, it would always be despicable and affect the reputation of the Chen family. Moreover, he had to be careful. The water spirit pearl business was exclusive to the Zhou family. If the Chen family rashly interfered, it would be touching the Zhou family's reverse scale. If the Zhou family was enraged, even Zhou Muchen would not be able to protect the Chen family. Chen Daoxuan naturally understood this principle. Therefore, for a long time in the future, Chen Daoxuan would not touch the business of the water spirit pearl. He would only give it to the Chen family cultivators for their own use or give some gifts. Unless the Chen family's strength completely surpassed the Zhou family one day. This is the total income of the Chen family this year. Chen Daoxuan continued after a pause. After talking about the income, they talked about the expenditure. This year, our Chen family has a lot of income, but our expenses are not low either. First of all, the biggest expenditure was the Flying Sword Factory's consumption. Among them, the Flying Sword Factory's expansion, the addition of the melting spirit stoves, the consumption of spirit stones for the melting spirit stoves themselves, and the largest expenditure, the consumption of spirit ores. The total cost is about 114,425 spirit stones. Wow! Hearing this number, even Chen Daoxuan and the others couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Chen Daoxuan twitched in pain. In just a short year, the small flying sword factory had devoured more than one level 1 spirit meridian. Moreover, this year's consumption was calculated before the flying sword factory's production capacity increased. Starting from this year, the flying sword factory's consumption would increase by 5 to 6 times. In other words, the flying sword factory would not only consume 100,000 spirit stones next year, but 500,000 to 600,000 spirit stones. He ignored everyone's shocked expressions. Other than the flying sword factory, the second biggest expense of our Chen family is the consumption of our Chen cultivators for cultivation, Chen Daoxuan continued. He talked about the consumption of the Chen family's disciples in cultivation. Even Chen Daoxuan felt his heart ache. Unlike the flying sword factory, although it ate a lot, it earned more. As for nurturing the Chen family cultivators, there would be no return in the short term. Moreover, as the Chen family cultivators expanded in the future, this expenditure would increase exponentially. The Chen family currently has 1 immortal cultivator and 10 Dao cultivators. Among them, the number of spirit stones consumed by the immortal cultivators last year was 0. At this point, Chen Daoxuan's eyes turned slightly red. Although the family was now well off, Chen Daoxuan was still unwilling to spend spiritual stones on cultivation. According to Chen Daoxuan, he was already old and had no hope of reaching the foundation building realm. Even if he broke through to the later stage of the Qi refinement realm, it would be meaningless and would not help the clan's strength. It was better to save the spirit stones and give them to cultivators of the Dao generation with more prospects. After taking a deep breath and calming himself down, Chen Daoxuan continued, on average, the cultivators of the Dao generation consume 3,025 spirit stones per person, which is a total of 30,250 spirit stones. The most expensive part is the spiritual rice. That's right, the cultivators of the Chen family's Dao generation all chose to cultivate the body tempering technique, the dragon python heaven devouring technique. This was the decision Chen Daoxuan made after careful consideration. Compared to spirit stones, what the Chen family lacked the most now was cultivators who could take charge of their own affairs. Chen Daoxuan naturally wanted to do everything he could to increase the strength of the cultivators in the family. Cultivating a body tempering technique was a good choice. This was because cultivating a body tempering technique could increase the efficiency of refining spiritual qi, although the increase was not obvious and was far from being as fast as medicinal pills. However, even if it increased by 10%, it would still be a significant improvement over time. For this, even if he had to spend more spirit stones, Chen Daoxuan would not hesitate. The remaining expenses include the 30,000 spirit stones I spent on the spiritual rice and the 800 spirit stones I spent on the spiritual rice transport ship. Last year, our Chen family's total expenditure reached 169,479 spirit stones, and the remaining spirit stones are about 920,000. Of course, most of these spirit stones are stored in the clan warehouse with spirit ores and water spirit pearls. This is all the income and expenditure of my Chen family last year. Chapter 88, Dismantling the Puppet Monster, 1. After Chen Daoxuan's narration, the Chen family finally had some understanding of the family's financial situation. In conclusion, the Chen family was quite rich now, and they would be even richer in the future. It's a good thing that our family is rich, but it's also a bad thing because it means that we haven't turned the spiritual stones into strength and foundation. Chen Daoxuan continued, therefore, in the next year, I will increase my investment in the cultivation of the Chen family cultivators, including but not limited to cultivation resources, cultivation techniques, spells, the inheritance of the 100 arts of immortal cultivation, and so on. Hearing this, Chen Daoku raised his hand and said weakly, more investment? I almost puked from eating spiritual rice every day. Practicing the dragon python heaven devouring technique meant that the Chen family cultivators had to eat more than 100 caddies of spirit rice every day. With so much spirit rice in their stomachs every day, no matter how good the taste was, everyone was a little sick of it. Chen Daoxuan ignored this silly fellow and continued, next, let's talk about the specific development plan of the family in the coming year. Everyone can speak freely. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Daoxuan glared at Chen Daoku, who was eager to speak. Shut up! Hearing this, Chen Daoku immediately had a look of appreciation. Seeing Chen Daoku like this, the others all laughed. Usually, in front of the younger cultivators of the Dao generation, Chen Daoku tried his best to maintain his reputation as the first cultivator of the Chen family after Chen Daoxuan. But in front of Chen Daoxuan and the others, he always unconsciously showed his jumping nature. Everyone laughed for a while. The atmosphere gradually relaxed. Chen Ziyan he said, I have an idea. Look at the spiritual vein of the Chen family. It's quite wasteful to dissipate spiritual energy every day. Why don't we open up a few acres of spiritual fields and plant some spiritual herbs? It can also increase the family's income. What do you think? Chen Daoxuan placed his hand on his forehead. The matter of opening up the spiritual fields and planting spiritual herbs is not urgent for the time being. Our main topic is how to spend the family's money, not how to make money. Chen Daoxuan had a headache. 13th Uncle's miser personality was really hard to explain in a few words. Moreover, how much time would it take to open up a few acres of ling fields and plant a few stalks of spirit herbs in a grade 1 ling vein? How much money could he earn? Was it worth wasting such precious manpower from the Chen family? Wasn't this nonsense? Seeing that Chen Ziyanhe's suggestion had been rejected, everyone fell into deep thought. Finally, Chen Daoku, who had been holding it in for a long time, couldn't take it anymore. He said, young clan leader, didn't you say that the Zhou clan would be holding an auction a year later? Since that's the case, we'll go all out to produce flying swords next year. After we earn spirit stones, we'll buy a lot at the auction. When the time comes, there will definitely be a lot of good things that you can't usually see. What a good opportunity! Hearing this, everyone looked at each other. Don't say it. Chen Daoku's words were much more constructive than Chen Ziyanhe's. The Chen family did not lack spirit stones. What they lacked was something that could transform spirit stones into strength. The Zhou clan's auction was a good opportunity. At that time, there would definitely be many rare treasures appearing in this auction. Alright, in that case, the goal of our Chen family next year is to seize and develop the magical equipment market in the wandering cultivator market. Chen Daoxuan finally set the tone. As young clan leader commands. Everyone agreed. The family meeting ended. After everyone left, Chen Daoxuan cupped his hands and apologized to Chen Xianhe. You weren't angry when you refuted 13th uncle's suggestion just now, were you? Then, he looked at Chen Xianhe carefully. What's wrong? Chen Xianhe smiled. Am I such a petty person in your eyes? It's good that 13th uncle isn't angry. Chen Daoxuan heaved a sigh of relief and joked, I was afraid that 13th uncle would come after me and slap me. Ha ha ha. Chen Xianhe was amused by him and laughed. The grudge in his heart instantly disappeared. Well. Chen Xianhe smiled and sighed. I'm old after all. I can't keep up with the young people's thoughts. Speaking of which, I don't have anything to teach you. What I know, you basically know. What I don't know, you're even more outstanding than me. I can rest assured that I'll leave the family in your hands. 13th uncle. Listen to me first. Chen Xianhe raised his hand. I only hope that you will weigh the pros and cons before doing anything in the future. Don't be impulsive and don't give in blindly. Too much impulsiveness will lead to premature death. Too much concession will lead to weakness. You will have to control the limits yourself. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan nodded and said seriously, Daoxian, remember. He watched Chen Xianhe leave. Chen Daoxuan seemed to have lost all his strength. He lay back and slept beside the spirit pond. He lay on the grass in the courtyard and raised his head to look at the endless blue sky and white clouds. His eyelids were fighting, and he actually fell asleep. During this period of time, he was too tired. He slept for more than 10 hours. When he woke up again, it was already late at night. Looking at the color of the sky, Chen Daoxuan gave up on today's cultivation and took a rare moment of laziness. He thought about it. He took out 2 items from his storage bag and placed them in front of him. These 2 items were his gains from this trip to the Mo family. The first item was the Tier 1 defensive sword technique that Zhou Muchen had gifted him, monolith sword technique. This sword scripture could make up for Chen Daoxuan's lack of defense and increase his strength in the short term. The second item was the upper-grade leopard-shaped puppet monster that Chen Daoxuan had seized from the Mo clan's treasury. This puppet monster was not very strong. Chen Daoxuan estimated that as long as a qi condensation cultivator was stubborn and insisted on withstanding the wind blade technique it released, there would not be much danger. This was because the puppet monster's wind blade technique could only aim at the target. In other words, as long as a cultivator dodged when it aimed at them, they would not be attacked. Unlike the spells released by cultivators, which were controlled by divine sense and difficult to dodge, the puppet monster did not have such an ability. In reality, Chen Daoxuan was already surprised enough that the puppet monster in front of him could cast spells. Because normally, Dharmic spells were all released by cultivators using true qi or true essence according to the special Dao pattern trajectory. This Dao pattern was somewhat similar to the array pattern, but it was also completely different. Moreover, as the grade of the spell increased, the complexity of the Dao pattern would become greater and greater, and the power would also become stronger. Of course, the difficulty of releasing it would gradually decrease as the cultivator's comprehension of the Dao pattern deepened. It was just like how Chen Daoxuan's sword Dao level would always enter a new realm as his understanding of sword scriptures deepened. Therefore, he had no choice. Chen Daoxuan was not surprised that these things were done by cultivators. He was curious as to why a puppet could cast spells. This had a huge impact on the worldview he had built up over a long period of time. After all, puppets were inanimate objects, so how could they understand Dao patterns? Not to mention drawing out the spell Dao pattern before releasing it, this was simply nonsense. Other than spirit jade, talisman paper, and other special one-time materials, there was nothing else that could record the Dao patterns of spells, let alone repeatedly drawing them. Moreover, even if there was such a thing, it was still extremely precious. How could it be popularized in large quantities? Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan's curiosity burned like a raging fire. At this moment, he seemed to have found the motivation he had when he was studying driving formations and harmonious spirit formations. However, even after Chen Daoxuan dismantled the leopard puppet monster into a pile of remains, he still couldn't find the secret of the spell. Actually, it was normal when he thought about it carefully. This kind of thing must be the core secret of the puppet monsters. How could he discover it by simply opening a puppet monster? Chapter 89, Rising to Fame, 1. He studied for an entire night. Chen Daoxuan still gained nothing and had no choice but to give up regretfully in the end. At the end of the day, it was because he had too little knowledge about puppets. If he had a copy of the inheritance to refine the puppet monster, he could still try to study it. But now, he was acting so recklessly. It seemed like he was dreaming. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan smiled freely. Facing the rising sun, he stood up and stretched his back. Then, he flew against the wind and headed towards Shuanghu Island's port. He had not forgotten. Today was the beginning of the month. It was the day he had agreed to make a deal with Luoli. Redwood Island. Sea overlooking pavilion. When Chen Daoxuan arrived on the boat, a petite woman was leaning against the railing of the sea overlooking pavilion with her back facing him. The woman's upper body was very enchanting, making people's blood surge when they saw it. However, looking down, her lower body was not the slender legs of a human woman. Instead, it revealed a fishtail that was about 10 feet long and was flapping the seawater. As if she had sensed something, Luoli turned her head and saw Chen Daoxuan sailing over. A smile appeared on her pretty face. "I came earlier than you this time." She raised her small fist and sent a voice transmission with a hint of complacency. Chen Daoxuan smiled when he heard her sweet words. He leaped and flew toward the sea overlooking pavilion. "Long time no see. How have you been, Miss Luo?" "I'm fine." Luoli thought for a moment and smiled. "It's not just me. Now, the Merman tribe has finally gained a foothold near the demonic ape mountain. It's all thanks to the weapons you brought us. This is a fair deal. There's no such thing as helping each other," Chen Daoxuan said with a smile. "Anyway, I have to thank you. Because of you, my clansmen survived." "Thank you," Luoli said seriously. Chen Daoxuan didn't dwell on this topic and said, "Oh right, I've always promised you guys to trade spiritual rice with your Merman race. Now, I've found a supply channel for spiritual rice." As he spoke, he pointed at the cargo ship parked not far away. "There might be a lot of spiritual rice. I wonder if you have any way to transport it back." "How much is a little too much?" Luoli asked curiously. "You should come with me to take a look." "All right." With that, the two of them flew toward the cargo ship. They boarded the ship. When he opened the cabin of the cargo ship, half of the cabin was filled with jade crystal rice. This. Seeing so much food all of a sudden, Luoli was so excited that she was speechless. In the underwater world, the Merman usually ate algae plants with spiritual chi, but how could algae plants compare to spiritual rice? It was basically very difficult for the merfolk to maintain their cultivation consumption when they ate algae. Only by occasionally killing some demonic beasts could he feel better. Therefore, for the merfolk who were both body and chi refiners, the path of cultivation was very difficult. Compared to the merfolk race, the cultivation environment of the human race was much better. Not only did the human race have a complete alchemy system, but they were also good at planting all kinds of spiritual herbs and spiritual fruits. They also knew how to open up spiritual fields. In short, Chen Daoxuan had to admit that he was impressed by the way he used cultivation resources. He really racked his brains. It was precisely because of this that the human race became the overlord of this world, suppressing countless races under their feet. The reason why the human race could reach its current status was not only because of their reproductive ability, but also because of their continuous exploration of the path of cultivation. Inside the cabin, Luoli looked at the spiritual rice in front of her with sparkling eyes. She turned around and said, "Can I ask my clansmen to take it away?" "Go ahead." Chen Daoxuan smiled. After a while, Mermen emerged from the edge of the cargo ship one by one. Each of them carried a unique white giant shell and loaded the spiritual rice into the giant shell. It took more than 2 hours. The cabin gradually became empty. "All right, I've used your Chen family's contribution points to pay for the goods this time. Take a look. As she spoke, Luoli handed over a jade slip. Chen Daoxuan took the jade slip and scanned it with his divine sense. He then took out another jade slip from his storage bag and deducted the Merman race's savings. After comparing them, Chen Daoxuan returned Luoli's jade slip and said with a smile, "The money and goods are done. Miss Luo, please keep it." Luoli took the jade slip and looked at Chen Daoxuan. Her pretty face revealed a hint of hesitation. "What's wrong? Is there anything else?" Chen Daoxuan looked at her strangely. "No." Luoli shook her head. "It's just a little strange. The living environment of your human race is obviously much better than that of our merfolk race. Why do you look so tired?" "Tired?" Chen Daoxuan touched his face and somewhat understood the other party's words. He was indeed exhausted. Although Chen Daoxuan didn't support the family on his own like Chen Xianhe, his contribution to the Chen family was not even 1/10 of his contribution to the family. When the Chen family was poor and weak, he was worried. When the Chen family suddenly became rich but lacked strength, he was even more worried. In the past 2 years, Chen Daoxuan had not relaxed for a single day. His mind was always tense, so how could he not feel tired? Just as he was deep in thought, a melodious song entered his ears. The song was like a stream flowing in his heart, soothing his nervous emotions and making him feel like he was at home. Under the comfort of the song, Chen Daoxuan slowly closed his eyes. The frown between his eyebrows gradually relaxed, and his mind regained its peace. After a long time, after the singing stopped, Chen Daoxuan opened his eyes and praised, "It's so nice." "Is it nice?" Luoli was as happy as a child. She smiled and said, "If you think it sounds good, I will sing it for you every time I come to the sea viewing pavilion in the future." "All right, it's a deal." "Okay, it's a deal." He watched Luoli's beautiful figure leap into the sea. Chen Daoxuan smiled and then drove the cargo ship back to Shuanghu Island. A month later, a piece of news caused an earthquake in Guang'an Prefecture's wandering cultivator market. The Mo clan had been exterminated. Although the Mo clan was not a big clan, it was still a Qi refinement clan that possessed a spirit vein. Among all the Qi refinement clans, the Mo clan belonged to the top tier. Such a big family was actually raided and exterminated just like that. How could everyone not be shocked and terrified? Just as everyone was panicking, the Zhou clan's patrol team came out to refute the rumor. The Mo clan was indeed exterminated by their patrol team. However, unlike the rumors in the outside world, the Mo clan was caught red-handed by the patrol fleet after killing a fellow cultivator from Guang'an Prefecture. In the end, the evidence that Chen Daoxuan had recorded was still circulating among the rogue cultivators. After seeing this evidence, everyone knew that the Mo clan must have kicked a metal plate. Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence? The Mo clan had intercepted the Chen clan's cargo ship and coincidentally bumped into the Zhou clan's patrol team? Combined with the dispute between the Mo clan and the Chen clan in the magic tool market in the wandering cultivator market, everyone seemed to understand the scheme behind this. In the end, everyone came to the conclusion that the Chen family was most likely supported by the Zhou family. After coming to this conclusion, the small clans and wandering cultivators in the wandering cultivator market all looked at the rainbow sonar flying sword shop in a different light. The Chen family was immediately put on the list of people who should not be provoked by these small families and freelance martial artists. Not only that, with the rise of the Chen family's reputation, more and more foundation-building families threw olive branches to the Chen family, wanting to get closer to them. After Chen Xianhe returned to Guang'an Prefecture, he received countless invitations. Of course, among these invitations, he did not look at the invitations from the ordinary or refining clans. He only left a bunch of invitations from the foundation-building clans. Among them, there was one invitation that Chen Xianhe valued the most. That was the invitation from the Yang family. Chapter 90, Invitation, 1. 13th Uncle, are you saying that the Yang family patriarch has broken through to the Purple Mansion stage? Shuanghu Island. Chen Daoxuan looked at Chen Xianhe in surprise and exclaimed. This is the invitation given to us by the Yang family, how can it be fake? As he spoke, Chen Xianhe handed over the invitation from the Yang family. He opened the invitation card and saw the words Yang Linyuan's Purple Mansion Banquet written on it. Yang Linyuan was the name of the Yang family patriarch. It was said that he was already close to 200 years old. He did not expect that the other party would actually break through to the Purple Prefecture realm when his lifespan was approaching. For some reason, Chen Daoxuan could smell a storm coming from this small invitation. The Yang family was the second largest family in Guang'an Prefecture. Even though they were no match for the Zhou family in terms of high-level cultivators, the Yang family's foundation was definitely not something that ordinary foundation establishment families could compare to. The Yang family had a population of nearly 10 million and hundreds of thousands of cultivators. They also monopolized the ship business of the entire Guang'an Prefecture. There were nearly 1,000 foundation establishment cultivators in the family. Now that the Yang family patriarch had broken through to the Purple Mansion stage, it would undoubtedly break the dominance of the Zhou family in Guang'an Prefecture. Although the Zhou clan had nearly 10 Zifu disciples. Not only had the Zhou clan patriarch reached the peak Zifu disciple stage, but the Zhou clan's chosen, Zhou Mubai, was also a legendary sword cultivator. His battle prowess far surpassed that of cultivators of the same level. However, the Yang family had never expected to rely on them to compete with the Zhou family. For so many years, the Yang family had been seeking to establish the Guang'an Immortal Alliance. The Yang family would take the lead and unite with many small families in Guang'an Prefecture to build another immortal city to compete with the Guang'an Prefecture Immortal City. This was because the Yang family had long been dissatisfied with the Zhou family monopolizing most of the profits in Guang'an City. After all, the Yang family was a large family with a population of nearly 10 million. The Yang family had a large population, which meant that they had to consume a lot of resources. In recent years, the Yang family had been feeling more and more powerless, especially after the fall of the southern mountains city. The resources from the Yun nation had been reduced again and again in Kang Prefecture. It made the Yang family even worse. He seemed to have thought of something. Chen Daoxuan's heart skipped a beat and he said thoughtfully, the Zhou clan is preparing to hold an auction, and the Yang clan is going to hold a Zifu disciple banquet. How interesting! No. Chen Xianhe shook his head. A battle between big clans is not something that small clans like us can participate in. However, it's highly possible that the Yang family wants to use the Zifu banquet to bring up the Guang'an Immortal Alliance. The Zhou and Yang families are at loggerheads. Guang'an Prefecture is going to enter a troubled period. Yes, I am. Chen Xianhe sighed. It was not easy to settle the Mo family. The Zhou and Yang families had a new wave. Fortunately, these two clans were fighting. As long as the Chen clan did not actively participate, it would not affect a Qi refinement clan like the Chen clan. Moreover, after all, the Zhou and Yang families still had the Qian Yuan sword sect above their heads. Even if they fought, it would at most be a secret fight. It was impossible to fight openly. From the looks of it, the Chen family was even less in danger. No matter what, our Chen family should first get our hands on the Wandering Cultivator Market's magical equipment market. This is the most practical benefit. That's right. Chen Xianhe nodded and smiled. In the past few months when I was in Guang'an Prefecture, I found that many magical equipment stores have closed down. There were originally more than 40 magical equipment stores, but now there are less than 10 that are struggling to survive. I reckon that after this year, these magic tool shops will also close their doors. Finally, he heard some good news. Chen Daoxuan smiled and said, I thought they would hold on for a while longer. I didn't expect them to surrender so quickly. Do you think that these magic tool shops have all the advantages of the Chen family? Chen Xianhe shook his head. Most of their magic tools were second-hand magic tools bought from the descendants of their families. They wouldn't use them for long. If they couldn't sell them for a long time, the magic tool's spirituality would completely dissipate, and they would become a pile of scrap metal in their hands. How many families can withstand such losses? Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan nodded. That's true. The reason why the large clans looked down on the low-end magical equipment market was because the profits were too low. Moreover, if the stock was held for too long, the spiritual aura of the magic tool would be damaged, and the gains would not make up for the losses. Not every family was like the Chen family, who could build a factory to produce flying swords and obtain cheap raw materials from the merfolk clan. If not for these two unique conditions, It was impossible for the Chen family to obtain such high profits from the low-end magical equipment business. In the eyes of the outside world, the magic tool business in the wandering cultivator market run by the Chen family was entirely earned from hard labor. They relied on exploiting the cultivators with poor talent to support the cultivators with good talent. Such behavior. It would be difficult for other families to follow suit. Cultivators were also humans. Humans had desires. No group of people was willing to sacrifice themselves to help others, even if they came from the same family and had the same bloodline. There were hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the Zhou clan, and cultivators with poor aptitude were the majority. How many of them would be willing to sacrifice their Dao path to help an elite clansman like Zhou Mubai? Almost none. Even the matter of the Zhou clan distinguishing the treatment of ordinary disciples and elite disciples had caused unrest in the clan, and complaints were heard everywhere. Not to mention sacrificing one side to help the other. If the Zhou clan really dared to do this, countless traitors would appear in minutes and betray the clan to become itinerant cultivators. Therefore, he had no choice. Even if the outside world knew that the Chen family was using this method to earn profits from the wandering cultivator market, they could not imitate it. They knew that their families could not be so united. Right now, the Rainbow Sonar Flying Sword shop is steadily selling around 600 flying swords every month, and it's far from reaching the market saturation point. Chen Zianhe sighed. It's a pity that Chen Daoxuan and the others are too young. Otherwise, the Rainbow Sonar Flying Sword shop would have been able to continue operating if they had taken my place. We can also monopolize the market for magical artifacts in the wandering cultivator market as soon as possible. 13th uncle, don't be anxious. The wandering cultivator market will be ours sooner or later. Now, we just need to be steady and steady. The family's days will get better and better. Yes. Chen Zianhe had never been so confident about the Chen family's future. 2 years ago, he could only guard the 8,000 spiritual stones accumulated by the ancestors of the Chen family in the clan treasury. He did not know where the family would go next. However, in just 2 years, not only had the Chen family expanded to 11 cultivators, but they had also taken over the magical equipment market in Guang'an Prefecture's wandering cultivator market. Just this alone would bring the Chen family more than 100,000 spiritual stones a year. Not to mention that they were still secretly trading with the Merfolk clan. Right. Chen Zianhe said seriously, have you selected the latest batch of immortal seedlings? Chen Daoxuan knew that 13th uncle was referring to the nearly 10,000 children of the Chen family born from the first batch of women from the Yun nation. 13th uncle, don't worry. This matter concerns the foundation of my Chen family. I've been watching it personally. He paused. There are a total of 9,877 children of the Chen family. A total of 108 immortal seedlings have been selected. This batch of immortal seedlings is not even 2 years old yet. I've already instructed Chen Ji to take good care of this batch of immortal seedlings and their parents. Good. Chen Zianhe nodded. We must give the parents who gave birth to Xian Miao the best treatment. Only then can we encourage the other male descendants of the Chen family to have more children. Don't worry. I plan to allocate 10,000 spirit stones this year to encourage the family to have children. That's good, that's good. Chen Zianhe nodded. Chen Daoxuan was more thoughtful than him in this matter, so he had nothing to worry about. Chapter 91, Ziffa Feast, 1. There's one more thing. Chen Zianhe paused for a moment before saying, I want to bring Daoxuan to Guang'an Prefecture and teach him. It can also be considered as grooming a successor for the clan's magical equipment shop. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but look at Chen Zianhe's pale sideburns and felt his throat go dry. All right. Chen Daoxuan nodded. I will talk to Daoxuan about this later. Yes. Chen Zianhe smiled. Then there's nothing else. Go ahead and do what you need to do. I will go back first. After saying that, Chen Zianhe flew alone toward his cave abode in the Copper Mountains. Chen Daoxuan's vision blurred as he watched Chen Zianhe disappear from his sight. At this moment, he finally realized that 13th uncle was really old. Chen Daoxuan desperately tried to grab hold of 13th uncle's life, but he realized that he could not do anything. The infinite star sea had heavenly materials and earthly treasures that could increase one's lifespan. However, no one would sell such a treasure. Even if someone sold it, it was not something that the current Chen family could touch. Right, the Zhou auction. Chen Daoxuan suddenly thought of something and clenched his fists tightly. He remembered that there seemed to be a 1,000-year-old vermilion fruit that could increase a cultivator's lifespan by 30 years in the Zhou clan's auction. He just didn't know if the Chen family could afford the price of this vermilion fruit. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan took a deep breath. He knew that even if Chen Xianhe used a life-prolonging treasure, it would only delay the arrival of death. Chen Xianhe's qi and blood had long been declining, and it was not something that a life-prolonging treasure could make up for. This meant that Chen Xianhe could no longer build his foundation. At the very least, with Chen Daoxuan's knowledge, he didn't know what method the cultivation world had to help someone who had completely lost hope of building a foundation successfully build one. If the Chen family had risen to prominence 50 years earlier, Chen Xianhe would have been able to build his foundation. There were many cultivators who had successfully established their foundation with low spirit roots. The quality of their spirit roots was poor, but it meant that their cultivation speed was slow, and their cultivation speed could be made up for by external objects. For example, all kinds of spirit pills, water spirit pearls, and other treasures that could assist cultivation could make up for the problem of a cultivator's insufficient spirit root. Therefore, for large cultivation forces, the spiritual root was only one of the conditions to determine whether to cultivate this immortal seedling, but it was definitely not the only condition, or even the most important condition. Because his spiritual roots were insufficient, he could still use resources to make up for it. However, it was difficult to make up for the lack of talent with external items. Therefore, big sects or families like the Qianyuan sword sect, in addition to the spiritual roots of their disciples, would also use various methods to test and temper their disciples' temperament. If Chen Xianhe was a few decades younger, he could have used resources to reach the foundation establishment stage or even higher, just like the cultivators of the Dao generation. However, Chen Xianhe's vitality had completely declined. Even if a nascent soul was invited, it would be useless, let alone heavenly and earthly treasures. At most, it would be able to extend his lifespan. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. In the southwest sea area of the Infinite Star Sea, the Chen family's blue cloud sailed on the rippling sea. Chen Daoxuan was wearing a green Taoist robe and his hair was tied up in a bun. His thin and handsome face was facing a huge island in the distance. The island in front of him was called Golden Crow Island. It got its name from the fact that the island looked like a golden crow falling from the sky. Golden Crow Island was the ancestral land of the Yang family, the second largest family in Guang'an Prefecture. The Yang family was called Lingyuan Prefecture. Compared to Guang'an Prefecture, Lingyuan Prefecture was much less famous. Generally, except for some family disciples, very few rogue cultivators had heard of this name. It was completely different from the Guang'an Prefecture of the spiritual Shell Island, which was well known not only in the sea area of 100,000 miles. Even in the entire Kang Prefecture, Guang'an Prefecture Immortal City was a famous immortal city. Guang'an City's reputation was closely related to the Zhou family's strength. One had to know that due to several calamities in Kangzhou, the number of high-level cultivators in the state had dwindled. So far, there was only one golden core cultivator in Kangzhou, the Ye family ancestor, and he was an early-stage golden core cultivator. From the looks of it, in terms of foundation and strength, the Zhou family was almost only below the Ye family. In the entire Azure continent, there were not many families that could compare to the Zhou family. The Zhou clan patriarch was at the peak Zifa level, and he was about to reach the golden core stage. Zhou Mubai, a prodigy of the Zhou clan, was a figure on the Zifa disciple rankings. It had to be known that cultivators who could make it onto the Zifa disciple rankings, as long as they didn't die midway, would almost all become golden cores. Based on Zhou Mubai's age and talent, his chances of breaking through to the Horus core stage were even higher than the Zhou family's ancestor. Looking at it this way, it was understandable why the cultivators of the Zhou clan were so arrogant in Guang'an Prefecture. It was entirely because of the confidence that their clan's strength had given them. Or rather, it was the confidence that Zhou Mubai gave them. Regardless of whether the Zhou family's ancestor broke through to Golden Core or Zhou Mubai became a Golden Core in the future, the Zhou family could instantly replace the awkward Ye family and become the number one family in the Azure continent. At that time, the Zhou family's influence was more than 10 times wider than it was now. The benefits brought by this could not be simply calculated with numbers. As the grey cloud docked at the port of the Golden Crow Island, Chen Daoxuan discovered that there were already a large number of ships docked at the port. In the sky, there were also Foundation establishment cultivators flying past. Half a year later, Chen Daoxuan's cultivation had also improved, reaching the 8th Qi layer, only a step away from the 9th Qi layer. Even now, Chen Daoxuan was still in disbelief. In just 2 short years, he had advanced from the 3rd Qi layer to the 8th Qi layer. It was about 2.5 levels in a year. This speed was comparable to Zhou Mubai's. He even suspected that if he had the current cultivation conditions earlier, he might have been able to break Zhou Mubai's Foundation establishment record. When the grey cloud stopped, Chen Daoxuan leaped and flew to the dock. At the pier, there were many Qi condensation cultivators like Chen Daoxuan. Most of them were disciples of Qi condensation clans, and only a small number of them were itinerant cultivators. Obviously, these freelance martial artists who were invited by the Yang family were all outstanding in some aspects. It was impossible for him to be someone who was useless except for his cultivation. Chen Daoxuan was at the 8th Qi layer, so he didn't stand out in the crowd. These cultivators who were able to represent the various Qi refining clans in the Zifa banquet were basically the clan leaders of the clans who had brought their most outstanding descendants. It was rare to see someone like Chen Daoxuan alone in the crowd. Therefore, it attracted the attention of some people. "Greetings, fellow deist." Looking around, a fat middle-aged cultivator with a smile on his face saw Chen Daoxuan. His eyes lit up and he walked over. He cupped his hands and said, "I am a cultivator from the Zhang clan of Spirit Gourd Island. May I ask if you are fellow deist Chen of Twin Lakes Island?" Hearing this greeting, the crowd immediately started whispering. "Chen clan cultivators? Which Chen family?" "The Chen family that sells magic tools in the Wandering Cultivator Market in Guang'an Prefecture." "Is it that Chen family? I heard that they have connections with the Zhou family. I wonder if it's true." "It should be groundless accusations. Why would the Zhou clan protect a Qi refinement clan?" Hearing this greeting, Chen Daoxuan stopped and looked at the other party. "Oh? Fellow deist, do you recognize me?" Seeing Chen Daoxuan speak, the fat cultivator was so happy that his face squeezed together. "When I went to the Rainbow Sonar Flying Sword shop to buy a flying sword, I was fortunate enough to see you, fellow deist." "I see." Chen Daoxuan smiled and invited, "Since that's the case, why don't we travel together? I can't ask for more." When the fat cultivator heard this, he was instantly excited. The Chen family was the most popular refining family in Guang'an Prefecture recently. Even foundation building families had been rushing to make friends with them in order to obtain the magic tools refined by the Chen family first. His Zhang clan was a Qi refining clan that didn't even have a spirit vein. Normally, he couldn't even curry favor with them. How could he let go of such a good opportunity? Chapter 92, Old Ancestor Yang. Along the way, after chatting for a while, Chen Daoxuan finally found out the background of this Zhang family. This cultivator called Zhang Xixian was a cultivator of the 9th level of the aura refining realm. He came from a small island called the Spirit Gourd Island, which was less than 10,000 miles away from the Spirit Shell Island. Logically speaking, this kind of small family that didn't even have a spirit vein shouldn't be invited by old ancestor Yang's Zifa banquet. However, according to Zhang Xixian, the cultivators of his family were invited by the Yang family because they were good at making spirit talismans. The spiritual talisman that fellow deist mentioned, are you referring to the jade talisman, or paper talisman, paper talisman? The fat cultivator, Zhang Xixian, cupped his hands repeatedly and smiled bitterly. The spiritual jade materials used to make the jade talisman are too expensive. How can our Zhang family afford to bear the losses if we fail to make it? This was the tragedy of a small family. Even if they wanted to try, they often could not afford the losses and did not dare to advance rashly. Chen Daoxuan knew that if the Zhang family made jade talismans, it was impossible for him to not have heard of the Zhang family's name. Just like the Chen family of Shuanghu Island. Even though they were a Qi refinement clan, due to the large number of magic tools sold by the Chen family, they were even treated as distinguished guests by Foundation establishment clans. They left the dock. Chen Daoxuan and the two cultivators of the Zhang family flew toward Lingyuan County. Lingyuan County was a county of the Yang family, and there was also a market in the county. However, compared to Guang'an City, this city square was like a sparrow and a phoenix. Anyway, in Chen Daoxuan's opinion, this city square was not even comparable to Guang'an Prefecture's wandering cultivator city square. Not to mention the prosperity of the core business district of Guang'an Prefecture. After flying for several hundred miles across Lingyuan County, a continuous spirit mountain appeared in front of them. Fellow Daoist Chen, the Yang family's spiritual mountain is in front of us. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan's heart skipped a beat. Fellow Daoist Zhang has been to the Yang family. I was lucky enough to come here once, said Zhang's Hixian with a smile. The two of them laughed and laughed. He stopped in front of the Yang family's spiritual mountain. This was a place where the Yang clan cultivators cultivated. Not only was there a protective formation protecting the mountain, but there was also a flight restriction formation. Without any special magic tools, not even Zifu disciples would be able to fly within the range of the Yang clan spirit veins. Standing at the foot of the spiritual mountain, he looked up. A white jade stairway appeared in front of everyone. On both sides of the stairway stood Yang family cultivators in uniform robes. Obviously, these cultivators were specially sent by the Yang family to welcome guests. On the stairs, some cultivators had already begun to climb. After presenting the invitation and congratulatory gifts to the Yang family cultivators, Chen Daoxuan began to walk slowly up the mountain with the others. As they walked, chants echoed in the mountains. The Zhang clan of the spiritual gourd island has gifted a 1,000-year-old snow lotus to old ancestor Yang. I wish him a speedy ascension and eternal happiness. Shuanghu Island's Chen clan has gifted a grade 2 water spirit pearl to old ancestor Zhu Yang. Phoenix Parasol Island's Wu clan gifted a 2nd grade flying sword. Ancestor Zhu Yang. Maple Valley Island. About an hour later, Chen Daoxuan and the others finally arrived at the banquet venue. As far as the eye could see, the palace was filled with people. Fortunately, there were many maids and servants in the hall, and they arranged every cultivator who came to celebrate in an orderly manner. Just from these details, one could see how powerful the Yang family was. If it was the Chen family, they definitely did not have the strength to receive so many cultivators at the same time without any problems. Under the guidance of the Yang family's maidservants, Chen Daoxuan found his seat and sat down. Looking at the dazzling array of delicacies on the table, he wondered if he had suffered a loss on this trip. Anyway, in his eyes, this trip to the Yang family was completely for show. Neither Chen Zianhe nor he wanted the Chen family to be involved in the conflict between the Zhou and Yang families. He believed that he was not the only cultivator who had such thoughts. Putting everything else aside, the millions of itinerant cultivators in Guang'an Prefecture would not take sides with the Zhou and Yang families. If it was a big family like the Wu family or the Zhao family. Because the family was big and the goal was big, it was impossible not to take sides. The Chen family of Shuanghu Island was a small ore refining family. It was completely possible for them to not take sides. After all, there were so many small families in Guang'an Prefecture. Even if the Zhou and Yang families wanted to settle scores, they would at most look for the families who stood on the wrong side. They would not look for the Chen family who did not stand on the right side. Otherwise, if such a tyrannical act were to be publicized, it would be a huge blow to the reputation of both the Zhou family and the Yang family. The price of a clan's bad reputation could be seen from the cultivators of the Ye clan. Previously, a foundation-building cultivator of the Ye family wanted to buy water spirit pearls from Guang'an Prefecture. If it was before the Battle of the Southern Mountain City, there would be no need for the Ye family cultivators to buy them personally. The Zhou family had already offered the portion of water spirit pearls that the Ye family cultivators needed at a low price. And now, if it wasn't for the fact that they didn't want the two families to be too embarrassed, the Zhou family would have even decided not to sell the water spirit pearl to the Ye family cultivators. As the banquet progressed, the cultivators began to toast and chat. Most of the people around Chen Daoxuan were disciples of Qi refinement clans. Although he was the young clan leader of the Chen clan, he did not show his face much in Guang'an Prefecture. Apart from the Zhang clan cultivators, there were only a few people present who could recognize him. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan was happy that no one would disturb him. In any case, the purpose of his trip was to eat, drink, and go home after a while. As long as he didn't offend the Yang family, it was fine. As for making him stand on the side or even join the so-called Guang and Immortal Alliance, there was no way. Between pushing cups and changing cups, Zhang Zixian couldn't help but sigh. The Yang family is really rich. This table of ingredients must be worth more than 1,000 spiritual stones. So many tables. Tisk tisk. As he spoke, he shook his head enviously. He seemed to be envious of the Yang family's wealth, but also seemed to be lamenting the Yang family's waste. Chen Daoxuan didn't think much of it. In the eyes of the current Chen family, 1,000 spirit stones was nothing. Even though he said that, his face showed a deep expression of agreement as he repeatedly echoed. Just as he was about to reply, a beautiful maid of the Yang family walked over. "Young master, are you Chen Daoxuan?" The beautiful maidservant walked in front of Chen Daoxuan, her delicate body slightly curtsied as she spoke in a delicate voice. "Yes, I am. What instructions do you have for me?" Chen Daoxuan put down the wine cup in his hand and asked. "Young Master Chen, my ancestor has invited you." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan's expression changed. Even the cultivators at the same table stopped talking and looked over curiously. "Who is this person?" "I don't know. Old ancestor Yang actually invited him alone. Which big clan's disciple is he?" "Impossible. How could a disciple of a large clan sit at the same table as a disciple of a chi refining clan like us?" "Wait, Chen Daoxuan, it can't be that Chen family, right?" Chen Daoxuan ignored the whispers of the cultivators at the same table. His heart was already in turmoil. He had clearly come here with the attitude of a soy sauce, but he had never expected to be summoned by the Yang family ancestor, and it seemed that he was summoned alone. "I don't know if this trip is a blessing or a curse." For a moment, Chen Daoxuan's heart became apprehensive. Chapter 93, Guang and Immortal Alliance. Yang family's Spirit Mountain. A streak of light flew out from the Zifa Feast Palace towards the basin of a mountain stream on another spirit mountain. This basin was surrounded by mountains. In the center of the basin was a huge spiritual lake. At first glance, it looked like an inland sea. In front of the spirit lake, an elegant pavilion stood beside the lake. In the pavilion, there was a white figure sitting there. The two of them descended. Chen Daoxuan hurriedly cupped his hands. "Thank you for your trouble, fairy. I hope you can forgive me for my rudeness." The Yang family female cultivator who was dressed as a maid covered her cherry mouth and smiled, shaking her head. "It's my breath-holding skill, it has nothing to do with young Master Chen." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan nodded in understanding. Just now, he thought that this was just an ordinary beautiful maid-servant. He did not expect her to be a foundation-building cultivator. He almost made a fool of himself along the way. But in his heart, he couldn't help but sigh at the terror of this breath-holding secret skill. He couldn't even notice a foundation-building cultivator standing in front of him. He thought that the other party was an ordinary person. "Young Master Chen, please." Yang Gongwan stretched out her fair little hand and smiled. "Don't make my ancestor wait." "Yes." Chen Daoxuan cupped his hands again and walked in the direction Yang Gongwan pointed. With a perturbed mood, Chen Daoxuan walked to the front of the pavilion. In the pavilion, a white-robed old man with white hair and beard was sitting on a stone bench in the pavilion, facing the spirit lake. Beside the old man was a fishing basket and a fishing rod in his hand. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan did not dare to be negligent. He quickly walked forward and bowed. "Junior Chen Daoxuan greets old ancestor Yang. Have a seat." Yang Linyuan smiled and turned his head to look at Chen Daoxuan. Chen Daoxuan looked at the pavilion. There was a stone bench 3 steps away from the old man. He took a deep breath and calmed his mind. He walked to the stone bench and sat down properly. He only dared to sit on half of the stone bench. "Don't be nervous. I don't eat people." Yang Linyuan seemed to have sensed Chen Daoxuan's nervousness and smiled without turning his head. "I'm not nervous. I'm just intimidated by your temperament." "Ha ha ha ha." Hearing this flattery, Yang Linyuan laughed out loud. He put down the fishing rod in his hand and picked up a piece of silk cloth to wipe his hands. "Do you like fishing?" "No, I haven't." Chen Daoxuan shook his head. "Fishing is a very interesting thing. It's just that my spiritual lake has never been very calm. The fish in it are also smarter than the last." Chen Daoxuan didn't understand what she meant and could only remain silent. Just as he was thinking about how to reply. Crash! A huge wave rose from the center of the lake. Accompanied by this wave, an extremely huge figure jumped out of the lake. This figure seemed to be even larger than the upper first-level demonic beast that Chen Daoxuan had killed, the blood-spotted sea snake. Waves surged from the center of the lake. When the lake water surged into the pavilion, it almost formed a small tsunami. But whether it was Yang Linyuan or Chen Daoxuan, in the face of this disaster that could cause the death of mortals, they were indifferent. In the next moment, the tsunami seemed to have hit an invisible barrier and was forced to stop. The surging water on the surface of the lake seemed to have been flattened by a pair of invisible hands, and the peace of the past was restored. Tier 2 Demonic Beast. Purple Lightning Snapping Turtle. This little fellow is naughty. I've made a fool of myself in front of you. Ancestor, you're too kind. Chen Daoxuan cupped his hands. This little turtle I raise is the most overbearing in this lake. Other than eating normally, it especially likes to kill fish for fun. Sometimes, I think that even though the azure spiritual fish is a tier 1 spiritual beast, if so many spiritual fish were to join forces, they wouldn't be able to make this little turtle act so brazenly. Unfortunately, these fish are too shrewd. They only know how to escape and never know how to unite. Old Ancestor Yang shook his head. How could Chen Daoxuan not understand what the other party was implying? He raised his head and argued, perhaps the reason why the azure spiritual fish are able to reproduce in this spiritual lake is because they didn't join forces to fight against the purple lightning snapping turtle. Moreover, if they join forces to resist, how many azure spiritual fish will it take to die in the end? Hearing this, Yang Linyuan laughed. Have you forgotten about me? If this beast really dares to be so impudent, this old man will be the first to stew it. After saying that, Chen Daoxuan and old ancestor Yang looked at each other. In the end, Chen Daoxuan lowered his head and fell silent. Yang Linyuan was very shrewd. Since he had already said so much, sometimes silence meant rejection. The Chen clan was afraid of the Zhou clan's power and refused to join Guang'an Immortal Alliance. Little friend, you don't want to join Guang'an Immortal Alliance. Yang Linyuan's tone became cold, and his voice was a little ethereal. It's not that I don't want to, but I don't dare to. Chen Daoxuan stood up and bowed, my Chen family is small and weak. We don't even have a foundation establishment cultivator in our family. We really don't dare to offend the Zhou family. I hope Ancestor Yang will have mercy on us. Hearing this, Yang Linyuan revealed a faint smile. Oh? If you don't dare to offend the Zhou family, aren't you afraid of offending the Yang family? Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan bowed and lowered his head, not saying a word. After a long time, Chen Daoxuan heard a sigh. Yang Linyuan waved his hand and said, forget it, forget it. You can get up. No wonder your Chen clan is afraid of the Zhou clan. In Guang'an Prefecture, who doesn't fear the Zhou clan? After saying that, he sighed. Then, Yang Linyuan changed the topic and continued, when the Guang'an Immortal Alliance rebuilds the Immortal City, is your Chen family willing to open your magic tool shop in the new Immortal City? Hearing this, it's my honor. Chen Daoxuan raised his head and smiled. Hearing this reply, Yang Linyuan seemed to be a little tired. He waved his hand and said, your Chen clan just needs to remember today's promise. Go. Junior will take his leave. Chen Daoxuan bowed again and slowly left the pavilion. After leaving the pavilion, Chen Daoxuan heaved a sigh of relief. At least he was not forced to join Guang'an Immortal Alliance. This also proved that the Yang family was indeed, as the rumors said, gentle and not as overbearing as the Zhou family. If the Zhou clan wanted to set up the Guang'an Immortal Alliance, then if Chen Daoxuan didn't join in today, the Chen clan might suffer a full-scale retaliation from the Zhou clan. Of course, if the Zhou family really wanted to establish an alliance organization like the Guang'an Immortal Alliance, the small families in Guang'an Prefecture would probably want to join it no matter what. After all, the principle of leaning against a big tree was applicable everywhere. However, if the Zhou clan didn't even take a fancy to the Yang clan, the second largest clan in Guang'an Prefecture, then there was no need to mention the other smaller clans. In the eyes of the Zhou family, Guang'an Prefecture was just a small pond. Their goal was to replace the Ye family and become the #1 family in Azure Continent. Chapter 94, Spirit Day City. Grandfather, I don't understand why you would take a fancy to a small Chen family. Even if the Chen family has some achievements in refining weapons, they are only limited to low-grade first-tier magic tools. As far as I know, they rarely even sell first-level middle-grade magic tools. This proves that the Chen clan's weapon craftsmen are of extremely low standards. Besides, doesn't the Guang and Immortal Alliance already have the Wu family? In the pavilion, Yang Gongwan's pretty face was filled with confusion. No, Yang Linyuan shook his head. It's precisely because of the Wu family that we need the Chen family, a family with great potential. This. Yang Gongwan frowned. You mean to prevent the Wu family from monopolizing the Guang and Immortal Alliance's spiritual artifacts? Let's prepare for a rainy day. Yang Linyuan raised his head and looked at the mirror-like lake water. The outside world has speculated that the Guang and Immortal Alliance is targeting the Zhou family. However, we, the Wu family, and the Zhao family all know that even if the Guang and Immortal Alliance were to join forces, they would never be a match for the Zhou family. We're only doing this because we want to get our share of the benefits. As for fighting against the Zhou family, Yang Linyuan shook his head. Hearing this, Yang Gongwan pursed her lips and remained silent. Yang Linyuan seemed to be persuading Yang Gongwan, but he also seemed to be talking to himself. In the Battle of the Southern Mountains City, it was said that the Zhou clan of the Guang'an Prefecture suffered the greatest losses, losing 6 Zifu disciples in battle. In truth, my Yang clan, Wu clan, and Zhao clan were the 3 clans that suffered the greatest losses. Because of this battle, the vitality that we had painstakingly recovered from the rebellion of God extinction has almost been lost. Yang Linyuan closed his eyes in pain. 50 years ago, in the Battle of the Southern Mountains City, the 2 Zifu disciples of the Yang clan had both died in battle. The only Zifu disciple of the Wu clan had also died in battle, and the Zhao clan leader had also died in the hands of the Golden Core cultivators of the Xian Qingdao Alliance. This battle. It could be said that it had completely changed the power structure of Guang'an Prefecture. Because the Yang, Wu, and Zhao clans had lost their Zifu disciples, they were no longer comparable to the Zhou clan of Guang'an Prefecture. Although 6 Zifu disciples of the Zhou clan had died, the Zhou clan still had 7 Zifu disciples left to guard it. Even though the Zhou clan had suffered a great loss, it did not affect the Zhou clan's position as the sole power in Guang'an Prefecture. In fact, because the Yang, Wu, and Zhao clans had lost their Zifu disciples, the Zhou clan's power in Guang'an Prefecture had grown even more powerful. Especially the rise of Zhou Mubai. It was like a shot in the arm for the Zhou family, making their reputation even greater than before the Battle of the Southern Mountains City. The current Zhou family was only second to the peak period before the rebellion of God vanishing. Listening to her grandfather recount the rise and fall of the family, Yang Gongwan couldn't help but fall silent. She knew what her grandfather was going to say next. As expected, Yang Linyuan changed the topic and said, "Little Wan, you're different. You're the most talented cultivator in the Yang family in the past 1,000 years. Not only do you have the heaven spiritual root, but you also have the water spiritual body of the 5 elements spiritual body. With your talent, as long as you're willing, you can get your hands on a Zifu disciple or even a Jindan. The outside world says that Zhou Mubai is a genius that only appears once in 1,000 years in Guang'an Prefecture, but in my opinion, you're no weaker than him." Hearing her grandfather's praise, Yang Gongwan wasn't happy. Instead, she was a little unhappy. She knew that her grandfather was going to persuade her again. Yang Linyuan paused for a moment. Although sword cultivators are the best in offense among their peers, with your water element spirit body, if you specialize in water element cultivation techniques, you might not be much weaker than sword cultivators. Why are you so persistent? Yang Gongwan took a deep breath and said, 10 years. Give me another 10 years. If I still can't comprehend sword intent within 10 years, I'll choose to break through to the Zifu level. Grandfather, I have already stepped on the threshold of sword intent. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. If I give up now, I really can't accept it. Sigh, you said the same thing 10 years ago. Yang Linyuan shook his head and said no more. How could sword intent be so easy to comprehend? Otherwise, in the entire Guang'an Prefecture, Sword Immortal Zhou Mubai wouldn't be the only one who could comprehend sword essence at the foundation establishment stage. Seeing that her grandfather was unhappy, Yang Gongwan immediately acted coquettishly. Grandfather, don't be angry. By the way, you told me before that you would provide spiritual veins for free to the itinerant cultivators within 10,000 miles of Golden Crow Island. What's that about? Yang Linyuan shook his head helplessly when he saw Yang Gongwan changing the topic so stiffly. He pointed at her and said, "You." Yang Gongwan smiled innocently as her charming eyes narrowed slightly. Although Yang Linyuan was helpless, he still explained, "The only way for us to compete with the Zhou clan is to provide free energy veins to the itinerant cultivators within 10,000 miles of Gold Crow Island." He paused for a moment before continuing, "For the itinerant cultivators of Guang'an Prefecture, the biggest factor that prevents them from improving their cultivation is not the spirit pills or treasures like the water spirit pearl that assist in cultivation. It's the most basic spiritual energy. For ordinary rogue cultivators, being able to cultivate in a place with spirit veins was their greatest wish. The reason why itinerant cultivators liked to flock to Guang'an Prefecture was because of the grade 3 spirit vein in the city. However, a mere grade 3 spirit range was given to hundreds of thousands of itinerant cultivators. How much could each person get? Not to mention that the Zhou clan has used the spirit gathering formation to build all the good spirit cores into immortals' caves of various grades for rent." At this point, Yang Linyuan shook his head as if he was very disdainful of the Zhou family's behavior. The Guang'an Immortal Alliance's construction of spirit veins for itinerant cultivators may seem like a huge loss in the short term, but in the long run, it's an extremely cost-effective transaction. As Yang Linyuan spoke, a hint of shrewdness flashed in his eyes. Firstly, our spirit meridians aren't used for free. If itinerant cultivators want to use our spirit meridians to cultivate, they have to open up spirit fields and plant spirit herbs in the spirit meridians. Secondly, we can lend spirit stones to the wandering cultivators to support them in doing this. When the itinerant cultivators harvest the spiritual rice, spiritual herbs, and other resources and sell them in the Guang'an Immortal Alliance's immortal cities, not only will we solve the problem of resources, but we will also be able to recover the spirit stones that we borrowed previously. In this way, not only will we revitalize the newly built immortal city, but we will also solve various resource problems for the immortal city. This move is a win-win situation for the Guang'an Immortal Alliance and the rogue cultivators. However, the initial investment will be very, very large. This is also the reason why my Yang family wants to form an alliance. Because just relying on my Yang family alone, we don't have enough financial resources to do this. As Yang Gongwan listened, she analyzed Yang Linyuan's words in detail. Her charming eyes lit up. At this moment, she had to admit that although her grandfather's cultivation talent was far inferior to hers, in terms of foresight, he was definitely the strongest among the Yang family patriarchs. But then she thought of something and frowned. But if the Zhou clan imitates our methods? Ha 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 ha, you! Yang Linyuan laughed. Why do you always treat the Zhou family as your enemy like the outside world? Even if the Zhou family really can't take it anymore, they will follow our example. However, we still have the advantage of being one step ahead. There are millions of itinerant cultivators in Guang'an Prefecture. As long as we can attract even 10% of them, it will be a victory. Because before this, we didn't even have 10%. That's right. Yang Gongwan's eyes lit up. Why did she see the Zhou family as a competitor? Yang Linyuan's actions were a blatant conspiracy. No matter what the Zhou family did, Guang'an Immortal Alliance would not suffer. After all, the spirit veins that were cultivated wouldn't run away, right? If the spirit vein was given to the wandering cultivator for free, the wandering cultivator would not refuse it, right? As long as the itinerant cultivators were willing to use the spirit veins cultivated by the Guang'an Immortal Alliance, with the support of the itinerant cultivators, it would be difficult for the Guang'an Immortal Alliance to not become popular. Grandfather, what name did you give our immortal city? Hearing Yang Linyuan's explanation, Yang Gongwan was completely relieved. She couldn't help but ask about the name of the city that was about to be built. As for the name, Yang Linyuan looked at the calm lake and thought for a moment. Guang'an City has a curfew every night. I hope that our city can become a city that never sleeps, so let's call it Spirit Day City. Chapter 95, Monopoly of the Magical Equipment Market. After attending Ancestor Yang's Purple Mansion banquet, Chen Daoxuan didn't choose to return to Twin Lake Island. Instead, he went straight to Spirit Shell Island. In fact, it wasn't just Chen Daoxuan. Along the way, many cultivators who had attended Ancestor Yang's Purple Mansion banquet were sailing in the direction of the Spirit Shell Island. because the Zhou clan's auction was about to begin. This auction would only be held once every few years in Guang'an Prefecture. Moreover, as the frequency of resource carriers visiting Guang'an Prefecture decreased, it would be a few years before an auction of this scale was held again. Naturally, no one wanted to miss this event. Guang'an Prefecture, Wandering Cultivator Market. Rainbow Sound Flying Sword Shop. Chen Daoxuan sized up Chen Daoxuan, whom he hadn't seen for more than half a year, and asked in surprise, "Did you just say that the chief went to the branch in the West Street?" Reporting to young clan leader, "Yes." Chen Daoxuan was already 13 years old. After more than half a year of experience, he had clearly matured. He nodded. After listening to Chen Daoxuan's narration, Chen Daoxuan admired Chen Xianhe's management skills even more. 13th uncle actually chose to open a branch in the West Street of the Wandering Cultivator Market. This was because the Rainbow Sonar Flying Sword Shop under Chen Daoxuan's feet was located on the east side of the Wandering Cultivator Market, the furthest from the West Street. The entire Wandering Cultivator Market. Now, only a few magic tool shops on West Street were struggling to survive, unwilling to close their doors. This was something that the Chens, who viewed the magical equipment market as their exclusive property, could not tolerate. Hence, he decided to do it. Chen Xianhe chose to open a branch store next to the magic tool stores on the West Street to fight against the other party. This time, however, it disgusted the remaining magic tool shops. If he wanted to play hard, the Mo clan's extermination was a lesson right in front of him. Even if they had the guts, they wouldn't dare to kill the Chen clan cultivators halfway. Since he couldn't force it, he could only solve it through normal business channels. As for normal operations, how could these second-hand magic tool shops compete with the Chen family's magic tool shop? Not to mention the difference in quality between these second-hand magic tool shops and the Rainbow Sonar Flying Sword Shop. Let's talk about the cost of both. These magic tool shops were no match for him at all. The second-hand magic tools in these magic tool shops were all purchased from the disciples of various families through special channels. The price was usually higher than the cost of refining a new magic tool. And how low was the cost of refining the Chen family's flying swords? The red shadow flying swords refined by the Chen family used red copper ore, almost all of which came from transactions with the merfolk clan. The Chen family used the merfolk clan's magical equipment to sell at a high price and Chen Daoxuan's financial means. In fact, the price of the spirit ores they obtained from the merfolk clan was so low that it made one's hair stand on end. Coupled with the streamlined production of the flying sword factory on Shuanghu Island, it was fine if the other party operated normally, but if they wanted to fight a price war with the Rainbow Sound Magic Tool Shop, they would probably suffer such a loss that they would vomit blood. And even if they suffered losses to the point of vomiting blood, the Chen family could still earn the spirit stones that they should earn. It was just a matter of how much they earned. As for losses, they didn't exist. She chatted with Chen Daoxuan for a while and asked him about his cultivation progress. After learning that Chen Daoxuan hadn't slacked off on his cultivation just because he followed Chen Xianhe to run the shop, he nodded in relief. It seemed that even after leaving Shuanghu Island, Chen Daoxuan had not forgotten the cultivation habits he had developed in his family. This undoubtedly made Chen Daoxuan very satisfied. Cultivation was something that required constant perseverance. Some people clearly did not have good spiritual roots, and their resources were not as good as other cultivators. However, under the persistence of time, they actually went further than cultivators with good spiritual roots. This was the qualitative change brought about by long-term persistence. If a cultivator relied on his superior spiritual roots and cultivated for 3 days and 2 days, then even if he was a heavenly spiritual root cultivator, his final achievements would be extremely limited. Chen Daoxuan had repeatedly emphasized these experiences when he was enlightening Chen Daoxuan and the others on the path of cultivation. She encouraged Chen Daoxuan. After finding out the exact location of the branch, Chen Daoxuan took the cloud-treading beast carriage and rushed to the branch in the West Street. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Chen Daoxuan got out of the car. Looking at the store that was even more luxurious than the East Street store, he found it unbelievable. All along, Chen Xianhe was always cautious and low-key. However, this time, he changed his style and became high-profile. However, thinking about it carefully, the more high-profile the Chen family was, the more these small families did not dare to provoke the Chen family. Speaking of which, this could be considered a bluff. Of course, it was not entirely a bluff. After all, Zhou Muchen was the Chen family's true backer. During this period of time, the person Chen Xianhe had the closest contact with in the wandering cultivator market was the deacon of the Zhou clan's patrol fleet. It was also because of Zhou Muchen's intimidation that some of the small families who were ready to make a move did not dare to overstep their boundaries. He walked into the branch. Chen Xianhe, who was busy with his business, did not notice Chen Daoxuan's arrival. Compared to East Street, the Rainbow Sonar Flying Sword shop on the West Street seemed to have better business. He only found out after asking around. The price of the flying swords here was actually 5 spirit stones cheaper than before. In other words, a Scarlet Shadow flying sword could be bought for only 45 spirit stones. Compared to the previous price of 50 spirit stones, it had dropped by 10%. This price drop was not a small figure. It was only because the Chen family relied on the industrial production method and the merfolk race's cheap raw materials that they dared to play like this. Otherwise, the cost of refining an ordinary Crimson Shadow flying sword alone would have reached 31 spirit stones. If the labor cost, transportation cost, shop expenses, and Guang'an prefecture tax were included, it would definitely be a loss. Just as Chen Daoxuan was feeling astonished, a black-robed itinerant cultivator rushed in from outside the shop. As he walked, he kept laughing loudly, "Shopkeeper Chen, good news! The Wang clan's magic tool shop has just closed. This is the last magic tool shop in the wandering cultivator market other than our Rainbow Sonar flying sword shop." Hearing this, the crowd immediately became restless. The last magic tool shop has closed. It seems that the magic tool market in the wandering cultivator market has completely belonged to the Chen family. Yeah, but it's no wonder. The Chen family's flying swords are of high quality and cheap. Who wouldn't be willing to buy them from them? I'm just afraid that the Chen family will take the opportunity to raise the price when he's the only magic tool shop in the future. After hearing this question, everyone agreed. Although there was no concept of monopoly in the Infinite Star Sea, everyone knew that when the Chens were the only ones selling low-level spiritual artifacts in the market, they had the power to set the price. Once this item was in the hands of the Chen family, they could sell it for 45 spirit stones today and raise the price to 65 spirit stones tomorrow. As for the freelance martial artists, other than breaking their teeth and swallowing it, they had no other good ideas. As if hearing the doubts of the crowd, Chen Xianhe quickly comforted them, "Everyone, please rest assured. Our Rainbow Sonar flying sword shop has already said before that the reason why the flying swords have dropped in price is because the price of the red copper ore has dropped after the arrival of the frontline resource transport ship. In the future, if the price of red copper ores rises back up, we will at most restore it to the original 50 spirit stones. We will definitely not take the opportunity to raise the price." Hearing Chen Xianhe's promise, everyone gradually calmed down. Chapter 96, I'm Not Willing, 1. Night fell. In the West Street branch, Chen Xianhe and his nephew were chatting at the tea table. 13th uncle, why did you hire fellow Daoist Wei to work as a clerk in my Rainbow Sonar flying sword shop? Today, the black-robed rogue cultivator he saw in the branch was none other than Wei Sahai, the rogue cultivator that Chen Daoxuan met on his first visit to the rogue cultivator market. Hearing this, Chen Xianhe smiled helplessly and said, "I have no choice. The business of the West Street branch is even better than that of the East Street branch. I'm really busy, so I asked fellow Daoist Wei to come and help. Fellow Daoist Wei is very experienced in selling goods. After he came, I felt much more relaxed. This annual salary of 200 spirit stones is worth it." Chen Daoxuan nodded. "Oh right, these are the flying swords and spirit stones I brought from the clan this time." As he spoke, Chen Daoxuan touched his waist. Looking at the storage pouches hanging around Chen Daoxuan's waist, Chen Xianhe couldn't help but frown. "You've brought too many bags of holding with you. Walking outside like this is really attracting attention." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan sighed and said, "There's no other way. The storage space of a low-grade storage bag is limited. The 100,000 spirit stones I brought from the clan treasury alone would take up an entire bag of holding, not to mention the flying swords that take up even more space. I'll find a chance to buy a high-grade storage bag." After thinking for a while, Chen Daoxuan shook his head. Although the storage space of a high-grade storage bag is much larger than a low-grade storage bag, it's not as cost-effective as using a low-grade storage bag. Chen Zianhe knew that Chen Daoxuan was telling the truth and didn't try to persuade him anymore. Although it was a little comical to have a bunch of storage bags on their waists, it was almost the same for all the disciples of the clan when transporting important resources. Items like flying swords, spirit stones, and spirit pills were usually transported in storage bags. Only those resources that were particularly large in quantity, such as spiritual rice, spiritual ores, and food for ordinary people, would be transported by cargo ships. 100,000 spirit stones, plus the half a year's payment from the Rainbow Sonar Flying Sword Shop, we can take out a total of about 310,000 spirit stones this time. 310,000 spiritual stones. Seeing the 3 storage bags filled with spirit stones on the table, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. Although the total amount of goods in the Chen family's treasury was far more than 310,000 spirit stones, most of the treasures in their treasury were all kinds of spirit ores and water spirit pearls. Although spirit ores and water spirit pearls were hard currency, they could not be used to purchase materials like spirit stones. After all, in the cultivation world, spirit stones were the currency. Other precious treasures could not be used to buy materials unless they had agreed to barter with the other party in advance. The spirit ores in the Chen family's treasury were still manageable. Whether they were sold directly or refined into flying swords, there were always ways to cash them out. However, it was very difficult to sell water spirit pearls. He could only leave it for the Chen clan cultivators to use. With so many spirit stones, I believe this trip will definitely be able to buy a lot of useful resources for our Chen family and increase our family's foundation. Chen Zianhe said excitedly. Unexpectedly, when Chen Daoxuan heard this, his eyes could not help but dodge. However, the excited Chen Zianhe did not notice this detail at all. Chen Daoxuan pretended to flip through the brochure of the various treasures in this auction while pretending to be casual. 13th uncle, let me participate in this auction alone. The magic tool shop is too busy, so I need you to take care of it. Hearing this, Chen Zianhe came back to his senses and stared at Chen Daoxuan. It's okay. Fellow Daoist Wei will take care of the branch business. There's Daochuan on the East Street. There won't be any problems. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan put down the brochure and said, I'm still worried about fellow Daoist Wei. After all, he's not my Chen family. Dao profound. Before Chen Daoxuan could finish, Chen Zianhe said, you've been cultivating with me since you were 5 years old. For so many years, although we're uncle and nephew, we're actually father and son. I can see through everything you do and think. You can't hide it from me. Chen Zianhe shook his head and stared at him. Tell me, do you want to buy that 1,000-year red fruit? Hearing this question, Chen Daoxuan's fingers could not help but tremble. He raised his head and forced a smile. 13th uncle, you worry too much. How could I? You will. You definitely will. Chen Zianhe stared at him and continued, although you usually appear cold and strict in front of your clansmen, you are actually a person who values relationships and loyalty. So, you will definitely do this. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan fell silent. After a long time, he looked up at Chen Zianhe. 13th uncle, the 1,000-year red fruit has the effect of extending your life by 30 years. Perhaps I can find a way to build your foundation for you in the future. Daoxuan, you're muddle-headed. Chen Zianhe sighed and said, let's not talk about whether you can help me find the method to build my foundation in the future. How can the 1,000-year-old vermilion fruit be so easy to get? Even if you can get it, do you know how many foundation establishment, Zifu disciples, and even golden core cultivators are secretly coveting this life-prolonging treasure? A mere 30-year lifespan extension treasure, how could it? 30 years. Chen Zianhe shook his head, let me ask you, old ancestor Yang has reached the Zifu disciple realm after reaching 200 years of age. If he is only 10 years away from breaking through, what does this life-prolonging treasure mean to him? Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan instantly understood. It seemed that the 1,000-year red fruit only had the effect of extending one's lifespan by 30 years, but in fact, it could give a cultivator who was nearing the end of his life and was only one step away from breaking through again. This value was not something that a mere 30 years of life extension could compare to. Understanding this, Chen Daoxuan knew that his plan to buy the 1,000-year-old vermilion fruit was probably going to die in the womb. Even if the Chen family had some money now, they definitely couldn't compete with high-level cultivators. This was especially true for those high-grade cultivators who were nearing the end of their lifespans. Even if the Chen family won, they would definitely be robbed by high-level cultivators who were nearing the end of their lives. For the cultivators who were nearing the end of their lives, they would not be afraid even if the emperor came, let alone the intimidation of the Qian Yuan sword sect. Because if they didn't give it their all, what awaited them was death. This kind of cultivator was even crazier than the Mo family. Seeing Chen Daoxuan in low spirits, Chen Zianhe muttered to himself, cultivators like us pursue the great Dao, but we are not greedy for life, nor are we afraid of death. If the safety of the clan is the stake, I am not willing to live just for one night. As he spoke, he looked at Chen Daoxuan with a gentle gaze and comforted him, live when you live, die when you die. Daoxian, there's no need to be sad. At this point, Chen Zianhe's thoughts seemed to travel back to the battlefield of Zhenyi's Pass 50 years ago. The previous clan leader, Chen Xianzhou, said these lofty words in the face of the cultivators from the Yun nation who surged over like a tsunami. Live when you live, die when you die. Chapter 97, Life-Bound Magical Treasure, 1. Very quickly. A month passed. Within this month, Chen Daoxuan discovered that the number of itinerant cultivators and clan disciples in Guang'an Prefecture had increased significantly. Especially in the past 3 days. He knew that most of these clan disciples had rushed over to participate in the Zhou clan auction house's grand auction. In reality, not only did the Zhou clan hold an auction, but the various shops in the core business district and the wandering cultivator market were also filled with all kinds of goods. Thanks to the arrival of the frontline transport ship, the prices of various cultivation resources in Guang'an Prefecture had dropped significantly. The decrease in the price of the flying swords in the Rainbow Sonar flying sword shop wasn't an exception. Wu clan's precious tool pavilion, Zhou clan's elixir store, Zhao clan's spirit medicine store, and even Yang clan's boat store all started to sell their goods at a reduced price. The entire Guang'an Prefecture was in a festive mood. In the central business district, Zhou Auction House. At this moment, the entire street where the Zhou clan auction house was located was sealed off by the Zhou clan's law enforcement team. Some of the rogue cultivators who wanted to watch the show could only stretch their heads out to look at this scene. As for any ignorant rogue cultivator who wanted to go in and see the world, the Zhou family's law enforcement team would let him know how cruel the consequences of causing trouble were. Of course, the rogue cultivator here referred to the Lianqi rogue cultivator. If a foundation establishment cultivator wanted to enter, they wouldn't encounter any obstruction. He walked up to a cultivator from the Zhou clan. Chen Daoxuan took out a gold-inlaid invitation and handed it over. So it's fellow Daoist Chen from Twin Lake Island. Please come in. The Zhou clan cultivator smiled and made an inviting gesture. This law enforcement team cultivator had obviously heard of the Chen family of Twin Lake Island, which had recently become famous in the wandering cultivator market. Chen Zianhe and Chen Daoxuan walked into the main hall of the auction house easily. They entered the main venue. Even Chen Daoxuan was shocked by the Zhou family's extravagance. The auction hall before him was divided into 3 floors. Each floor had an area of more than 10,000 square meters. Each floor was divided into small private rooms like an auction branch. Although the Chen family had risen to fame, they were only a Qi refinement family after all. Therefore, they were assigned to the C booth on the first floor. At the second level, the private rooms were much fewer and more spacious. They were arranged for the foundation establishment cultivators of Guang'an Prefecture and other prefectures in Kangzhou. And so on. The third floor was where the Zifa clan cultivators were. The Zhou clan cultivators were all in the third floor box. As soon as he entered the venue, Chen Daoxuan saw a person he had met a month ago. Yang Gonghuan was currently surrounded by the crowd of foundation establishment cultivators of the Yang family. As a newly ascended Zifa clan, especially the chief of the Guang'an Immortal Alliance, the Yang clan naturally received extraordinary treatment. Not only was he arranged to be in a private room on the third floor, but the Zhou family had even sent a heavyweight to welcome him. Zhou Mubai. Yang Gonghuan looked at the white-robed cultivator with a complicated expression. She had always thought highly of herself. Yang Gongwan was confident that even if she was born in the Qianyuan sword sect, she would definitely become a personal disciple. However, in front of Zhou Mubai, a prodigy of Guang'an Prefecture, she felt that she was inexplicably inferior. This was not only the psychological gap brought about by their family power. More importantly, Zhou Mubai's talent in swordplay was too shocking. He had comprehended sword intent at the foundation establishment stage and became a sword cultivator. He was ranked on the Sons of Heaven rankings in the Infinite Star Sea. Yang Gongwan had been suppressing her cultivation level. She had not broken through to the Purple Mansion stage because she wanted to comprehend sword intent at the foundation establishment stage. In this way, she could transform her vital essence into sword essence and become a sword cultivator. Otherwise, if he comprehended sword intent after breaking through to the Zifu stage, he would lose the opportunity to refine his true essence with sword intent. From then on, the quality of his magic power would be weaker than sword cultivators of the same level. One step behind, one step behind. Yang Wanrong knew this very well. Therefore, she ignored her grandfather's objection and desperately tried to comprehend sword essence in the foundation establishment stage. However, the more impatient Yang Gongwan was, the more she was unable to comprehend the sword intent. "Fairy Yang, long time no see. How have you been?" Zhou Mubai cupped his hands and greeted them with a smile. "Thanks to young Master Zhou, I'm living very well." Yang Gongwan emphasized the word very good, which made Zhou Mubai feel a little awkward. The Zhou family was in a heated discussion about the Yang family joining forces with the other major families of Guang'an Prefecture to form the Guang'an Immortal Alliance. Some of the more radical factions said that they might as well kill the chicken to warn the monkeys, and teach those small families who dared to join the Guang'an Immortal Alliance a lesson. There were also those who were more moderate and advocated for the small families in Guang'an Prefecture to be roped in, especially those neutral families who were not in a hurry to take sides. Zhou Mubai belonged to the latter. He was very opposed to the Zhou family's domineering behavior. In Zhou Mubai's eyes, the Zhou family's domineering behavior was no different from the Ye family in the past. And the Ye family was the family that Zhou Mubai hated the most. Because his younger brother was indirectly killed by Ye Wudao, the ancestor of the Ye family. The two of them exchanged pleasantries. Yang Gongwan brought her clansmen upstairs. When she turned her head, she caught a glimpse of Chen Daoxuan, who had just entered the venue, and couldn't help but stop in her tracks. "Fairy Yang, what's wrong?" Zhou Mubai asked in surprise. "It's nothing." Yang Gongwan shook her head and headed upstairs. Zhou Mubai followed Yang Gongwan's gaze and saw Chen Daoxuan and Chen Zianhe. He thought about it. He sent a voice transmission to a disciple of the Zhou clan, "Help me check on those two people." "Yes, young clan leader." The Zhou disciple immediately obeyed. Sitting in the private room, Chen Daoxuan calmed himself down and silently waited for the auction to begin. 2 hours later, the auction finally began. The person hosting this auction wasn't the old man Chen Daoxuan met last time, but a man and a woman from the Zhou clan. Moreover, these two were both at the late stage of the foundation establishment realm. The host of this auction was a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. One could imagine how extravagant the Zhou family was. The two of them started off with a familiar introduction. The auction officially began. The first item to be auctioned today is an inheritance jade slip seized from the battlefield in the Yun nation. Hearing that the first item was an inheritance jade slip, everyone became spirited. Inheritance jade slips weren't commonly seen in auctions. Usually, very few families would be willing to sell something that could increase the foundation of their families. He seemed to have sensed the excitement of the crowd. The voices of the two hosts became even louder. This inheritance jade slip contains the method to refine a level 1 lifebound magic tool. Even though it was a lifebound magic tool, everyone's mood still dropped a lot when they heard that it was a level 1 magic tool. However, this level 1 magic tool is not an ordinary offensive magic tool. It is a rare defensive magic tool, and it is the most precious spiritual armor type magic tool among defensive magic tools. Boom! Hearing this, the audience was in an uproar. Among all the defensive magic tools, spirit armor magic tools were the most precious. This conclusion was made during the 400-year war between the Infinite Star Sea and the Yun nation. In the past, defensive magic tools could be divided into shield-shaped, bell-shaped, and other types. However, as the war between the two sides continued, the cultivators of the Infinite Star Sea and the Yun Nation found that the shield-type and bowl-type defensive magical equipment were far less practical than the spiritual armor magical equipment. This was because shield-shaped magic tools and bowl-shaped magic tools required cultivators to use their spiritual sense to control them in order to block the enemy's attacks. However, there would be a problem if the enemy's flying sword was fast enough and found the weak point of the shield-shaped or bell-shaped magic artifact, such as attacking from behind or below. It was very difficult for cultivators to guard against it. However, the spirit armor magic tools that covered the entire body of the cultivator did not have this problem. As long as a cultivator wore a ling armor that covered their entire body, they did not need to use their divine sense. They only needed to infuse their true qi, and the ling armor would provide comprehensive protection for the cultivator. It was very convenient. At this time, unless the enemy broke through the ling armor, it was absolutely impossible to harm the cultivator's body. Chapter 98, Living Pill Manual, 1. Looking at the lively atmosphere at the scene. The two Zhou clan cultivators on the stage shouted, "The starting price of a level 1 life source magic tool inheritance jade slip is 30,000 spirit stones. Each bid must be no lower than 1,000 spirit stones. Let the bidding begin." Boom! A deep bell rang throughout the entire auction hall. Compared to the hammer in the auction hall, the main auction hall of the Zhou family used the method of striking the bell to calculate the auction frequency. 30,000 spirit stones. 31,000 spirit stones. 35,000 spirit stones. Soon, the price soared to 40,000 spirit stones. Normally speaking, a level 1 magic tool inheritance was not worth 30,000 spirit stones at all. It was hard to say whether the Chen family's level 2 magic tool inheritance was worth 30,000 spirit stones, let alone a level 1 magic tool inheritance. However, the level 1 magic tool inheritance that was being auctioned today was different. Not only was it a precious life-bound magical treasure, but it was also a spirit armor-type defensive magical treasure. Its value was even higher. In the cultivation world, dharmic artifacts could be divided into offensive, defensive, auxiliary, and other miscellaneous types according to their functions. According to their commonality, they could be divided into two types: ordinary magic tools and life-bound magic tools. Ordinary magic tools were magic tools that any cultivator could use. For example, the various magic tools in the Chen family's second-grade magic tool inheritance were all ordinary magic tools. As for life-bound magic artifacts, they could also be called exclusive magic artifacts. This magic tool had two characteristics. First, it could only be used by one cultivator. In other words, it could only be used by the owner of the life-bound magical treasure. Other cultivators could not use it either. In this way, the advantage of a life-bound magic weapon was that even if a cultivator was killed or captured, they did not have to worry about the magic weapon being used by the enemy because others could not use it. Secondly, in theory, life-bound magic weapons could be upgraded indefinitely. There were two ways to upgrade a life-bound magical treasure. The first method was to use true qi, true essence, or dharmic powers to nurture it day by day. Over time, perhaps after a few hundred years of nurturing it in the Danshan Sea of Qi, it was possible to upgrade the grade of the magic tool. The second method was much more practical. The cultivator had to invite a weapon craftsman to add all kinds of higher-grade materials to upgrade the life-bound magical treasure. Of course, in addition to these limitations, the power of a cultivator's life-bound magic weapon was naturally stronger than that of an ordinary magic weapon. More importantly, the consumption of true qi was lower when using a life-bound magic weapon. If a cultivator used an ordinary magical treasure, it would consume 10% of true qi. However, using a life-bound magical treasure could save at least half of it, which was 5% of true qi. This characteristic would significantly increase the endurance of a cultivator in battle. Speaking of which, other than some limitations, the life-bound magic tool seemed to have no shortcomings. Then why were ordinary magic tools still the mainstream in the cultivation world? This was the reason. Normally, a cultivator had to forge a life-bound magical treasure themselves. This required the owner of the life-bound magical treasure to be a weapon craftsman. Of course, a weapon refiner could also forge a life-bound magic weapon for others, but the prerequisite was that the weapon refiner had to thoroughly understand everything about the cultivator. This included his Danshan, Qi Si, meridians, and even his sea of consciousness. This meant that the cultivator had to expose all his secrets to outsiders. How many cultivators in the world would dare to do this? Even if there were cultivators who were not afraid of being schemed against and dared to do so. At the very least, you would have to hire an armament master to customize it for you, right? Generally, other than the big families and sects, how many itinerant cultivators had the ability to invite a respected artifact master to personally customize a life-bound artifact for them? This was the biggest reason why life-bound magic tools were difficult to spread. In less than 5 minutes, the price of this level 1 magic tool inheritance jade slip had soared to 50,000 spirit stones, and the price was still rising. In the past, Chen Daoxuan felt that the itinerant cultivators were really poor. Now, he only felt that the clan cultivators were really rich. 50,000 spirit stones. Even if the Chen family spent so much money, they would have to think twice. The foundation establishment clans and even the ore refining clans were all competing against each other. However, even though the number of ore refining clans was the highest, the number of competitors was obviously less. The price soared to 50,000. Chen Daoxuan no longer hesitated and immediately raised the price to 55,000 spiritual stones. Room C1376 bids 55,000 spiritual stones. Any higher bids? As expected, the sudden increase of 5,000 spirit stones scared off a bunch of ore refining and foundation building clans. There was a moment of silence. 60,000 spirit stones. The new bid broke the silence of the venue once again. 65,000 spirit stones. Chen Daoxuan bid again. This time, the venue finally quieted down. No one continued to bid. It was obvious that 65,000 spirit stones for a level 1 defensive magic tool inheritance was already a little beyond what everyone could afford. This was already more expensive than a foundation establishment pill. With this spare money, it would be better to buy a foundation establishment pill and think of a way to let the cultivators in the clan advance to the foundation establishment realm. Even if an ordinary chi refinement clan advanced to the foundation establishment realm, the increase in the clan's foundation would not be too obvious. However, at the very least, his name would sound nice. In his dealings with the major families of Guang'an Prefecture, others would think highly of him. As for the other changes, there were usually none. A foundation establishment cultivator in Guang'an Prefecture wouldn't be able to change anything at all, a Zifu disciple was more like it. 65,000 spirit stones going once, 65,000 spirit stones going twice, 65,000 spirit stones going thrice. Congratulations to the fellow Daoist in room C1376. This level 1 magic tool inheritance jade slip is yours. Boom. Hearing the bell, Chen Daoxuan's anxious heart relaxed. I got it. The first item was sold at a high price of 65,000 spirit stones. For the Zhou auction house, it was undoubtedly a good start. The 2 Zhou clan cultivators on the stage also became slightly agitated. Next is the second item. Time passed. One after another, precious treasures were placed on the auction stage by the Zhou family. Among them, there were level 3 and even level 4 spirit ores, high-grade precious spirit herbs, high-grade magic tools, spirit pills, various cultivation techniques, spell inheritances and immortal cultivation techniques. Chen Daoxuan seized the opportunity and attacked repeatedly, gaining a lot. But at the same time, his waist pouch was also drying up. After spending 310,000 spiritual stones, he was left with less than 100,000 spiritual stones. He had spent more than 200,000 spiritual stones. The auction had been going on for a full 10 hours, and it was only halfway through. Fortunately, they were all at least chi condensation cultivators. Even if they sat in the venue for such a long time, they would probably be so hungry that their eyes would faint. Chen Daoxuan made a rough estimate. Such a long time. The Zhou auction house had auctioned off treasures worth at least tens of millions of spirit stones. It had to be said that the capital flow of a large clan was extremely terrifying. The Zhou auction house was only one of the Zhou family's properties. Of course, an auction of this scale would only be held once every few years by the Zhou family. Moreover, many of the treasures were provided by the frontline resource carriers. In other words, the majority of the income would probably belong to the Qian Yuan sword sect. However, the Zhou family did get a big share of the pie. Just as he was thinking, Another item was pushed up on the auction stage. This auction item was locked in a cage. As the silk cloth on the cage was lifted, a female cultivator with her hands and feet shackled and her dantian confined appeared in front of everyone. The next item to be auctioned is a foundation establishment fairy from the Yun nation. On the auction stage, the male cultivator of the Zhou clan revealed a smile that any man could understand. He introduced, this foundation establishment fairy of the Yun nation comes from an alchemy clan in the Yun nation. She's not a cauldron like everyone thinks, but a genuine alchemist. In other words, this is a living pill manual. Ha 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 ha. Hearing this introduction, the audience burst into laughter. The cultivators in the Infinite Star Sea, especially those in Kangzhou, hated the cultivators from the Yun nation to the core. At this moment, seeing this usually high and mighty foundation establishment fairy reveal such a down and out appearance, everyone immediately laughed happily. Inside a cage made of special metal. When the female cultivator from the Yun nation heard everyone's mocking laughter, her beautiful eyes almost spat out fire. However, not only was her dantian restricted, her limbs were tied up, and her entire body was covered in spells. She could not move at all. Might as well. She closed her eyes and silently mobilized the true essence in her dantian, wanting to break through the seal of the seal. Next, the auction price for this living pill manual is Chapter 99, Invisibility Talisman, 1. 100,000 Spirit Stones. Each bid must not be lower than 10,000 Spirit Stones. Let the bidding begin. Boom. Hearing this price, everyone present could hear a pin drop. If one were to buy an alchemy inheritance at this price, everyone might not think it was expensive. In fact, it might even be very cheap. However, using this price to buy a foundation establishment female cultivator was too expensive. Although this female foundation building cultivator was an alchemist, she was also the enemy of the cultivators in the Infinite Star Sea. Who could guarantee that she would wholeheartedly teach her clansmen how to refine elixirs? As for using it as a cauldron, there was no clan that was so rich as to spend 100,000 spirit stones just to buy a cauldron. And to use a soul-searching secret art to search her brain for the pill-concocting legacy, aside from the fact that soul-searching secret arts were extremely rare, ordinary foundation establishment clans, and even Zifa clans, didn't possess such secret arts. Even if he had the soul-searching secret skill, the alchemy inheritance he obtained would definitely be incomplete and meaningless. Therefore, he had no choice. Unless this female cultivator from the Yun nation was willing to reveal her alchemy heritage to the public, there was no chance at all. This was also the reason why the Qianyuan sword sect and the Zhou family did not pry the alchemy inheritance out of her mouth. Of course, the Qianyuan sword sect might be able to pry out this inheritance, but they did not like this inheritance at all. In addition, they found it troublesome, so they directly sent this female cultivator to Guang'an Prefecture. As for the Zhou family, they probably didn't have the ability to pry out the alchemy inheritance from this alchemist from the Yun nation. Therefore, he had no choice. Only then did the Zhou family decide to sell this female cultivator as an auction item, selling as much as they could. Otherwise, if it was a jade slip of alchemy inheritance, the Zhou family might not have sent it to the auction house for auction. After all, the value of the alchemy inheritance was even more shocking than the artifact refinement inheritance. After a few breaths of silence, everyone finally could not resist the temptation of the alchemy inheritance and began to bid. 110,000 spirit stones. 120,000. I bid 150,000. Looking at the rising and falling bids in the venue, Chen Daoxuan silently withdrew his hand that was about to bid. I can't afford it. Sorry to disturb you. This was too expensive. Chen Daoxuan thought to himself. This was only a living manual. It was still unknown whether they could pry out the alchemy inheritance from her mouth, but everyone was so excited. If it was a true alchemy inheritance, Chen Daoxuan reckoned that everyone would fight over it with all their might. Since they couldn't afford it, Chen Xianhe and Chen Daoxuan simply joined hands to watch the show. After a round of bidding, this foundation-building female alchemist was eventually bought by a foundation-building clan on the second floor at a high price of 210,000 spirit stones. It was more than double the starting price. Today, in order to stimulate everyone's emotions, the Zhou family had given a relatively low starting price. For example, Chen Daoxuan's inheritance of refining a level 1 spiritual armor was definitely worth more than 50,000 spiritual stones. However, the Zhou family had set the starting price at 30,000 yuan, which only aroused everyone's enthusiasm. After the auction of the Foundation Establishment Female Cultivator, the auction entered a small climax. Everyone's emotions were completely stirred up. Even the usually calm person felt a little excited at this moment. The next item is a talisman creation inheritance, and it's a special talisman creation inheritance. As he spoke, the male Foundation Establishment Cultivator on the stage took out a paper talisman and smiled at everyone. Then, he slapped the paper talisman on his body. In the next moment, the Foundation Establishment Cultivator of the Zhou clan had actually disappeared under everyone's watchful eyes. It was an invisibility talisman. Chen Daoxuan's heart skipped a beat. The demonstration ended. The male cultivator removed the invisibility spell on the invisibility talisman and immediately revealed his figure again. However, after everyone saw his demonstration, not only were they not excited, but their expressions were also a little mocking. All cultivators had divine sense, and this invisibility talisman could only hide one's body. For cultivators with divine sense, wasn't this just deceiving themselves? Unless this invisibility talisman could hide the cultivator's figure and aura. Not only did he need an invisibility talisman, but he also needed a rather advanced breath control technique. For example, the breath control technique that Chen Daoxuan had seen the female cultivator of the Yang family use at the Yang family last time was one of the best. The atmosphere had turned cold. The male host from the Zhou family did not have stage fright. He continued to smile and said, 1 talisman creation inheritance and 10 invisibility talismans. The starting price is 5,000 spirit stones. Each bid must not be lower than 1,000 spirit stones. Fellow deists who are willing to bid, please make your move. This time, there were actually very few bidders. After a while, a coquettish voice sounded from a private room on the 3rd floor. 6,000 spirit stones. 7,000 spiritual stones. Chen Daoxuan bid. In a private room on the 3rd floor. Yang Gongwan frowned slightly when she saw that someone was actually bidding against her for such a low-grade talisman. 8,000 spirit stones. Yang Gongwan bid for the last time. She purely thought that the invisibility talisman, together with her breath control technique, might have an unexpected effect. However, since she had never tried it before, she could not guarantee the exact situation. 10,000 spirit stones. Chen Daoxuan directly raised the price of the invisibility talisman inheritance to 10,000 spiritual stones. This price had already exceeded Yang Gongwan's psychological tolerance. Even though the Yang family was big, buying goods at random prices had always been a taboo for the descendants of the family. Yang Gongwan was also a typical descendant of a family. She had received an elite education from her family since she was young. Therefore, she had her own judgment when it came to whether or not to buy an item. She would not make a stupid decision on a whim. Obviously, 10,000 spirit stones for a mere talisman creation inheritance was already far beyond her budget. Seeing that the big shot on the 3rd floor no longer bid, Chen Daoxuan heaved a sigh of relief. From the voice just now, he had already vaguely guessed who was bidding, but he was not sure. Chen Daoxuan was already very satisfied with the many artifacts, talismans, cultivation techniques, spells, and other inheritances he had bought this time. When the future cultivators of the Fu generation in the family digested these things, he believed that the Chen family would definitely have the foundation and foundation of a foundation establishment family. The foundation establishment clans here didn't refer to those clans whose disciples broke through to the foundation establishment stage by luck and then suddenly advanced. Chen Daoxuan was referring to the Wu family and the Zhao family, which were big foundation establishment families. Once the Chen family developed to this point, coupled with the deterrence of the Qian Yuan sword sect, the Chen family would be able to survive. The Chen clan didn't fear any clan of the Guang'an prefecture, not even the Zhou clan, which had nearly 10 Zifu disciples. After all, the current infinite star sea was not like the chaotic period 1,000 years ago, where the major cultivation families could do whatever they wanted without any restrictions. Everything was decided by their fists. Nowadays, if the cultivation families wanted to survive in the infinite star sea, they still had to follow the basic rules, especially the laws issued by the Qian Yuan sword sect. After buying the invisibility talisman inheritance, Chen Daoxuan had less than 80,000 spiritual stones left. With so many spirit stones, it was obviously not enough to buy some good treasures. Because the more items appeared, the more valuable they were. In the end, the items were auctioned for hundreds of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. Especially the 1,000-year-old vermilion fruit that Chen Daoxuan had originally planned to buy. It had actually been auctioned off for a sky-high price of 3 million spirit stones. Later, Chen Daoxuan learned that this 1,000-year vermilion fruit seemed to have been bought by a peak Zifu disciple of the neighboring prefecture, whose lifespan was about to reach its end. Chapter 100, Delivered to Your Door, 1. The auction lasted for nearly 20 hours before it finally ended. By the time Chen Xianhe and Chen Daoxuan got their hands on the various legacy treasures and walked out of the main venue, it was already late at night. Due to the curfew policy of Guang'an City, the streets outside had long been silent. The two of them rode the cloud-treading beast carriage and rushed back to the branch on the west street of the wandering cultivator market. Chen Daoxuan was about to close the door. A staggering figure rushed towards him and grabbed the door frame. Immediately after, a shout came from afar. "You guys go over there and look! You guys go over there! Hurry up!" Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan grabbed the woman's hand and pulled her into the shop. Then, with a bang, the door closed. Inside the shop, Chen Xianhe's expression was rather strange when he saw that Chen Dao had brought a woman back with him. But immediately, Chen Xianhe's expression turned serious. He had seen this woman a few hours ago. She was the living pill manual that was being auctioned in the auction house. What was even more ridiculous was that when he used his divine sense to sweep over the woman, it was as if he had swept over a ball of air and did not notice her. Breath-holding technique! Chen Xianhe exclaimed in a low voice. The Yun Nation female cultivator's face was pale. It was obvious that she had forcefully broken through her Danshan's seal and sustained serious injuries. At this moment, not to mention fighting, even maintaining the breath control technique had almost consumed all of her energy, and she looked like she was on the verge of collapse. Even so, she looked at Chen Xianhe and his nephew warily. Just as everyone in the room was staring at each other, there was a knock on the door. Chen Daoxuan immediately pulled the woman to the side, took out the invisibility talisman he had just bought from the auction house from his storage bag, and slapped it on her. In the next moment, little by little, the woman concealed her figure and completely disappeared in front of Chen Xianhe and his nephew. Dong dong dong! Dong dong dong! Outside the house, the knocking became more and more urgent. "Who is it?" Chen Daoxuan opened the door of the shop with a displeased expression. However, when he saw the person in front of him, he immediately put on a surprised expression and cupped his hands. "Senior, what instructions do you have?" Outside the house, a foundation establishment old man stood in front of Chen Daoxuan with 3 late-stage qi refining young clansmen. The old man was tall and straight, with a resolute face. His eyebrows were like steel needles, making him look very difficult to deal with. This old man is a cultivator of the Wu family. An important person in the family has gone missing. May I ask if fellow Daoist has seen anyone with strange movements? The old man cupped his hands and said coldly. This. The expression on Chen Daoxuan's face was rather strange. He said carefully, "Senior, are you making fun of me? Who has the time to entertain you? The person who got lost is the living pill manual that my Wu clan bought at the Zhou auction house. Your Chen family should have also participated in this auction and know her value." The old man paused for a moment. This female cultivator from the Yun Nation is proficient in the breath-holding technique. That's why she managed to escape from my clansmen. The Wu family elder explained simply. Fortunately, this was Guang'an Prefecture. If it were anywhere else, he, a dignified foundation-building cultivator, would not have explained so much to a mere or a refining cultivator. He would have directly barged in. Hearing this explanation, Chen Daoxuan and Chen Xianhe looked at each other, opened the door of the shop, and made an inviting gesture to the old man of the Wu family. "Thank you." The old man from the Wu family cupped his hands and waved his hand. The 3 Wu family disciples behind him filed in and poured into the magic tool shop. The old man from the Wu family slowly followed behind the 3 of them and walked in. They entered the shop. He glanced at the empty hall of the shop and found no place to hide. He said to the 3 Wu family disciples, let's go to the second floor and take a look. Wait. Chen Daoxuan immediately stood out and blocked the three Wu family disciples. He cupped his hands at the old man and said, "Senior, the second floor is where my uncle and nephew rest and cultivate. There will definitely be no outsiders hiding there. Senior, aren't you going a little too far by doing this?" After saying that, he stared at the old man from the Wu family without blinking. When the old man of the Wu family heard this, his face darkened. A mere qi condensation cultivator dared to speak to him like this. "Move aside," the old man said with a dark face. Feeling the increasingly terrifying aura from the other party, Chen Daoxuan's body couldn't help but tremble. In the end, under the pressure of the old man's aura, Chen Daoxuan stepped aside in a humiliating manner. "Humph!" The old man snorted, completely unaware that the person he was looking for was standing less than 5 or 6 steps away from him. Half an incense's time later, the three Wu clansmen who had finished searching the Chen clan's uncle and nephew's residence went downstairs and shook their heads at the Wu clan's elder, indicating that there was no one there. Seeing this, "Sorry for disturbing you, fellow deists." The Wu elder cupped his hands. After saying that, he left the shop without looking back and rushed to the next shop. On West Street, there were still many cultivators of the Wu clan who were frantically searching everywhere. It wasn't until the Zhou clan's law enforcement team was alerted that the Wu clan had no choice but to stop. He closed the door. Chen Xianhe and his nephew heaved a sigh of relief at the same time. Then, they became excited again. Living pill manual. It was a living pill manual with a severely injured Danshan. If he could learn about the alchemy inheritance from her. Chen Xianhe's breathing quickened at the thought. Chen Daoxuan frowned after a moment of excitement. The Wu family couldn't find this living elixir manual, and at this moment, he actually couldn't find him either. Breath control and invisibility were indeed difficult to deal with. Even a foundation-building cultivator couldn't sense it, let alone two qi condensation cultivators like him and Chen Xianhe. He thought about it. Chen Daoxuan said to the surrounding air, "The invisibility talisman can only last for the time it takes for 3 incense sticks to burn, and it will take at least 6 hours to leave Guang'an Prefecture from here. In other words, you will need at least 6 invisibility talismans to ensure your safe escape from Guang'an Prefecture." Hearing this, less than 5 steps in front of Chen Daoxuan, a figure appeared. It was the female cultivator from the Yun nation. Seeing that she had removed her invisibility, Chen Daoxuan smiled and thought to himself, "There's hope." After removing the invisibility spell, the Yun nation female cultivator stared at him and said in a hoarse voice, "You still have invisibility talismans? Of course, it's enough for you to leave Guang'an Prefecture safely." Chen Daoxuan smiled. "What are the conditions?" Cough, cough, cough. As the Yun nation female cultivator spoke, she started coughing violently. "The alchemy inheritance in your mind and the secret art of breath control you're using." Not only was Chen Daoxuan envious of this Yun nation female cultivator's alchemy heritage, but he was also very tempted by her breath-holding technique. It was because of the verification just now. He had already discovered the terror of the breath-holding skill and the invisibility skill. As long as he didn't make a sound, even the spiritual sense of a foundation establishment cultivator wouldn't be able to detect him. It was a divine skill for hiding and escaping. After thinking for a moment, the Yun nation female cultivator nodded and said, "Good. Happy cooperation." Chen Daoxuan took out a blank jade slip and threw it over. The female cultivator from the Yun nation took the jade slip and was about to record it when Chen Daoxuan said, "There's no rush. You have 1 night to record slowly. Guang'an Prefecture is currently under curfew. I'll send you out of the city tomorrow morning." "Thank you." After a while, the Yun nation female cultivator said coldly, "We're just talking what we need." Chen Daoxuan waved his hand.